a bit more. Because if he uses the ult right here, the Arrow Storm against him with the Meteor Storm, it's going to be hard for them to get close.
Hey, Xiao Xiao being locked in as well, so that's a lot of range and burst damage on here. So if Zan Q Dun doesn't get refreshed well due to the board, you could always refresh a double ultimate here on the Xiao Xiao to push forward for that Vision Eye, to push forward for that poke damage.
That's a classic, and as you were saying, it's going to be flex onto the Clash lane, yeah.
We need a beefy frontline for the Ming and China combination here. So, the 4-person here on the side of Alpha 7 here, the jungle, farm, roam, and mid, they play as a unit here, and Nia will look for those flank angles here. If this Ogren gets taken down on the first few engages here, immediately the plan for Alpha 7 will be destroyed.
Yeah, and that is going to be the goal here for the team. One thing that I love about the Alpha 7 lineup is that the goal is simple. You want to get the board in, get both of the front lines in front, get the damage over, and then Chana's going to finish everybody up.
Yeah, that's ideally what you want to do. But again, with how they draft this out, this comes back to the power of Yangjia, not only in game, but also in trap.
Yeah.
It's very flexible. You can put him wherever you want, so it really plays with the mind games of the enemy team.
Yeah, usually you can really think of something that is going to be like a losing matchup whenever a Yangjia comes into play, because he could really just take down all the season time.
Skor sementara 2-3 sih. Terus aku masih belum masang ya. Wow, kacau. Sempet ya? Nggak sempet ya? Sim. Jam berapa? Jam 8.
First on exit towards the final pick on towards the counter pick side. So it's a flexibility and advantage for people or teams that favor the red side. But this is bigger trouble by Vitality and Alpha 7 Esports, and these are the drafts.
Turnamen internasional.
You can see the draft here. Zolya done a classic. Do you want to get the early to mid game in your favor, especially against the Ogren there? But Alpha 7 has some answers on their own. But I'm really looking forward to how they play this.
To look forward towards it, we will have to head on to this gorge in this game 4 here. This is a best of 5 series number 3 between Alpha 7 Gaming and also Megatron by Vitality. Once again, Dash and also Holler take the stage.
Thank you so much, Sagi. As we get into game 4 here, Alpha 7. You gotta win this one, right?
Yeah.
There's no chance. I mean, if we're talking about draft alone, is the Yangjia pick and the Ogren gonna be enough to take it down?
Yeah, that's gonna be the question, though. I'm kind of looking on how they're gonna be playing the Chano Ming more, because they're gonna be the ones that is gonna transition this game to the late game for the side of A7. But BTR, I love the early game advantage that they have, but the range from the Flower Marksman is what I'm very afraid of.
Yeah, it's gonna be about that. But you have opportunities and ways for Alpha 7 to kind of navigate through around that, right? They have the ability to jump in. You have the Hound from the Yangjia, from the up. So you have ways. Why Stacer, again, he needs to be more careful more than anything else.
Yeah, he needs to be really careful. Right now, one thing that I'm seeing here for the side of BTR is how they're going to be playing. Maybe they are going to be waiting for the first objectives on both sides, because right now, at level 4, you don't really have those aggressive picks on your side to be able to go for this invade. I think Danny is actually going to try to go for this invade though, and that's why it's going to be coming in a bit too early from Danny, and now because of that, might be punished. but the knockups are not enough.
Yeah, not enough. I mean, the smite was actually like
Kalah.
really early on that one. It felt like something that I would do.
Coba setengah.
Not to disrespect Danny on that one, but Zancu being able to take that one out is going to be huge. He needs to keep on pace to this Ogre here.
Oh yeah, and now A7, at least there was an attempt. There was an attempt at aggression from the side of A7, and that's what you want to do whenever you're playing an Ogre. At least try to go for the invade, try to get something out of the other team, and now they are going to be waiting. Look at the other side here. Now you're trying to take our jungle, we are going to take yours.
Yeah, and if anything on this Ogre, everything needs to be funneled his way. You got to ensure that 100% of everything on your side of the map is going to you. If after that you're then able to kind of invade at that point, great, but you got to secure yourself more than anything else.
Yeah, on the top side though, Take the Tree Blessing has been popped already in the up. Having a 1v1 off his life, but both of them are just going to be surviving that.
Yeah, Clash Laners just doing Clash Laners things. It's like a pillow fight, right? Nobody's really going to die, I think, that they're thinking of, especially at this stage, right? It's still too early. But Alpha 7 right now putting the pressure on in this bottom lane. I like,
Alpha 7
scored
12 win over the
again,
last
that
17
range advantage is slightly there, but not huge.
12 kali menang di
what's
bakal
really
kalah
scary about this though is that, especially when you have a Ming on the other team, especially you know how to play the Ming. Ming really makes the lane very hard for the other team.
Yeah, I mean,
tanggal
this is the
21
thing you have. If you get nearby, he has that tether, which is super annoying because nobody wants to be on that umbilical cord. It's just
Okay.
Cannot unsee, right?
Yeah.
I'm in your mind.
I just got shocked though. I was like, oh wait. And my brain was kind of processing what's happening.
Tigatron Sigma.
Let's see. A7,
21
for now,
kill.
with the tether, as you were saying, the reason why it's also hard for Zon to do anything was because he is being left alone in lane. It's also because you have a Dun, so Dolia needs to stick to the Dun.
Yes.
Not to the Sun.
Dolianya harus nempel sama dengan Dun.
I see what
Kalau
you're
nggak
doing
gitu
there. It
kombonya
looks
kan
like
nggak
you're
jalan.
busting rhymes like all the time. To kind of, you're a poet, you didn't even know it, but cool. I'm rolling with it.
Tuh 3 orang tuh di tengah tuh sharing
man.
gold.
20 seconds on the clock, we're going to be having the Tyrant here.
Masih
and they
group
are
stage.
going to be pushing the
Masih
wave here
group
for sure.
stage.
One thing I like about the Yisheng
Masih
is that
group stage, guys.
one skill and the wave is cleared.
That's pretty much all you want. I mean, everything again on this A7 side, it's all about Danny on this Ogre, getting him that farm. Why Stacer? He can be fine by himself. Bilal is babysitting, ensuring that he keeps on pace with the Zon.
Yeah, Zancu here a bit early for the team. Danny going to be a bit late. Half HP on the objective. Ford is going to hit 2 people, but they're not looking at that. They're looking at the objective. One more for Zancu. He's still going to take it in the end. It doesn't matter because BTR takes it.
I'm looking back at that one, and I mean, you're thinking hindsight is 2020, but Fury with that board, it's a little too early. Maybe you do a little bit later after the turn is a little bit lower, so you could potentially push them away, but just, way too easy for BTR's Zancu there.
Yeah, and even though Zon is taking a lot of beating from Caesar and Bilal on the bot lane, Ormson has been giving a lot more space for the side of BTR, just giving Unruly Blade that reset that it needs, makes Zancu a bit more confident.
Yeah, and speaking of confidence, we're talking about the bottom lane, Caesar, level up, right? You've been babysat by Bilal, who has created that space, and this could potentially be a problem, especially you don't want that channel to really be able to kind of shred through the armor that is the Dune and the Pati in the top lane.
Yeah, right now what they're going to be doing here, they're going to be slowing things down. A7 wants to go for the push here. TP's going to come out. And Caesar needs to be careful. Tells has to flash.
Has to flash away. Still very early, not the end of the world. We'll just wait a little bit for the next cooldown on that one. But in the top lane, let's talk about this one, because Niap on this Yangjian hasn't had as great a time as Tufts, who's kind of been rotating around. He's in the mid lane harassing Danny now.
Yeah, right now Lee Zong is going to be the one taking the minions on the top side of the map. And you could see Neil. Neil has been phenomenal this game. He was moving lane per lane. And just putting pressure on the members here. Tufts having a tussle against Danny.
Yeah, they'll just continue on with that one. But Danny, all eyes on this guy, all right? Is he able to hit that critical mass? Is he able to get that farm? Because he doesn't have to fight right now. It's fine. You'll see him at the 12-minute mark when he's got those items, and then he can turn it off.
Yeah, now they're starting on the top side. Heaven and Earth Form has been used.
Tuh loh, jeleknya Yangjian kalau main jadi Clash.
Feedback after that. Danny
ketrigger gitu.
Trying to take the tower on the top side though, but what's hard about this though,
Coba
especially
kalau
when you
misalnya
have
pasifnya dia bisa
the
ditoggle gitu kan.
it's going to be hard to press forward.
Yeah, speaking of pressing forward, I mean, Alpha 7, that's pretty much what this lineup can do. They press forward and they go slowly, slow sieging, and if they're able to catch you out, great. But the positioning problem, Might be an
Yeah,
issue.
gonna go in, Unruly Blade's gonna be there. He has to reset again to go to the backline. The up is taking a lot of damage. He's not gonna be able to reset the healing for his side. And now that is gonna be an objective still
Tapi dia
on the
main
side
sama
of
Yixing ya.
87, but still a kill. First blood for BTR.
Oh, he hounded right into the middle of Bigatron, right? The rest of them, all 5 of them were like, hey, we'll take this free food that you've given to us because he just was in a bad spot, not where you want to be. And now Bigatron looking to take this big T1.
Nobody to help him out, and BTR gonna be looking for more. Look at the objectives, look at the jungle camps. They're taking it as fast as they can, and they got away with
Habis
it.
bootcamp gimana nih kata?
Right? I mean,
Aku masih belum
giving
lihat
up
full
first blood,
game
not
sih.
the end of the
Ini
world,
baru aku
and
lihat
not worth
GTR
speaking a
game
different
ini,
story in terms
guys.
of this. Like, it's very close.
3 game sebelumnya belum
But
lihat.
giving any sort of edge, again, you
Telat
want to
aku
get this
tadi.
auger going. Danny is your win condition. Let the man farm. He's keeping
Tadi
on
aku telat,
pace
guys.
with Zancu right now, which is great.
Yeah, right now, they're looking for things here for the team here. They have a Doomsday build here for Zon. He's gonna go for the Shadow Weaver for the second item, but the most important part of the build
Tapi
here
tadi
is
yang
when
udah
he gets the
tumbal kan itu
Daybreaker.
guys.
That is when
Si
his
KG
damage
kan,
is gonna hurt
KG
even
kalah
Dan in the up.
2-3 skornya.
Yeah, he's gonna just wait for that moment. But now
Tapi game
Wise
terakhirnya tuh
stick
harusnya
around.
menang
Palau
gitu.
is gonna be there. Has that tether.
Tapi
Zancu,
kalah
I don't
gara-gara
know if he
throw,
actually wants
guys.
to
Kalah
commit.
gara-gara
He's
throw,
gonna look to just go aggressive.
Actually gonna go for it.
Dude,
Gonna go
connect.
with Unruly Blade. He has 3 people on his
Cover.
back line though. Still has the Unruly Blade on his hands.
Escape.
He's taking up a lot of damage, but he's regenerating
Good.
it too. But Zon is gonna
Good.
fall. The Taking
Arti.
Liberties was able to
Good.
take him all down. That's 2 kills on the board for A7.
Oh, they
Shit.
thought they were gonna get to set up a trap. Zancu was waiting in that bush for so long. The rest of Bigatron were making their way there, but Alpha 7 had an even bigger trap,
Kurang ya?
setting them up and making sure that they got
Kenapa tadi?
Zancu and Tough Z.
Yeah, what I love about that is that the leader stance, whenever you pop it, even the Zancu is not going to be able to
Jalannya
chase
tadi
it down.
kejauhan
To add to that, you have the Ming to help you out,
Yes.
so your healing is going to be crazy too.
Iya, tadi
Yeah,
jalannya
it's all
kejauhan
about
guys.
that sustain. This
Nggak
is why that
sempet
thing
connect.
is going to be a bit of a problem. But if we're looking at the rest of this lineup, I was talking about it a little bit
Nggak sempet
before,
connect,
but
bro.
basically
Makanya
they
dun.
slow siege you, but they don't really have the CC. It really comes back to Fury's boards. Is he able to lock you down?
Yeah, right now, they're going to go. They're going to contest this for sure. Bilal can't even help White Caesar in the end here, just going to be smiting it. And Tyrant,
Shing.
nobody's even looking at it.
Yeah, nobody wants it at this point. I mean, it's not like the 9-minute one. It's really not as valuable in terms of the game. But Bigatron will eventually make their way towards that side. And if you're looking at what Alpha 7 are looking to do, again, it's about the Y-Sacer just letting the man farm. He has a 800 gold lead. Don't want to lose that momentum.
Yeah, to
Ya
add to
tuh,
that
jangan
for
sampai kayak
everyone
Kak
watching,
Gendra
the
tadi.
Fury already
Tadi
has
Kak
the
Gendra
step,
ini
which
tuh.
is why it was easy to take down Zancu
Jujur
a while
kecewa
ago, because his healing is not going to be massive anymore.
Huge.
Kalah gara-gara kesalahan
Right? It
sendiri
really
ya.
changes the dynamic
Sad.
of how these team fights are looking to go. And now Alpha 7 understands that the
Sad.
sustain really isn't as much. You're able to contest.
Yeah, right now, Zon is just going to be taking this. Tyrant's going to be their
Secure
advantage onto that next fight, onto that next objective fight.
Menuju
Because the
match
Shadow
dulu ya, guys,
Brands
ya.
are going to be coming in.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for this one, right? The top
Waktu-waktu rawan nih,
two
jangan
under
pengen
siege.
dona aja, Cok.
Knockup's going to be there. T2's going to
Play
be
safe,
down.
play safe.
BTR going to be taking the tower on the bot side. But at what cost right now? A7 is in position for that Overlord.
Nice
Yeah,
trigger.
and, again, just slow and steady. This mid T1, obviously key, right? This is the one that Alpha 7 really want. They've been eyeing it for quite some time, but Bigatron doing a great job of defending.
Yeah. Right now the Tyrant's going to be there.
Which?
Minions on the bot side
Which?
already
Ogren?
pushing. So that's going to be tough though. They need to defend that tower. If not, the T2 is going to fall down by the minions.
Sabar.
I mean, Bigatron right now playing a more defensive stance. I mean, it's a 1K net worth lead in favor of Alpha 7. It's very close, but this Shadow Tyrant will be key.
Tapi ini berarti emang mahal ya guys ya kalau di turnamen ya.
Is
Kenapa
also
ya?
being a wall here so that A7 can't move forward.
Iron kalau misalnya
And
turnamen
now
mahal banget,
Zancu. Ayap is also in position. Fury.
Kalau misalnya
has the
ranked,
board. Right now
rank-
they're using the board, gonna catch 2
Mending
people, but
overload
is it
aja.
gonna matter? No, it's not mattering at this point. The Yap is moving forward, but he can't
Semua,
touch
semua.
anybody on the side of BTR.
Oh, the range from Zon has been on point. The damage, Fury had locked him in the board, but he almost died, and then the rest of them had to just flee at this point. Bigatron taking the first
Tuh
Shadow
dia
Tyrant
langsung
for
itu
free.
secure di arah
they
overhead
pumped
ya.
the brakes there
Open
because they needed to. Because every time you try
Ini
to
loh,
go
gerakan
against
bagus
the
ya.
global
Langsung
marksman,
ngasih open
you're
vision.
already damaged
Yeah.
before you even get there.
Yeah, the poking and prodding is
Biar si
real.
musuhnya nggak
This
bisa
is a
langsung ambil overload
problem
kan.
for, Alpha 7. We were talking about how they're
Biasanya kalau
slow
ambil kuning
sieging
kan
and they're
ungunya
very,
kelepas, guys.
linear
Soalnya
aside from
nggak
the
langsung
hound.
jagain
So
ungunya.
it's like, how do you get to the back line? As
Jadinya
Zon's
kuningnya
positioning
rugi,
is
Cok.
perfect, it's going to be very tough.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough here for the team BTR. Art or A7 are they going to be taking this
sederhana,
overload because
tapi
they're
pada
already
nggak
positioning
mau.
themselves here, but they already know that this is happening. Tufts onto the backline, the
Eh?
alone
Wih.
was able to get the takedown on him, and now they need to run away.
Langsung hilang,
Respect
Cok.
it. Why Caesar gonna try to get the damage
Hilang
in? No
bener.
more resets on the
Dadah.
side. He's gonna fall down. That's 2 kills on the board for the side of A7.
Oh, yeah, on the flank, gets the solo kill on the Zan. Once he goes in and he takes him
Kenapa
down,
tuh
the
tadi
rest of
Zan ya?
Bigatron really can't fight. Zanq was looking to just, maybe potentially take that as their golem, but it was a bad spot to be in once Zan had been killed.
Yeah, A7
Nice.
still has the
Kena
advantage
jangan
in this game, even though that was happening. It was looking like BTR is the one
Kena
of
colok,
being
kena stun,
proactive
kena
in this
colok,
game,
kena laser.
but one
Hilang.
mistake, A7 got it back.
Yeah, and Alpha 7 really turning this game on its head in the driver's seat, I would say. Put pressure on the bottom T2 as well as the mid T1. This is a huge turn of events for Alpha 7, who have only 4 kills.
There's not really a lot of kills here for the game. Make it 5 though, at least for the whole game.
Yeah.
There's not really a lot though. 2.5k gold lead. They still have the Shadow Vanguard on their hands, so they're gonna be using it on this next fight.
Item
Very
buildnya
strategic
Fatih
game, cagey
standar.
game, if you will. Alpha 7 just playing within the limits of what's given,
Yes,
right? Taking the objectives, going slow. Don't need to
Yang
push
Johnny,
things
yang
out.
John Bull
I mean,
juga.
aside from
Outgrown,
Niap giving up
outgrown
first blood, nobody's died on this team. Their
Yeah.
positioning has been
Normal.
quite good.
Yeah, they've been doing pretty well here as a team.
Arkannya tapi nggak tahu
Gonna
sih.
get used, flash over to taking liberties. Even used the board in the end here, but the meteor storm was enough to fend everybody away.
Yeah, pushing them away. It was all about space. The mid T2, yeah,
Young
Bigatron
Jun,
thought the
young
action
Jun.
was going to happen for that, but actually, they just wanted the Crimson. They've taken away yet another buff. Now with the Shadow Vanguard in the top lane, more pressure being applied.
Yeah, now they're going to be putting pressure here on the mid lane.
Yeah,
Fury.
Vanguard.
Even Niap is on the side lanes. But BTR recognizes that because the minions are pushing on the top and bot side. They need to really just back off and go to the T3.
But how much can
Kondisi
you do?
duitnya
Now
kalah
you're
3.000 ya,
huddled
udah.
in your base, holding hands, singing Kumbaya, but you don't really get any farm. This is
Beda
a bit of
3.000
an issue. You're down about 2k. This is a struggle.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. They're even using the Arrow Storm here. Now the Arrow Storm is going to be on cooldown before they even go for the fight
Kontes,
here.
ha?
That is going to be
Naising,
it. Board is going to be there. They're going to try to
Senor.
go for the backline. Tops is going to be it.
Oh, Fatih.
Going to try to go for the kill, but it's not going to happen right now.
Oi.
Danny pops the Blood Rage, and he survives in the end, and they have to pump the
Trying to get-
brakes.
Oh my gosh, that was actually very close. Danny playing with my heart on that one. I thought he was going down, but the fact that he had Blood Rage, that was the perfect moment to disengage. I mean, he just staying
Yes.
alive more than anything else because, again, Bigatron almost got that pick.
That's what you
Yes,
want, right?
yes,
Yeah,
You're
you want that.
taking the damage every time whenever you're playing the Young Jun, whenever you're playing the Ogren, and that's what they were doing that whole game. And now,
Yes,
this time,
yes,
that
yes.
gave BTR some chances to move away from their base.
Yeah, now there's a little bit of space. Now Bigatron have to make use of it. They got to get something out of this other than just like positioning out front. This isn't
Yeah.
great. You need some sort of like steal, maybe this Tyrant here.
Tyrant is up. Right now, everybody's in position. They have the minions pushing on the bot lane, and they are just making sure that Tufts is in a position to actually fight this
Give me more
whenever they
resources.
can. They have to be careful about this because Fury has the board.
Yeah, Danny level 15 though.
Aduh,
He's at
dunia.
half-life. They
He's
can-
Samsungin
knocked up. He's
hilang.
not going to survive this for sure.
Nggak
He's
bisa
down,
mukul.
but Tufts is in front.
Hatinya, nggak bisa.
A7 is going to be taking them all down and taking
bisa.
liberties. Fury is the key
Fucked up,
to
aing.
win for A7.
Oh, it looks like they've gotten in everything, and it's going to be a
Yeah,
team
yeah,
ace off of a triple kill off of Y Ace Sacer taking it down. They're looking to end this one.
Great surprise coming in from A7, making sure that Zanq falls to their trap, and that he did, stretching this game to game number 5.
And this is why you don't give Danny the Ogren, turning things around, right?
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
being able to
yeah,
understand the limits of this hero, being able to be out front, being that tanky frontliner. It looked like Bigatron, really no answers on this
Yeah,
one.
they didn't really have any answers that game. They were just waiting for the inevitable. They were just
Yeah,
sitting
yeah, yeah,
there,
yeah.
but that was probably their last hurrah on
Pe
their side.
babar.
This is the perfect description of what
Sabar
we
sih.
are looking at. It's a grudge match.
Yeah.
BO5
Nonton
all
dulu, Cok.
the way back to back World Series here, and right now you're looking at this.
Dapat
This
reward
exact
nih.
moment. You're going into another BO.
Kena comeback, Cok.
Yeah.
This is what it's all about, right? Going to that
Yeah,
game 5, the
yeah,
pressure cooker, if you will.
yeah,
Everything has
yeah.
been building up for this culmination of this moment. getting themselves a chance to get into this one, but now Alpha 7 striking back with a great draft and execution.
And honestly, I love the story here. Coming into this game, A7 and BTR, this is a story that they wanted all along. They're gonna go to lengths whenever they can. And game number 5, this is it.
You need to go the full extent to see.
Look, ada subtitlenya bro.
Yeah.
This is what it's all about, right? Going to that game.
Look, keren banget cok.
How to rise for honor.
Yeah, they need to rise for honor here for sure because
Damn,
on
bisa
the
pilih
next
grafik
game, they
lagi
don't
sekarang.
really have a lot of things on their hands
Canggih,
anymore because they
anjir.
picked a lot of heroes. So they need to be creative for those next games.
This is going to be key, right? Going into game 5, we saw like expensive picks, all of that.
Yeah,
but hey,
look,
if you're not
canggih
prepared for a best of 5, how are you going to play against a best of 7? Right?
Exactly. Well said here because in a BO5 setting, you have already expended so many heroes here, so you're still a
Canggih,
bit
jir.
of forgiven, right? You're
Yeah.
not forgiven
Yeah.
for drafting so heavily, but in the BO7 though, you have to plan it to 6 full games before you go
Yeah.
back into a default normal match with blind pick here.
Yes,
but it's still
yes.
BO5, but it's the potentially most important BO5 for either of these teams because if they go towards the lower bracket,
OPL win OPL nggak tahu sih. OPL nggak ada berita.
We don't know that.
Yeah, that's true.
Nyari
That's
berita
why it's gonna be
turnamennya
tough
kayak
though
susah
because
banget
here in this series alone, whoever loses here will be fighting against Elevate.
Elevate?
Yeah,
What about Elevate?
right, that's true.
Yeah, what about Elevate? Yeah, they're in a different group.
Yeah,
And it's
that's-
RQ you're talking about.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
ABG and
yeah,
RQ
yeah.
in Group C, yeah.
Oh,
Thanks.
man.
Let's put our focus over to the game number 5 here, BTR versus Alpha 7 here. So I do think that
Early
this
game-nya
game,
menang
in
BTR tapi
terms
masuk
of
ke late game
how
langsung
Alpha 7
terbantai
formulated
gitu.
the draft around protecting Wise
Apakah ini dinamakan dengan Kalah drafting atau Kalah Bikara? Emang
magnificent. From mid and
shit
jungle,
went wrong
these
aja,
two were the core anchors and allowing these two really flourish in those team fights.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the Alpha 7 side, I mean, one person died, you know, Niap. He's going to be my LVP of that game.
LVP?
He's the loser of this one. But Danny and Icacer, on the other hand, definitely the MVPs. Really not dying. That's the biggest thing. The positioning was on point by Alpha 7.
Oh yeah, that's true. And from what we're seeing here, Fury really did a lot of great jobs here for the game, especially for that last fight. That's the reason why they won. The bait on the taking liberties, forcing Zanku to move forward, and then trapping him again. He was not able to move fast enough.
There's really these high tense moments when you have a split of non-focus focus on the game. You immediately get caught out and you get punished.
Karena di mid lane-nya tadi kan
And in that game,
dunia maju.
like what you mentioned, that Taken's liberties.
Tapi pinternya si A7 pas si dunia loncat ke depan, pas dipukulin nggak dikasih target buat pukul. Jadinya dunia nggak bisa target, cuma disamsakin doang.
If you're looking at that draft, there didn't really have much control, but the fact that Fury had those boards, that was enough to lock him down, right? And that's kind of what you needed to ensure that you get those kills.
Yeah, that's what you want whenever you're playing in the Ishik, right? Especially if you have somebody who doesn't really have a lot of movement on the other team. So that was the goal. It worked out. And now this time around, game number 5 is going to be tough.
Yeah, but before that, let's head on over to the MVP of this game for here. It gotta be either of the members here, but we awarded directly towards Dani on that auger because why? Every single frontal engage and tank, he was there and the damage calculation was crispy to
Disedot terus tuh sama Ogre-nya.
Perfection. I mean, his positioning, the ability to farm, but there were moments where he was low, but he baited people out. Everybody was throwing everything at him, but he had the blood rage to kind of out-heal, out-sustain, and just kept himself alive, and we'll see a lot of this in the highlights here.
Yeah, what's good about that also was that he was also the reason why Zanku is taking on his HP. He was the one, if Zanku is moving forward, it was Danny moving forward of the other team.
And look at that initial fight. The fight was happening, but Fury's timing, coming in with that board, locking in Zanku, that completely shifted that team fight there.
Exactly, and when you have no more backline access in the
Coba nih, game kelima.
Fights, who's gonna realistically
Lab Kurus Cook
Wise Caesar and Bilal one shot, and this was the blunder coming in for the side of Zanku.
Yeah.
Getting caught by the Taker's Liberty.
Tadi sih blunder itu.
Assistance here. Clumsy tries to save his teammate from any
Blunder guys.
further loss.
Blunder.
Fails to get the assassination on towards the Kano, and that led to day 4 victory.
Kalau kataku sih mungkin stop pick Fatih gak sih?
It was because of that one moment where Zanku, you think that he's out of position, but
Ini
the
sama
call
kayak
was
Kagendo
go.
aja, penyakit
was literally a
Fatih gila.
second behind. Had he been in front and
Penyakit Fatih gila, Cok. Besok tuh Twisted Man sama OG. Kuat mana sih? Twisted ya. LPS sama Nova pasti. Blacklist ACT, Blacklist ya. APG RRQ. Coba deh. RRQ. Awas kok kalau misalnya kalah ya RRQ ya.
Him out.
Awas kok AP kalah ya RRQ.
Everybody was there, but again, it was still a nice try. Let us take a look at the picks again.
Pasti
And it's
KC juga
a
belum
lot
terus
that
ya.
is out of the
Kemarin
picture.
KC.
I love this. I love it. It's like a heavyweight fight, trading blow for blow. No streaks.
satu
Everything is like, you know, you win one, I win one. We just traded back and forth. I mean, looking at the history of the games thus far and the trends, Bigatron are going to be picking up game 5, right?
Well, that is a big statement here. If according to game 1, 2, 3, 4, it's BTR A7, BTR A7.
Masuk ke
That
game
could
5.
potentially be the case if it's based on history itself. But if it's based on the current
Vesaka kapan?
momentum,
Vesaka habis ini.
Alpha 7 winning
Oh,
out that
Santon
game
RRQ.
4,
RRQ
going to game
besok
5, they're definitely feeling super good.
Yeah, it's super good,
RRQ besok,
especially
guys.
with what we are seeing here for the team. Let's take a look at what's going to happen next year for the team.
RRQ
The
besok.
picks are on. They have to think about it. The coaches, they are the most important part of this drafting at this point especially.
It's going to be key, right? In the game 5, again, can't hold anything back. If you got a G-strat, now's the time to kind
Ini
of
musiknya
reveal it
epic
because you do
banget,
not
anjir.
want to be in the lower bracket. The room for error at the KIC is so small. You lose
Pasan
twice
kayak
and you're
nonton
out.
turnamen sebelah
must-win
nggak ada
game
guys kayak
5.
begini.
Exactly.
Pas
Must win game
komentator
5.
dikasih lagu-lagu
Every
kayak begini
single
aja.
match counts towards the qualification to that knockout stage.
Kayak lagu
at
belakangnya
Manila
epic
Bay
banget,
Ayala
tai.
Hall here. So, at the very least, in the final game
Red
itself,
side,
in this
BDR.
BO5, Alpha 7 is on towards the blue side with big
Kalau katanya sih
selecting the red
sisi
side.
merah
Now,
sekarang lebih kuat guys.
if we look towards the
Soalnya
picture,
banyak hero counter.
there are a lot of bans you have to take in because Zankyu still has ozword and Pei. And you have to default take away the ban on both
Katanya.
Arti as well.
Yeah, and this is why you're penalized for, you
Football, no berapa
you
mabar.
picked up a lot of those heroes early. Things didn't really work out as well. You weren't
Saya
able to close out the
egois,
series.
ingin
Now
nobar.
it comes back to that where you have a
Bites
lot
back.
of openings. This is
Saya
a problem
egois.
here.
Yeah, they need to think about that.
Ingin
And
nimbah
now,
ilmu, cok.
challenge is who's going to be picking it on their side.
belajar,
Pay is still open for BTR, and I'm excited if they're
How
going to be
to
bringing that out.
rotate.
I think if Zankyu gets the pay, I think it's just like GG. Like I just think he's just so good on the
Tapi
hero.
sama aja sih, Cok.
I don't mean to
Aku
call it like
belajar
that,
tapi
but I
timnya
mean,
nggak bisa
pulling it out
sama
in
kayak
game
yang ku
5,
tonton juga nggak bisa.
you could never really count him out.
Yeah.
But again, Alpha 7, it really comes back to the
Ujung-ujungnya
draft
juga
in terms
cuma
of how
main
they play around
Arti
it.
ya guys ya.
Exactly. I like how you
Attacking.
mentioned it all comes down to the draft because in game number 2, Zankyu got his hands on
Ujung-ujungnya cuma
towards
main
the
Atta
Luna,
doang.
but it got dismantled.
Tapi mau gimana, Cok, main
by
Atta emang
side
seenak
of
itu.
Alpha 7's draft here. Similar
Bisa
case
gendong.
in game 5, we whip out a Pei. There
Bisa
is
bawa
still
smash
the
soalnya.
potential of the Musashi or the Ukyu Tachibana counter coming in from Alpha 7's jungle. And also, A7 Dani has been having a phenomenal series as well.
Yeah, he has been doing really well on the games that we're having. But also, on the other hand, though, the Clash lane here for the side of BTR still has the Dharma on their pocket, so they can still pick that out in this game.
I have a bit of a
Bling, bling
confession.
gitu, Cok.
I
What?
high-fived Danny in between that game, before that game started. So I
Oh.
feel like I
Bling,
gave
bling,
him my
bling.
energy, and that's why he's playing well. So he should be thanking me.
In any case that he loses later,
Yeah, that might be
Alpha 7
our
fans,
fault too.
Top BR fans, you know who to blame.
Yeah.
Hashtag or
No.
at
Kindofu, come at me, bro. I want all the smoke.
Oh, man. But anyways, let's head on over to the BO5 final game draft between Alpha 7
Draft pick.
Gaming on towards the blue side and Bigatron by Vitality selecting the reactive red.
Yeah, they're going to be going onto the red side here for BTR. They can take 2 picks here, but A7 should recognize that the pay is still open here. The Dharma is still open here for the side of BTR, so they could use that once they get to the picking side.
So much is open here. This is a bit of a struggle here, and this is again the chess match.
Aku
that
main
comes
duluan
in.
ya, Yoks.
Like, yeah, you're giving things up, but
Aman.
what do you have left yourself? You got to be careful because you got
Semoga
to
ada win
draft something
streak
that
ya.
works for you while at the same time
Jangan
limiting
sampai
what they
tiba-tiba
have
ada jadi
because
gila
there's
tuh.
not too many heroes left.
Yeah, there's not really a lot to
Hati-hati
work with
jadi
here.
gila,
But
guys.
A7 starts off with Agudo because, I mean, it's okay
Careful
to
becoming
have that
crazy.
Agudo, though, for their side if they want to have that siege power for the team.
Hati-hati jadi gila,
Agudo
bro.
on towards the hands of Zankyu is very aggressive because he likes
Sanggonku
to
lagi
play
on
it
fire,
fast,
aman.
and with
Iya
the
deh.
new
Prove
revamp
yourself,
of the
bro.
Agudo, it formulates a double marksman composition. If it gets going, it gets going really hard with
Agudo
those
ban,
early
Luna
pushes.
ban.
Yeah, it just ends games, right? And the Bigatron again. This is one of those things where if Zankyu gets the Agudo, you're going to have a very easy time to just kind of close things out.
Yeah,
My bad.
that's why on the picks that we have here for their side, they still have a lot of options here right now for the side here. we were talking about the Musashi that could be open if ever the Pain is going to get picked out on the other side.
I think Alpha 7, they still could play around the D-J combination here
Oh, yeah.
for the priority of
Hati-hati
Y-Sacer here. Because if you give Y-Sacer a winning lane, he could potentially then into game-winning leads, side lane turrets, objectives. This could come from that D-J itself.
Actually, looking into this one, why Sacer? Like, how would you rate his performance in this series thus far?
I think he's been pretty consistent.
I
His
agree.
games on towards the low, the early game was pretty good.
Yeah,
The
channel was
channel was
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
So I do give him high hopes, especially he came into the A7
Pick up
roster
dia.
just
Open up.
after KWC.
Exactly, and that's the thing.
Prediction
There was
first
going to be a
pick.
lot of questions, like
All
how would he
about the
synergize with
world.
the rest of the team?
What a nice call, though, guys. You talked about it, and they're putting it all on the
It makes
latest
too much sense.
basket, and that is what they want to do here. I mean, he's working his way
Jadi
out. He's
soon,
very consistent. Might as well give him the most damage.
Exactly.
But this
Nonton
one
yang pesak
also
aja.
gives the
Nanggung,
direct
Cok. Udah last match
impact
ini.
of the early towards the hands of Zan as well. So everything is open for
Ada
the
Biron.
taking for Bigatron here. Bigatron lays their hands once again
Ini
on
last
top
guys.
Z's Dharma.
Yeah, we were
Kasihan
talking
Torres
about the
main
Dharma
solo.
Pain.
Aman aja.
So, BTR, he didn't even go for it.
I mean, you don't want to show
Udah power
everything.
banget
You
nih.
still have the opportunity because you know that if Alpha 7 pick either of them, they can pick one to
Saan.
counter pick it themselves. If anything, right now they're trying to secure the
Hero
lane
powernya
matchup
nggak
against
sih?
the lady soon.
Power
Oh,
pick.
yeah. They're making
Biron
sure that
dan-
he's going to be okay here. A7 still has the Byron. He wants to get advantage against that Dharma and also have that easy setting back, or at least tanking for the team.
I have to agree with you, but it is amazing that both
Jang
teams
Fei.
at game number 5 has reserved several picks in their pockets here. Look at Alpha 7. This is what you see in game 1 to 3.
Lianpo.
Yeah.
Lady Sun,
Yeah.
Byron, and Zhang Fei,
Yeah.
consistent
Yep.
frontliners for Y-Stacer's performance.
And also Villau, Dash, you've been
baby.
raving the performances of the Zhang Fei all throughout the entire day.
Yeah.
But Villau, his Zhang Fei, top tier as well.
Yeah.
So you're going to see another one.
Yeah, I want to see another setup, another good and friendly outburst for the team. And the pay, as we were talking about,
It has
it's going
to
to be
come out,
coming.
yeah.
It has to
Itu
come
dia
out
udah
right
lihat
now in
publik.
game number 5.
Man, picks are being traded left, right, and center here. It is no longer
Lianpo kah?
regarding any
Kyo
of
band.
the
Apa tuh?
counter
Respect band
picks.
kah?
It's about comfort and making a reasonable draft here. That's why you see on your bans here for the side of Bigatron, Ukyo Tachibana banned away from Alpha 7's Dani.
Yeah, just really smart, right? Understanding, hey, this is going to be that pick. And I love Encore's right there, the coach of Bigatron, being able to call these ones out because you're putting your players, your star players, in a prime position to win, but also protecting him with these bans.
Yeah.
Very smart.
Making sure that he's going to be confident in this game and he's going to be
Moji.
the one setting up the fight, especially in the early to mid game. The invasions are going to be important. So
Biar
this
impress
is
dari
a
Sun ya.
smart pickup, or at least a smart ban for BTR.
I think BTR will have to finalize it with a Musashi ban
Bang
here
Lam
at
Yo
the
Dr.
fourth ban.
Brian.
It makes a lot of sense whereby Musashi is a direct counter against the pay, and it also
Aman.
has an illuminating
Bisa,
slash
bisa.
that could
Menang,
block
menang.
projectiles
Yeah,
like
go.
Long's Flaming Palm.
Boom. Actually, it just counters
Menang
a
nggak
lot
sih?
of the heroes
Exactly,
there, right?
yeah.
Very smart
Yu
ban
Bang Brian
again, just
bawah.
next level with this one.
Lam
But now
jungle
Alpha
ya,
7,
Okles.
they're going kind of with a mode span to kind of protect.
Sama
That
Sangguan
could be a
gitu.
bit of an issue,
Kuat kan?
especially when you have like a Byron Zhang Fei looking to just jump on that back line.
Yeah, the backline is not going to have a great time here for
Kuat,
the
kuat,
side
kuat. Bisa, bisa.
of
Kali.
BTR. So yes, at least getting
Bisa
those
gila, bisa
bans, and
gila.
the Liang also is out of the picture now. And
Musashi
Luna
ya,
is
ban.
banned, so what are the options here for A7?
I don't know, is Danny going for his Jing? Is this a flipped matchup? I've never seen Danny play Jing.
No, I did way back in the day. He generally has kind of shifted his play style to be more like the Dune, Ogren, the tanky frontliners. He can play
Apa?
it,
Saker.
but to whip it out in a game 5, that one,
He has done it before.
yeah,
Waduh,
let's
Saker.
see it. I want to.
Unyielding.
Let's backtrack a bit. Back in KWC 2025, when he defeated Zanyu,
Ladies
he
and-
was with the pay in game 3, so he is ready.
Jing.
But I don't know. Is he going for it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, if you're looking at the rest of Bigatron right now, very kind of squishy. Obviously, kind of like glass cannon type, a lot of control. They're going to need some sort of frontliner to help with this fade to ensure
not
they
sure.
kind of get it. But they're going to go with a fade. Oh, the Danny fade. Let's go.
The Fade is going to be out here for their game, and what they want to do is the same strategy that they want. They
Mid
want the
laner.
early game, and also the shirt to add with that, adding that
Oh.
extra control for the team.
Better foot locked in for Alpha 7's Danny here. amazing stuff here. This is the beauty of global ban pick here.
I love this draft by Alpha 7. You have the Fade Danny, you have, Y-Sacer on the lady, so you have that damage, but you also are able to get the backline. You look at Alpha 7, the rest of the lineup are there to just set things up, to literally give an alley-oop to the rest of them.
I have a weird take here. Does BTR go Donghuang here?
With the control,
or the Zhuangzi, either one.
It actually, okay, the Zhuangzi makes sense. There's a lot of control. Actually, that's a really good pick, actually, is the last pick. But they have to play around with it.
Oh my god, it's Illusion! Let's get it! What? Why do we get Illusion here? I love global ban pick.
Yeah, this is so good to see. You were thinking about the Donghuang. No, we're going to go for the other end. We're going to go for Illusion for our side of BTR. What are they going to do here? They want to go for fast siege, especially if they pick up Illusion.
Oh my gosh, this is the moment, the last pick, the trump card, if you will. Is it going to be enough? I mean, the crowd control from the Alpha 7 lineup, legit, right? This is going to be tough, but Bigatron have their own answer as well.
Ormson on the Liu Shan here. We've seen him pick it before. I don't remember which specific game, but to bring it out in a game 5 setting, just like what you mentioned with Danny's Fade, Featherfoot here, Mecha Frag locked in for BTR's roamer.
Oh man, this is gonna be good. At least now you can see here, they have a lot of crowd control on the other side, but on BTR's side, what they want to do, let's not fight. Let's find a way to just get the towers as fast as we can and get the space on the map.
Let's not fight. You just I had trauma. I was like, I've heard that before somewhere. With probably somewhere at some point. I'm a little bit worried for that one.
But hey, keep the worrying in game because this is game 5. We don't need to worry because we are not getting eliminated.
Yeah, that's true.
The loser of this goes down to the lower bracket. Leave them to worry about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, to be honest, I'm worried for both of these squads because I want both of these teams to succeed.
Now,
and that's the problem with this tournament because, again, you're going to have one of these teams be the loser. And
wow, you're too greedy on this, Gene.
Yeah.
So for this Alpha 7 on game 5's draft, this is the 5 heroes they lock in for BTR. They answer back
Kalau misalnya nonton dari tim dia
and Clash later here. But this is, ladies and gentlemen, game 5, the final game of our series number 3. With Alpha 7 taking over to the blue side and Bigatron by Vitality. On towards the red side. Casters, please, once again, take it away.
Oh,
As we get into this one, the pivotal game 5, the winner of this one moves on, continues on in the upper bracket. The other one will drop into the lower bracket with only 1 life remaining.
Ormson is going to be annoying here, just going to be seeing where Danny started. And that's what you want to do whenever you have Illusion in your team, right? You're very fast, nobody's going to be able to chase you, except for a lot of dashes once they get activated. But for now, getting vision is enough for Ormson.
I mean, it's going to be a lot on him in terms of that control. Then you have Tough Z with that truth. You have that little wombo combo. But again, it comes back to Danny and Y-Sacer. How do they play around these CCs?
Yeah, one thing that I love about what E7 did is that they swapped the lanes. The lane is soon onto the mid lane, clear the wave as fast as you can, so that BTR would have to really stay on the lane for now, and Neil is not going to be able to fast enough be clear in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's all about ensuring that, again, the teleports are going bottom. They're kind of changing things up. This is a good curveball to throw at this stage because Bigatron hasn't seen this in this series thus far.
Yeah, and from what we're going to see here, they don't want to fight the matchup, right? And that's what they're doing here. The random comes in, first blood for BTR.
Danny thought he would be safe on that ledge, but the Ocean of Tears, you have control. This is a bit of a problem. They need to be careful, plus you need to respect Zankyu's damage.
Yeah, and especially for that, is the brushes. You need to respect it. Even if you latch onto the wall, you're not going to be seeing anybody on those brushes. So you have to be careful about it. Now, Zankyu, Ormson, in position. Nobody knows. They have an idea though. Knockup's not going to come out. Y-Sacer might be in danger here. They don't have the ultimate until now, but there were 5 people on both sides.
Yeah, that was a huge commitment by Bigatron, and they didn't really get any sort of kills. This could be potentially space elsewhere, but it looked like everyone from Alpha 7 had converged because they were trying to protect the jungle, trying to get Danny get going again.
Yeah, they also had the same idea, right? Yeah. They want to do the same thing, and they saw some of the members of BTR transitioning to the bot lane, which is why they did that.
Very smart there, but it looks like the Crimson Golem now is going to be spawning, but now Bigatron, again, contesting. They have the vision. This could be a bit of a problem because he's constantly hounding him.
Yeah, Ormson is just everywhere. He's just going for it. He's going to be taking the Crimson buff for sure. We still have 1 minute 20 seconds for the next objective to come out, but so far, everything has been cool, everything has been great. Danny has been set back for a bit, but not enough.
Yeah, not enough, but this 600 gold, this is a problem. You never want to be behind a pay, but now you're a Zankyu pay?
Yeah.
This is going to be a problem.
Yeah, it's going to be a struggle.
Kelas lainnya masih
Right
seri ya
now,
duitnya.
Ormson's already level 4, has the ultimate. And also to survive, if ever he tries to take down the tower here, they're going to be dealing some damage, but there you go.
Slang.
Yeah, those
Tapi tim Goldnya menang BTR, guys.
Why Caesar right now? It's about
Menang
staying
1000 gold.
alive, getting as much farm as possible. Because
Itu, Cok.
Danny,
Manfaat dari
again,
sharing
giving up
gold.
first blood,
Lihat tuh,
he's
mid ya.
behind,
Sharing gold,
you need
sharing
to
gold,
pick up
guys.
slack.
Mid
Yeah,
lane,
one
mid
thing you
lane.
can understand here, they have the same strat, right?
True.
Both of their
Support,
junglers
jungle,
want
mid
to
lane
get
sharing
advantage
bareng.
in the early game.
True.
Because in the
Tapi
late
kalau
game,
ranked
it's
kan
gonna be
begitu, nanti
really
midnya
hard. But
ngambek.
Danny has it easier
Emang
because
mid
the bigger
ngambek.
objectives, he can take it easily.
Yeah, yeah. Which is going to be a problem come mid to late game. Almost all those tempers. If he's
Betul.
around and
Yeah.
he's able to get that golden
Welcome,
jade,
Ken.
steal, I think that
Selamat
they're going to be in
datang.
prime position. But Bigatron right now are like, hey, we don't even want to go to the mid game. We just want to end it now.
We just want to split push. We don't even want
Seperti
to go for the
biasa,
neutral
Zani selalu
objectives.
dikasih sendiri,
A7 is going to go for it. And because of this mid lane is
Soalnya
going
kalau
to
mau
be open,
ditemenin pun
they're
juga
going to be
nggak-
shoving the
nggak
way they
dapet apa-apa.
see where Danny
Bisa
is.
kan?
Will they be able to
Main
defend
bisa
this? Because
nama-
Danny is going to be here. Oh no, the defenses are down and that's going to be a tower takedown for the team here pretty fast and nobody's going to answer it.
I mean, nobody. I mean, they answer, but
Selalu
they
straight
answer very
tujuh.
late, right? The
Kasihan.
police show up a bit too late. To
Makanya,
this one,
mabar,
right?
mabar.
You're gonna
Always.
CSI the tower that's left, but the 4-minute
Digendong
mark
sama
taking the
Attack.
mid T1, huge win for Bigatron.
That's a big opening
dengan
for
big
jungle
siap,
on the other
siap
side.
gitu.
And Zankyu and Ormson has been doing that quite a lot this
Wih.
game. And right now, Infinite
Mahal
Passes
Josie
has
ya.
been pulled. Ormson is also pulled with a Silky Imprint. And Rhino
my
Valkyrie is going to be there, but he's still going to be able to run away in the end.
Oh, just too tanky. This is the
Makan,
problem with the Liu
makan,
Shan, right? But from
Selamat
Orson,
makan, ya.
the fact that he's able to stay alive,
Hari-hari menjadi
it's
lauk
all about
pauk.
that vision. And now Bigatron getting a little bit fatter with this first tyrant here.
Yeah,
Hari-hari aku
2K
menjadi
Goldie
lauk
at this
pauk,
early in the
Cok.
game, 5 minutes. And a 2K Goldie is a
Astaga, langsung
sizable
hujannya
lead
deras,
for
bro.
now.
Yeah, very sizable. This is a problem,
Habis
right?
bootcamp
You never
kalau
wanna
kalah
be behind
dikatain
the pace.
kolom
You want it
komentar.
close,
Ya,
if
setuju,
anything.
Cok.
Yeah,
Masa
But
udah
now
bootcamp
they
apa
have
Cina ya?
even
Pakai Cina
more
nggak sih
net where
bootcampnya?
this lead is going to
Terus
start to
kalah.
snowball, and it's going to be a tough sledding
Masih
for
mau
Alpha
check up
7 to get
dulu.
back to
Aman
this one.
Yeah, it's
saja.
going to be a tough one for them. Access
Aman
already built for
saja.
Danny. Still waiting for them to commit onto the any team fight because so
Aman
far
saja.
nothing has been happening. It's also because BTR doesn't
Ledek,
want the
ledek,
team
ledek,
fights, they just want to
ledek.
push.
Yeah, they don't need to, right?
Yeah.
It's not about
Ditemani
kills.
dengan
This
ASMR
lane
Tempest
matchup,
Dragon
or
ya,
sorry,
guys, ya.
this draft that they have with a pay is
Hujan
all
sudah
about
turun.
just taking objectives, just forcing it down
Tempest
because
sudah
you get
datang.
such a good lead going.
Yeah, right now to the bot lane, I think they're going to go
Hello.
for the push there. There's a lot of people here, and this is really hard, right? For the side of A7, because they
Pre-match
disable the
prediction.
turrets whenever he hits it for
Red
Delusion.
team
It's
has
easier for them to just
destroyed
Ini
dive in
somehow
and everything once
Liusannya
it's
works ya
hard.
guys.
Very
Padahal
different
pertamanya
situation.
aku
I mean, they were going in, taking the top
sangat-sangat
T1 for free.
skeptis,
You know,
tidak percaya coy.
no
Ini Liusan
real
pertamanya aku
answer.
pikir
I mean,
buat
if
apa anjir.
anything, Alpha 7, maybe you look
Tapi
at the
ternyata
other lanes,
works, Cok.
maybe you get something, but all the lanes have to be in the perfect spot for you to do these kinds of
Tuh,
things.
Yeah.
hati-hati di OTW.
Right now
ya
for the
tuh.
side of BTR, they
Hati-hati
are... Oh no, the Vegas
di
were there. I
jalan.
think he was looking for that
Skibidi-bidi.
rush play for the bot lane, but because he wasn't able to get there as fast as he can, Tufts won't be able to get it.
Somehow
Ormson in
Liusannya sangat
position,
berguna
though.
ya.
Why Caesar
Kok
is
bisa
also
ya?
going to be spotted.
Kali.
Bottom lane tower. It has been disrupted again. That's an easy takedown.
Easy takedown. And they're just very
Tapi kalau
smart.
misalnya
It's
kalah,
not
nanti
the
kalah
end of
kayak
the
tadi,
world for
Cok.
Alpha 7
Tiba-tiba
if you're
ngeluar
watching.
langsung
Yes,
rata,
they're down
langsung
about
end, anjir.
2.3k at this point, but if you slow
Tadi
the
tuh game
game
sebelum
down,
ini
it's
si
all
BTR
about
juga
your
kalah,
team
guys.
freeze, surviving to about the
Dia mau
15-minute
engage war,
mark,
tapi
that would be
gagal.
ideal.
Yeah, Lady Soon
Langsung
gonna be
rata
scary.
5 langsung
Once we
end.
hit that 15-minute mark in this game, that's what they want to do here. Slow down the pace, don't get them
Hati-hati
kills.
ya, guys,
They're
ya.
going to be pushing, yes, but as long as the T3s are
Be
still alive,
careful,
it's still
be
okay.
careful.
Yeah, yeah. It's all about hope at this point. Gotta stay positive if you want to be in there.
Tas
But
Dharma
Bigatron
stole the loot.
making it very difficult.
Enemies
Putting
are
it down to
bewildered.
siege catapults. I
Kaget
mean, they're
kan.
doing pressure on the top T2 at the not even the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, look at what's happening.
di pojok kanan tuh
Bigatron
kucingnya
is
tuh bisa ngasih
forcing
komentar,
A7 to
guys.
very awkward positions.
Bisa ngasih
They're
fun fact
forcing
sama
them to react at
komentar-komentar
one point in
kucing
the
di
map,
atas.
but look at this. Tufts is pushing on the
Tapi
bot
kucingnya
lane,
kok nggak ada
everybody's on the
aksesoris ya?
top side, so the T2 is gonna get damage here.
Smart.
Tim
Macro
Songsaran
play,
juga enak.
push out the
Kolaborasi
waves,
sama ini,
right?
guys,
And
sama
it really-
idol-idol
they
gitu.
don't have any answers. Alpha 7 just waiting
Buat
for the
tim
wait down.
Song
And then
kayak
look,
Ice ya.
they're going to take the bottom T2 as well.
Oh, they're going to be
Kolaborasi
taking down
sama
the tower,
idol-idol.
stopping any members right here of BT or rather A7 from even going to the bot lane. Except for Danny, you can't stop him.
Yeah. I do what I want. All right.
Yeah.
I walk on any ledge. I don't care what any sort of fence or prison wall. Nothing holds
Kucing
me.
mo kok nggak poci.
That's true. And
Nggak
here,
tahu.
Zonky, look at what they're doing. They're doing the same thing. If
Kelihatannya
they're
kalau
not
di
successful in
Spectre,
doing on one side of the map, they go
emang
to the
Pols
other.
nggak pakai baju
And now, A7 is gonna follow.
Yeah. They're gonna take
Rasanya sih
everything, right? I mean,
Kalau
they're
misalnya
just gonna go in uninvited if you will.
Nggak dikasih baju
Yeah.
kucingnya.
Right now, they're looking for a fight here, but
Kucingnya
Fury
masih
needs to hit
redom.
some
Nggak,
imprint. Once he
nggak
does, that's gonna be an important marker
Kalau
here for
sama
the
idol
team.
lokal PH.
Even just throwing the disruptive deluge just to get a bit of that delay while they're taking the
Semua pasti
overlord.
bisa,
They're gonna take
bisa,
that one for
bisa.
free again. More
Semua pasti
pressure.
bisa.
This is a struggle. I mean, 8-minute
Enggak
mark.
sih, itu
It's
cuma
not
lagu
looking great. Your
buat ini ya.
T2s are still
IKL
standing,
ya.
so that's a
Pikir
small
itu juga lagu
reprieve in
yang
all
dulu.
of this. But now Alpha 7, they're just kind of going back and forth.
KIC
They're
tahun lalu yang
sticking
di
with
Indo,
like a
nggak ada
5-man
collab sama
group,
siapa ya?
just making sure that the T2s are not under siege.
This is good for Y-Season.
Yeah,
Right?
para
Because
golong biru
Y-Season is
pas-
just getting
Padahal.
a lot of money here. Yeah, he's getting a lot
Wih,
of gold.
Darma ya?
Danny, the two
Gila,
matchup
gila, Cok, udah
is
kayak
gonna
Darma
hit two
Fuji.
members right there, and Breath of the Wild is gonna get used, but A7
Nice try, Darma.
still was
Udah
able
keren,
to
udah
eject
keren,
themselves
anjing.
out of the fight.
Oh man, if the
Udah
rest
kayak
of
Dharma,
BTR
Kuco.
were there, that would have been
Gelo.
gravy. But Tubsy tried to go for the solo play. Not
Udah
enough
kayak
damage,
Dharma, Kuco.
especially against Danny and Villau. Kind of tough when you're getting pushed away by that umbrella.
Tubsy is trying, but now the Tyrant is open. Zonky is gonna
Biron-bironnya
be
biron
TPing
kekebalan ya.
Yeah, there you go. The Vanguard right there in the bot lane. He's gonna
Biron
be TPing
kekebalan
there.
guys.
Smart.
Fury doesn't know.
Uy.
Oh no! The
Uy,
Druid matchup will kill
mahal.
him. That's an easy Tyrant for them and a T2 on the bot lane.
Ini
Great
Cok,
kill,
baru
turned into a
support.
conversion. Exactly what you want in your
Roamer.
Bigatron. Now they're
Lebih
looking to take
tepatnya
the top
guys.
spot of
Seorang
T3 at this
support,
stage.
Oh
seorang
no, they can disrupt
roamer.
the tower if ever they want to. Armson's gonna go for it. And
Gila,
now the
Cok,
minions are gonna be
tulisannya
there. He's taking a
sangat-sangat
lot of damage,
berfungsi
but the
terhadap
T3
underrated,
is down. Force with
Meremehkan
suppression
dia.
is taking up a lot of damage, but they're just backing off.
Oh, no catch. No way. Oh, but
Tubsy has
Tubsy.
Wah,
the
anjing.
Blackstone, gets the Truth matchup too.
Mahal.
With the infinite fastest right there onto the back line, goes in flat forward. White Caesar is
Gila,
down,
longnya di belakang,
and now they
acak-acak
are going to
belakang.
be finishing everybody
Aman.
on the board. And yeah, there you go. Sun is down,
Nggak
but
jadi
it's still
aman.
a 3 for
Pulang.
2.
I mean, but Danny and Y-Stacer, those are
Mahal,
your win conditions. Both of them being down. Yes, Niap had a nice little
Mahal,
play,
mahal,
but it
mahal.
seemed like
Apakah
Danny
bisa
coming
BTR
in on that
menang?
one.
Nggak tahu
Yes, he
sih.
got Niels on and Ormson, but it's
Selagi
really
nggak
not
throwing
what you
kayak
want
game
in
yang
this
tadi
game.
sih harusnya bisa guys. Tapi soalnya tadi itu dia kalahnya kalah throwing.
The towers on the other side here.
Mati
BTR
mati satu-satu
are
dari
playing
tadi.
this macro so well.
Salah masuk
Playing it
war.
very well and checking the replay of how things were going in. I mean, look at the fact that
Tadi aja BTR
Zod
juga
goes
blunder, guys.
aggressive with the Infinite Vastus on
Gila,
the back
hujannya
line,
makin
taking
lama
out
makin deras ya.
Y-Stacer. Then you're seeing Danny here trying to go in. The numbers weren't
Semua
really
pasti
just
bisa,
kind of added up
bisa,
on that
bisa.
sense, and they paid
Semua
with their
pasti
lives.
bisa.
Yeah, now A7. This is gonna be
Semua
tough.
pasti
Natural
bisa,
lane pushing
bisa,
on the bottom
bisa.
lane. You always need to put somebody there. Tyrant is
Semua
open.
pasti
They're already
bisa.
starting at half HP on it. Zank
Hup.
is level 15. Danny, oh no, this is tough. They have to give it up.
Yeah, I mean, you could potentially go. It would've been
Semoga
very
tahun
risky
depan
if
besok
anything.
tim
It's a
buat
one-way
IKL
trick,
nambah banyak.
take it
Dengar-dengar
in,
Elvis mau cobain.
but probably not the time to do it. But Bigatron, maybe
Nambah
they're going
banyak,
aggressive.
boleh.
They want all the big.
Evos mau join
No
juga
problem.
boleh.
We're just gonna be taking this Overlord. They're not gonna be
Tapi yang
able to
penting
get
kalau
to us
menurutku sih
anyway,
harus
so
jalur
might as
itu
well.
guys, jalur
We might
yang
as well take everything.
Yeah,
kualifikasi
Give it for
terbukanya
free.
tetap
I mean,
ada.
we'll
Itu
take
yang
it out.
bikin
It's
seru
gonna take a
aja.
little bit longer, but we're so
Jadinya
far
bisa muncul
ahead at the
tim-tim kayak
11-minute
PSHK
mark to
gitu.
take everything.
Yeah, they already have 6 towers
Meskipun
down.
kemarin ada RVM,
Oh,
tapi
man.
ya
I love that
namanya
this
juga tim dan
solution is
komunitas.
working in this game though.
Yeah, it is definitely working. It's
Tapi yang
been
nggak
very
expect kan si
frustrating.
PSHK
It's been a
bisa
great
nyala.
last pick, and they've got tremendous
Itu sih nggak
value because,
expect.
again, disrupting those towers key for every sort of push.
Lebih penting naikin
Yeah.
kualitas tim.
Right
Nah itu
now,
makanya
BTR is
harus
already
buka jalur kualifikasi
poised
terbuka kan.
to go for the push on the top and mid lane. They
Jadinya
even
kalau
send the Shadow
publik-publik
Vanguard onto the
jago
top
gitu,
side.
kalau misalnya
So
bersatu,
this is gonna be
sebenarnya bisa masuk.
their time to go for the push.
Right now is the time. Alpha 7
Minimal-
right now,
minimal
just
kalau jago
sticking
kan bisa
around. The
dibeli kan.
T3s need to stay alive, but you
Oh.
gotta get
Jadinya
some
nanti
sort of farm
kualitas
because
timnya lama-lama
this lead is
membaik.
starting to grow. It's about 4K at this point. This is a
Kayak
bit of
itu
a
ada
worry
yang-
of a situation.
Yeah, Daybreaker's already
itu kan
built
emang
here for
sistem
White
global
Caesar, so
ban ya.
it might be time though for him to just go ham here, unless it doesn't work in their favor.
jadi software
Here
up.
it comes. The 10%
Tapi ini
damage
jujur,
reduction is
Liusan aku
gonna
nggak
be
expect
really
sama
helpful
sekali,
for
anjir.
BTR. Still have the gold lead, but Holmes
Ternyata
is
hero
gonna
ini
press
sangat
forward.
berguna, Cok.
How
Siapa
are they
yang
gonna help
berpikir?
here?
Yeah, the Shadow Vanguard. That's
Welcome,
the scary
Sabu.
part. Alpha 7 need to quickly burn that one before Bigatron goes
Tadi
in.
pertamanya udah
Disrupt
kupikir
the
bakal
tower,
pick Suang
and
Zi
it
banget
looks
kan.
like they
Ini
will
game kayak
try to
perasaan
hold,
belum
but
banget.
I mean, the
Yeah.
River Stride's not really doing too much.
Ini BTR kan last
Vanguard's
pick
still gonna be
support
there.
kan.
Armson is quite
Tapi Pertama aku pikir bakal visual.
If he gets pulled, he might get
Ternyata
killed. And now the tower's
ternyata
gonna be
liusannya
taken down.
sangat-sangat
No,
berguna.
it's still not enough. for the side
Tidak
of A7. They
expecto.
can't fight back.
Oh, this is a bad spot. And if you're looking to play
Masih
a
beda-
Pay,
beda
and
sama
this is
KPL.
why Pay is so scary.
Itu rasanya ngaruh
because
sama
of this,
hero-nya juga nggak
right?
sih?
The pressure that they have, the fact that it's sub
Ngaruh
13
sama hero-nya
minutes,
juga nggak
and
sih,
they've
guys?
taken all the T3s. Now, how does Alpha 7 somehow
Kalau misalnya
fall their way
jumlah
back
hero
into
kita
this
sama,
Yeah,
paling
we were
juga yang
talking
keluar
about
itu
it, right?
aja.
They just want the
Cuman ini
split
kan
push.
masih
They don't
masalah
even want to take
keterbatasan
the team
hero aja.
fights because they know they're gonna lose if they do. But
Rasanya sih gitu.
A7, for them to win,
Harusnya sih
they
gitu.
have to force something right now.
You
Tapi
gotta
ini
force
tadi
something,
menit
but
12,
I would think that you
udah hancur
try to
semua
maybe
turretnya
get
ya.
sort of pick off before you
Go
go,
for it
right?
harusnya.
Yeah, easier said than done because
BO
you see
berapa?
the
BO
position
5.
of Bigatron, how
Nyari 3
Zangyu
poin.
is just like all the way around, going
Yeah.
through, doing the
Semua
jungle,
pasti bisa.
wave
Bisa.
clears again.
Bisa.
But, you know, the
Semua
rest of
pasti
Bigatron, they're vulnerable. They do have
Oke,
some
cakap dulu.
numbers
Yup.
advantage that they can take
GWS,
advantage of.
GWS.
They have it. I think right now Tough Z
Aman
is
saja.
gonna be their target. But are they gonna be able to chase him down?
Wey,
What was
bisa.
that? That was so
Wey,
far
Darmaya.
away. The truth matchup
Wey,
pushed him
sayonara,
away.
my friend.
And as we said, that's what they want to do. But on the
Tapi
back,
langsung
there's gonna be the
dia
flank
balik
coming in for the
oleh
side of
beda dari
BTR.
belakang.
Is it gonna
Waduh.
work in their favor? Unbridled Outburst gonna be
Blunder,
there.
blunder.
BTR recognizes the weak point in their team. They lost one member.
Yeah,
The
lo,
pickup,
disiplin,
that's a good
disiplin.
starter.
Great start, and it started with Danny. I mean, you thought you were like, oh,
Katanya
why did he
tim pro,
jettison
tapi
so
jumlah
far
killnya
ahead?
kok
But he
dikit.
just kind of cut off the angle of retreat, letting the rest of them
Karena
go.
game ini
Now,
menangnya
Tough Z
kalau
is down
misalnya
for about
tower
20 seconds.
hancur,
It's not
bukan
the
nyari
end of the
kill,
world,
guys.
of course. Bigatron were low, they could not fight.
Kill
They
banyak
still
tidak
have
sama
the
dengan
towers to
menang,
kind of
bro.
push them away.
Danny right here has a lot of money.
Lakukan gerakan yang
so this is the
seperlunya
time for them
saja.
to even go for those executions.
Tidak harus
Bloodweaver
melakukan
also built by
kill,
Wise
kill,
Caesar,
you know?
so he's gonna be really hurting. Good thing Tough Z didn't even use the
Ya,
flash here.
ada
If
botnya kan.
we're talking about
Nanti ada
team
kayak
fight, this
semacam
is
botnya.
very close. The net worth is only like 2K at the stage.
Yeah,
They're going
in
in.
the back line with a good flash
Buset.
right there coming in from Neon, and he has to use it. The Infinite Fast is now down for the count.
Kasih.
They're using the pull, and Zon Q,
Balik.
he still has to Sage's Sanctuary. Goes to the back line.
Uts,
Gets
Dharma.
the truth from Wise Caesar. He's now
Dapat
down. That Bridal Outburst is there. Zon's still alive. What a great save coming in from Neil. The
Dharma lagi,
knockup
maju lagi.
saved him, and now BTR
Fade-nya,
has
fade-nya,
the
fade-nya.
option to go for the finish. Danny onto the back line wants to go for the
Mahal.
finish, and that's a double kill to the side right here of
lagi,
BTR.
sampai.
Last man standing is going to be
Mahal.
Fury. It's a 4-for-1, and BTR is going to look for the finish, but Neil got the pull with a silky imprint. Make
Dota
that
sama
4 for
tapi
2.
killnya puluhan,
4
beda
for 2,
coy.
but not
Soalnya
a good
Dota kan
trade.
emang
Not enough for
temponya dia
Alpha
pelan.
7. This is looking like Bigatron.
Gara-gara
is gonna
temponya dia
march
pelan
it
kan
down
kayak
mid.
mau
Fury,
masuk high
it's
ground
him
kadang agak
versus
susah
the
kan.
world.
Harus
Is
maksa
he
fight.
able to
Kalau
hold?
misalnya nggak di-fight nggak
BTR,
naik-naik coy.
the revenge has been served. They're gonna finish the
Lupa
game,
teman-teman bantai
and
ya,
this
sudah.
is exactly what they wanted. And they got game number 5. They move on to the upper
Tapi
bracket.
sengit aja.
Really well played by Bigatron. Just being able to close the game out, understanding
Yang tadi
that win
bantai-bantai
condition.
itu
They're
tim
gonna look
Malay.
at that last
Tim
team
Malay
fight
kuat
and see
banget.
exactly how things went poorly
Tadi
for
tim
Alpha
Malay
7
bantai-bantai.
because they had that moment. If they were able
Mahal,
to go
mahal.
in, it just seemed like with
Easy
Wise
win,
Caesar getting
matamu
picked off
easy.
early, it all crumbled from
Hampir
there.
kena comeback,
that was
Cok.
it. Honestly, man, they,
BTR
they
hampir
were
kena comeback,
kind
anjing.
of frozen
Yeah.
the whole game. They were frozen. Literally, there was a ladies' end there. Yes, that was a joke. But they were literally frozen the whole game. They didn't
Hampir
know
kena
what to
comeback,
do.
bro.
Ormson was allowed to just go in and out of taking down
Itu
the
tadi
turret.
fight yang di
Also
bawah yang
was
pas
so
Dharma udah
clutch
kena
in
pick off. Kalau
building
misalnya
that big
masih
of a lead
paksa
for
fight,
the side of Bigatron by Vitality
Itu
there.
itu
I
udah pasti
remember
BTR
that one
kalah.
play at the bottom enemy red buff.
Kena comeback bisa.
He was standing there and
Tobat,
he
Cok. Mereka langsung
knew
sadar, bro.
that Fury was in that bush when Zangyu teleported from the top side. They jumped
Tobat
on
dari
it and
gerakan-gerakan
made
gila, guys.
such a big lead for Bigatron by Vitality, and the rest at the
Stop
lead.
L
Last
gerakan.
fight, it was really the truth coming in from the side of the BTR Clash lane.
Yeah, and that was really tough though. I mean,
Glock.
literally, it was tough Z for the team here for the side of
Glock.
A7. They weren't able to do anything that game, but there was some glimpses of light when they were getting kills, when Danny had the confidence to move forward, but it was
Tim Malay ada udil nggak?
It was
Ngapain
too
ada
late, and again,
udil
we'll see it in the
Orang
highlights.
udil
But
aja
once
nggak
they
tahu
took out
gimana
that
ceritanya.
tyrant, and then they kind of kept going. Like there was really
Yeah.
no reason to fight at that point.
Yeah.
They were just fighting for the sake of fighting, which is not a great spot to be in. Once they got caught out, and then they were fighting like
Semua
what,
pasti
like 3
bisa,
on 5.
bisa,
That's a
bisa.
losing proposition.
Semua
the
pasti
item
bisa.
breakpoints were not there yet. That's why they weren't taking the fights. I think BTR accelerated this game
Semua
really
pasti
fast, and
bisa,
I think
bisa,
they were lagging
bisa.
behind. That's why
Semua pasti
A7 weren't
bisa.
able to do it, but it was still a nice game. Honestly, that series was
Better,
so
get
nice.
it.
Phenomenal series there, back
Better,
and
better,
forth
better.
here. And like you say, based on historical status here,
Yeah.
Game 1 BTR, Game 2 A7, Game
That
3
worked.
BTR, Game 4 A7, and what's next? We have on our plates Game 5, going over to Bigatron by Vitality.
But you said something a while
Bigatron by
ago. You
Vitality,
tapped Danny up.
yes.
That's on you!
That's on you! That's
No,
why
no,
they
no,
lost.
you're
lagu
supposed to
Harimau
tell that
Malaya.
story
Apa
after they
Harimau
won.
Malaya.
And that's my bad, right? You know,
Yeah.
because that was that
Ah,
moment, and had they won, I would have been totally flexible.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I wanted to call it out and just
Okay.
kind of, because I did dab him up, but now maybe I did curse him.
Tapi tadi tuh hampir kalah tuh. Tipis aja.
But let's go into the final item build for
Tapi
this
ternyata
series
Liusannya
here.
sangat-sangat
So
works
after
ya.
the series, we'll have the final series of the day here. But let's put our focus here first. It was Alpha 7 losing the series 2-3 against Bigatron by Vitality here. So IKL fans, your champions are advancing to the upper bracket finals. And if they win one more,
Itu rasanya
they
kalau
go
misalnya Bironnya
to
tadi
the playoff.
pergi ke
Yeah,
arah
you're
full
gonna be
damage,
proud
rasanya
if you're
menang
an
sih.
IKL fan. This is something that you should be proud of and
Mungkin tadi
should
harusnya
be
si
posting
Bironnya
on social media because this
main
team
full damage
now
aja.
with the improvement
First
had
item
a great
langsung
run
Torment,
during
terus
IKL
langsung
fall
pakai
and
Pure
now
Sky
upper
sama
bracket run
Froscar.
for their side here on the KIC.
Hey, look
Biar si
at
Bironnya
Ormson,
punya
though.
damage kan, biar bisa nge-press si
100%
Longnya.
kill
Jadinya Longnya langsung
participation
cepet langsung
on that
hilang.
last pick, Liu Shan. They trusted in it, and
Kalau tadi kan
he
si
delivered on his silver
Bironnya kan
platter by
susah.
securing the Game 5 victory for his team.
Bisa ngasih badan tapi
Chorus,
timnya
the
nggak bisa
coach of
nge-damage.
Bigatron, props, man. That last pick completely
tadi
catching
lebih
him off
bijak kalau
guard.
misalnya full
The
damage
Lucian was so good in this game.
Yeah, and they were looking at it, right? We
Cuma
were
saya
talking
tadi tuh
about
mending
it. Like,
harusnya full
they
damage
want
aja.
team fights on the other team.
Tabrakin
We
aja.
don't want team fight for the side of BTR. We're just gonna be pushing the
Dikasih
whole
tank
game.
ternyata
And
tidak
that's the
works.
thing, right? I remember
The more you
watching
know
this
lah ya.
now off stage
Buat future
for
match.
minutes plus, and they already got that
Mending
mid-tier
tabrakin
1
full
that
damage
really
aja.
allow
Biar
BTR,
bisa langsung ngasih pressure kan ke backline-nya. Biar backline-nya juga takut tuh sama Biron.
counter and make Danny further behind, which
Biar
sacrificed
kalau
a
misalnya
lot
ngeliat
of
Biron
room,
langsung kayak, wah anjing,
especially
hati-hati
Wise
cok,
Savior's
dikeprek
farm
sekali
on that
langsung
lane
mati
zone.
gitu.
Yeah, and they were already starting, right? One thing, MVP, who is going to be the MVP of this game? Is it Arti?
Gotta
be
It
Armstrong
hit the
W.
serve.
217 on that Liu Shan, 81,000 damage taken.
Tapi emang
But
jago,
if there
coy,
was
ini.
a stat to see how much
Tidak
damage
expect
dealt
juga,
was
coy,
turret,
Liu Shan
this
bisa
man
works,
definitely
ya.
deserves even more praise.
Nggak
I mean,
expect
the
Liu Shan
Lucian
bisa works.
the combination, the disruption, and then just being able to burn it down as quickly as they have, because they have so
Tidak
much damage
expecto.
just really played into the hands of Bigatron. Once they had taken all the T3s at like a very early point of this game, it was pretty much all she wrote because they had no answers.
Iya,
the
terus
macro
banget,
play that
hujannya.
they did during that game, right? One thing that I
Oh, bisa
found
berpotensi pakai
fascinating was
Fearless
that
Draft,
they were
Pak. Fearless Draft
forcing
itu yang mana
A7 to follow them.
Correct.
We're gonna
Coba
be
aku
pushing
cari
here,
tahu.
we're gonna be
Gila,
pushing here,
hujannya
you should
makin lama
follow
makin
us
terus aja.
so we can push the other side, which is very smart.
Dengan
To your point,
BGM
right, the reason why they actually happen is because of the pay and
Dengan
also
BGM
Liu Shan.
hujan
If they
tempest.
get things going, 2 seconds is all they need to destroy that tower here. But this is the play that I'm talking about. Ormson, he had no vision. He didn't know. He predicted
Fearless
the enemy
Draft.
to be there, and that is
Pick by
exactly
ternyata Pick
what led to
available.
this
Oh,
team
mirip
fight being
kayak-
broken down.
Yeah, those are the moments
Mirip
in
kayak
where
Global Band ya?
if nobody was there, that was not
Tumbang,
smart. But
hati-hati,
if
bro.
somebody's there, okay, that's a great play.
Mirip
He
kayak
used
Global
the-
Band, cuman
the
sistemnya
Radiance,
dia
Yeah,
check.
yeah.
So he was big brain. He was 5 in that
berfungsi
lane.
untuk dua-dua timnya kan.
And the one thing that's good about this fight, right, is that
Kayaknya kalau tim
there were
musuh udah
some
pakai
moments
Dharma,
that I
berarti
thought,
tim kalian udah
is
nggak boleh pakai
A7
Dharma.
winning before
Jadi
this
kayak
fight,
misalnya
so
satu
maybe
hero
they can win
cuma
this,
bisa dipakai
but
sekali
BTR
untuk kedua tim.
spaced out so well on
Secara
that.
total
Like
satu hero cuma
Zanier,
bisa
man,
dipakai
using
sekali.
the right to win, bouncing off Danny from further assassination here. And after this,
Surabaya hujan
it's
mulu,
only
Jakarta
Bilal,
dingin dari
it's
pagi udah
only Fury. You don't have enough damage to
Gantian.
really hold the fort in this final few moments.
But that is not the
Udah
time
berapa
to go
bulan
all
kan
in,
Surabaya
right? You're
nggak
down
hujan.
2 members at that point, and you're continuing. Yeah, you get, Zanq at the end, but that's really,
Gak apa-apa,
you
soalnya
gotta do
pakai
more than
Koyo
that.
dia.
You gotta
Gotta
fight
get
backwards
more
and
than
fight.
that.
That's
Si.
the moment, right?
Yeah, that was the moment. They tried, but they weren't able to.
Tapi
get it.
rasanya
But
kalau
you know
mau
what?
pakai
I love
sistem
this
Fearless
series
Draft agak
so much.
susah
I was
guys.
happy
Soalnya kan
casting
ngaruh
the whole
dari
time
jumlah
because
hero-nya juga
it
kan.
was crazy because it was such
Kalau
a
misalnya
back and
Hawka mau
forth the
jadi
whole time.
Fearless
It was like the first
Sabar,
series of
coba
the day
cek.
where Boom Esports went against Kagendra, and right
League
now
of
we
Legends.
are against Alpha 7. It
Total
also
hero,
went to a full
total
extent
champion.
of a game 5 here. So we have 2 full series today.
Yeah, but what this
League
series
of
is
Legends
much
tuh
better
punya
than I was here,
171.
right? I was supposed to game
Kalau
one.
Hawka
You
tuh
had the
cuman
first Tempest game, the whole.
You're
on
welcome.
KIC.
True though, true.
You're
though.
welcome.
Yet to have a slain Tempest though.
Oh yeah, that's true. Oh man.
Kalau misalnya Hawka
But
tuh
you
cuma
know what?
125
It was
guys,
great.
susah guys.
It was great to see you
Selisih
here.
But hey,
selisih 50 hero-nya
for BTR
kan.
fans, for IKL fans, they'll be happy because their teams have advanced to
Hero
the
signature-nya.
upper
Oh, hero
bracket here.
signature.
For Alpha 7, they are
Hero
in the lower
signature lu
bracket here. But
apaan,
let's
Bang?
focus on the winners here and let's
Tahu,
bring it
coba
over
aku
to Mara
gonta-ganti
to really face check on what happened in that game with an interview.
Dari
Take it away,
jadi
Mara.
bocil Alain, jadi bocil Youngjat, jadi bocil Ata,
Congratulations
jadi bocil
once again to
Biron,
BTR,
jadi
and
bocil
here with
Pati,
me,
jadi
Zach,
bocil
you,
Dharma.
Great job. You're finally
Jadi bocil
smiling.
niwe.
Because earlier I was just asking him,
Semua hero ku mainin.
why do you look so serious and stiff? What was happening? What were you thinking about?
The game or you?
You?
I'm smiling because you look so cute. Yeah.
Gila, coy, dia malah flirting anjing.
Just now
Bocil miwe.
we can add faster because I think today my mistake, you know, with doing that game, right? My decision.
Yes. Ya, segaya dia sadar
we
ya.
can add faster.
Bagus.
So that's why you're so serious. You were thinking about. I was asking why you were so serious, and it's because
Tiba
you were
jadi
thinking
HD
about
malah
the game again.
puji-puji.
Yes, because just now my
Soalnya
decision
yang
make
contoh
the
kayak
game
si
lose. Yes.
lapu-lapu
But you know
itu
what?
yang paling
What
bagus tuh
matters
lapu-lapu.
is the end
Soalnya dia
result.
pas
What matters
dijadiin hero
is that
tipa kan
you
ada
took
perubahan skill
down
kan.
A7. And
Ada
was
perubahan
there any
skill kecil lah.
special
Kayak reward dari
preparation
si sapinya
against
kan.
them, seeing as how they sent you down the lower
Kayak reward
bracket
si
in
sapi.
KWC? Special preparation?
Tapi yang kali ini eksekusinya dia bagus sih, yang si
Against
sapi itu.
A7? Was there any special preparation
Hero
against them?
signature Miladi.
No, we just
Iya
did
deh,
good
Miladi.
and come and play. Yeah.
Just chill.
Kalau yang Garuda sih nggak tahu
on
ya,
your
kayak
next
biasa aja rasanya.
match in the upper
Yang lapu-lapu
bracket
bagus,
group
Cok.
B, you're gonna be going up against Homeboys Black Shrew Esport. So is there anything you want to say to Musang King in an interview? I think you said what did you say? in
Tapi
the
hero
interview?
Malaysia
That
masih
you
belum
think
ada ya
that
guys ya,
he
hero Malay.
was
Better than me.
better than you.
Yes.
So is there anything that
Hero
you
Malay
want
masih
to
belum
say
ada,
to
guys,
him
hero
to
Malay.
challenge him going up against you guys?
I will prove to you you are better than me.
But tomorrow we shall
Coba aja
see
lihat tuh,
if you
beda,
rise
beda.
above.
Nggak tahu ya,
And
rasanya
you
mesti
know,
beda.
a lot of Indonesian fans are very proud of what happened today. Is there anything that you want to say to them in Bahasa?
Terima kasih kalian
Tok
hari ini
dalang
mendukung
kali.
kami. Yes, thank you.
How do you translate
Udah
that
masukin
in
budaya
English?
global, contohnya Arthur dan
Thank
Marcuk.
you guys today support us. Yes.
Itu kan tapi
Terima
dari
kasih,
ini kan, dari
Zaki.
ceritanya apa?
Let me get him out. Alright.
Kan mereka
Ang
satu squad
galing-galing
sama
mo din.
Biron eh, kalau
Once again, Zaki, congratulations. And we'll see you
Hati
in the
banget,
upper
iya cok, langsung
bracket.
kawin
Thank you.
sana udah.
There's lots of fun
Langsung saja
happening
kawin.
here, especially with our interviews. So always stay tuned. You never know what's going to happen. But next, it's going to be the last match
Ini,
of
Cok,
the day.
Vesaka
So
melawan
stay
Nong
tuned
Sim
only here
Red Fire
and
Force
on
apa-apa.
Kings International Championship
Tim Korea guys,
2025.
Vesaka lawan tim Korea, lawan Nong Sim. Ini kalau nggak salah Nong Sim ini brand itu Cok, brand mie instan kalau nggak salah. Nong Sim ini rasanya brand mie instan. Ini sama aja kalau misalnya tim Indo punya tim kayak begini jadi ini Cok, Indomie Jaya. Kalau nggak salah sih itu brand mie guys, rasanya apa namanya mirip paling. Perep. Apakah sang burung akan memasak mie? God damn. Mabar. Sabar. Berapa lama nih? Berapa lama, Cok? Haulung. 14 menit cukup, Cok. Ayo sus, segame sus. Segame, Cok. Mana anjing? Cepat. Mana woi? Yeah. Gila Cok, lagunya epic banget anjir. Team song 10 out of 10. Ntar ku lama-lamain anjing kok. Cok, main gak. Ini Cok, di sini on time banget anjir. Ini pun juga waktunya dimajuin kalau nggak salah. Harusnya kan jadwalnya jam 8 mereka. Lagunya bagus banget, ding. W song. Kilatnya kuat banget. Hati-hati cok disamber Zeus kayak kemarin dong. Kemarin aku juga disamber Zeus aja.
Kamu berada di kelas lane.
Wait away.
Pilih satu hero untuk di-ban.
Buang early-nya, hei. Rambutnya jadi keribung abang, mana ada. Dilindungi oleh gardu listrik yang tersambar kali. Awas kopi kanan lagunya, nanti tinggal diedit aja.
Giliran tim kita memilih hero.
Kalau misalnya dapat surat cinta nanti tinggal edit aja, cok. W song. Wey.
Giliran tim kita memilih hero.
Wow. Kebanyakan tank, cok. Kebanyakan tank, jir. Sebentar guys, kebanyakan tank.
Giliran tim kita memilih hero.
Shit, mah prank. Shit, mah prank. Pakai Jia dia.
5 detik lagi.
Jadi highlight game banget ya. Gila, cuma aku doang cok pick rank 1500 aja. 1500 saya pada nggak nyampe. Cah. Cosplay jadi paduka dulu,
Selamat
coba.
datang di Honor of Kings.
Friday
Minion
mode
musuh akan
plus
tiba dalam
chili
5
yang
detik.
good. Mantap.
Semua pasukan maju.
Kalau di in game ada cok pocongku swag banget anjir. Punya kacamata dan kawan-kawan.
Kebahagiaan kecil bisa bermakna besar.
Makanya aman.
Deburan ombak.
Serang musuh.
Mastermind.
Ombak tinggi.
Ayan. Well. Iya, tidak punya buff. Lumayan. Asit. Aman. Dia mau kesini loh, silakan.
Wow, keren.
Woyo. Tenang. Woyo.
Eliminasi di upgrade.
Ngapain? Wih, udah mati lagi. One shot banget, Cok.
Kamu mau berantem? Kalau gitu, ayo baku
Ultiku udah
hantam.
siap.
Kena.
Rekanmu telah
Dia yang
tereliminasi.
secure.
Serang. Kamu mau kabur kemana? Musuh telah
Kena.
tereliminasi.
Kena. Cangkat. Tembak Mano. Dus.
Apapun
Bro.
yang terjadi, jangan menyerah.
Iya. Itu, Cok. Our team works, bro. Tumben, Cok, tembakannya on point. Bisa tipu-tipu getah doang, Cok. Bagi nggak sih, bro? Bagi nggak sih, bang?
Selalu benar.
Ih, bijinya jadi piala KIC, guys. Biji di dalam towernya kan jadi piala KIC. Wow.
Deburan ombak.
Keren bet.
Musuh telah tereliminasi.
Wow.
Nggak ada keberhasilan tanpa pengorbanan.
Woi.
Rekanmu telah tereliminasi.
Ya elah. Mana?
Musuh telah tereliminasi.
Pikir bakal dibantuin, jir. Kepedean, Cok.
Musuh telah tereliminasi.
Pikir bakal dibantuin.
Overlord dan Tyrant sudah muncul. Balista.
Gamga. Gamgal.
Timmu berhasil menghancurkan tower.
Keranan gak sih?
Deburan ombak.
Udah dapat merah ya deh.
Ombak tinggi.
Ombak tinggi. Serang golem biru musuhnya.
Apapun yang terjadi, jangan menyerah.
Kena.
Godlike.
Good league. Double kill. Shutdown.
Musuh telah tereliminasi. Killing spree.
Kamu mau berantem?
Masa sih nggak ngedon?
Rekanmu telah tereliminasi.
Nice.
Kill.
Double kill.
Ace.
Mahal banget.
Timmu berhasil menghancurkan tower. Timmu
Mahal
berhasil menghancurkan tower.
Ada hutan.
Deburan ombak.
Hiburan ombak. Hutan. Masih 7 stack aja.
Timmu berhasil menghancurkan
Gara-gara
tower.
tadi aku nggak dikasih, guys. Gak kebagian aku.
Kamu mau kabur kemana?
Lang.
Ada lawan.
Lang.
Eliminasi musuh.
Itulah yang akan menguasai tujuh.
Jangan dikasih. Jangan dikasih.
Kita harus menanggung akibat dari kesalahan.
Bantai sajalah. Birunya.
Deburan ombak.
Blue.
Nggak ada keberhasilan tanpa pengorbanan.
Alright, everybody datang.
Berkumpul.
Red.
Berkumpul. Timmu berhasil menghancurkan tower. Musuh telah tereliminasi. Rekanmu telah tereliminasi.
Sampai harus menghabisimu, kau pasti akan
Double kill.
Jauh, Cok.
dari kesalahan yang ucapanku selalu benar.
Sabar, aku juga mau jungle kok, Cat. Sharing gak sih, bro?
Deburan ombak.
Sharing gak sih?
Kebahagiaan kecil bisa bermakna besar. Terjebak.
Woi, ngedon anjir.
Tereliminasi.
Rata cuy kita berdua. Yellow rata guys. Sakit begindang anjir.
Down. Killing spree.
Sakit begindang. 3, 2, 1.
Kamu mau berantem?
Thread.
Kalau gitu, ayo baku hantam.
Duitku paling bawah anjir. What the heck? Sabar.
Ombak tinggi.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man.
Mundur.
Ya, lapis lasik. Spider-Man, Spider-Man.
Ultiku udah siap.
Apapun yang terjadi, jangan menyerah.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man.
Ombak tinggi.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man.
Ucapanku selalu benar.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Udah cabut, Cok. Ada, bersih-bersih.
Kita harus menanggung kita.
Spider-Man,
Kebahagiaan kecil
Spider-Man.
bisa bermakna besar.
Mau naik high ground.
Berkumpul.
Salam sahabat, selamat datang, salam sahabat.
Overlord dan Tyrant.
Ada apa sahabat?
Maju. Timmu berhasil menghancurkan tower. Musuh telah tereliminasi.
Monggo silahkan diurus.
Kamu berhasil mengeliminasi musuh.
Dah, end gak sih?
Timmu berhasil menghancurkan tower.
Sudahkah Anda mendengarkan apa lagi? Apaan, Cok? Meme apa lagi nih? Pamit dulu sahabat. Iya deh. What the fuck? Intermezzo apa ini?
Semuanya serang Overlord.
Kamu mau berantem? Kalau gitu,
Tyrantnya diborong semua.
Akhirnya diburu semua. Sok atuh cek.
Rekanmu telah tereliminasi.
Nantilah.
Rekanmu telah tereliminasi. Musuh double kill.
What the fuck, bro? Throwing aja.
apapun yang terjadi, jangan menyerah. Deburan
Kamu berhasil mengeliminasi musuh.
Riko dulu nggak sih, Kak?
Gila. Drawing gitu ya.
ombak tinggi.
Rampage. Tawarmu dihancurkan. Double kill.
Dapet.
Ombak tinggi.
Red.
Timmu berhasil menghancurkan tower.
Kena. Lang. Dan.
Rampage. Ace.
On time. Mantannya sih dari gue bahasa kau bisa belum tahu. Ya nantilah.
Berhasil.
Nanti bro. On time aja. Wah, cuman S doang. S saya nggak dapet, Cok. Dia anjir yang dapet SS. Kalau nggak triple S, aku nggak double S. Apa ini? Kok kurang ya? Klaim event brewek. Bye-bye, Cok, jasnya. Pas. Man. Cuma nanti ke 10. Wish. Balik ke KIC.
Key all run. They took out likes of Maha in the play-ins and also in the playoffs. They beat BTR 3-1, by the way.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to doubt them. I'm going to go against the grain here because of the fact that this is still Nongshim Red Force. There's, again, Visaka, great that the fact that they were third place from the IKL. Props to them. We've seen Raven. He came from Team 1-2-3 way back in the Singapore the championship last year, so we did see that one as well. So we've seen some of the players. They have that potential going into this one, but it's going to be key going into this because again, Nongshim is still a giant.
And what better way of understanding where Visaka is coming from than to check out a little teaser video we prepared for you. 4 team lineup coming in for Visaka Esports. Take it away.
Kayak Indofood Jaya berarti kali ini. Gelap.
And here they are, Visaka Esports coming onto the stage right now. And obviously, as we've already alluded to, this is an open series team, but with a little bit of flavor that we was talking about before the walk-ins, right? Raven has international stage experience,
from the community.
This is what's going to bring these boys potentially the victory here against Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, Raven, the only Singaporean player that was from Team 1-2-3, but went to Team Revenant last year in the KC. But let's check out their opponent, which is going to be Nongshim Red Force. They will be a strong team coming up.
Nongshim Red Force.
Your KME champion, Nongshim Red Force, this is a team that, again, as Blamid pointed out, they actually wanted the spring and the fall. This is a team that has actually found their footing. They kind of stumbled at the KWC, but this is a situation where, again, they're going to look to be showing up.
It is really down to how they recover coming in from KWC 2020.
Tapi aku udah ada koin deh. Udah bisa dapat koin lagi kah? Koinnya ada. Ada lagi nggak? Koin. Bisa dapat apa nih? KIC, Special, All Heroes, and Skin Draw Keepsakes. Bisa dapat apa emang ya? Ini udah lengkap. Apa nih? Ini ada Grand Prize. Not available ya. Kenapa nih? 11:28. Ini skin apa sih? Skin Jing ya? Ini kan skin Jing. Ini skin limit. KWC frame border.
Hidup dengan pedang. Mati.
Shutdown. Phoenix Feather.
Bayanganku terpantul di cermin.
Jadi berdiri grand all purchase heroes and skin available for purchase in game before 10:30. Via mail within 30 working days. Grand price ya tapi ya. Oke-okean cok gacha.
I've been together for so long.
Five Guys, like the burger place? Oh no, I'm
Five
kidding.
Guys
I'm a little
Burger.
hungry around that time. We're getting into that moment, but it looks like the teams are getting underway, getting ready for this situation. Basaka Esports. I mean, this is going to be that moment, right?
Yeah.
The IKL, we saw Bigatron win it in match 3, but are they able to pull off yet another victory in day 1 today?
It will be definitely a good news for the IKL fans here if another IKL team gets to qualify into the top bracket here.
Yes,
but for Basaka,
yes,
it will
top
be a
bracket,
difficult
yes.
achievement to do so because they are up against Nongshim Red Force. Like you mentioned, the greatest red here. They have so much international experience, and if Basaka is able to get games and is able to beat them in a BO5, that could set them so far ahead in this tournament.
A lot at stake, right? I think that this is one of those statement games. I think that we saw in the KWC in the same GSL format, they kind of struggled because of the fact that they don't do very particularly well in the best of 3s, but we got a best of 5. They tend to be a little bit better in the longer ones.
They do.
I think like this is a flipped script, right? Whereby in BO5 settings, it really favors the side of Nongshim Red Force, but in BO3 settings, that's where a young squad like Basaka Esports tend to show up more.
I think it's funny that you're like, oh, the young squad of Basaka, like, you know, Nongshim, they're a bunch of boomers? Come on, what are you doing, buddy?
I mean, maybe technically in esports they could be boomers, but
years experience.
You're right.
It doesn't matter. This is a team that's won KME twice back to back. If you can do that, I would be happily classed as a boomer if that's what Nongshim can actually achieve, you know?
I mean, a lot of experience, and the team looked very strong in the KME fall, particularly this one. I mean, there were definitely moments where they kind of struggled. Genji had actually struck back, had some moments as well, but they were able to close out series, which other teams struggle to do.
And if there is a potential matchup that we want to be featuring in this best of 5, I think we need to lay eyes onto Raven, the import coming in for the side of Osaka in that farm lane against Siri. That's the first matchup here. The combat, the consistency on those marksman players. And then we take our eyes across into the jungle role. Haku going up against Nev. This will be two of the key matchups coming in for these teams.
Speaking of matchups though, it all comes down to the BP, right? So now we're getting into game 1 BP between Nongshim Red Force and Basaka Esports. And if Basaka Esports have done their homework, they know that Siri loves that Ali.
Yeah, a lot of, I mean, definitely he was like the MVP of that finals, right? In the KME, right?
It was.
And this is a team that actually, dare I say, has kind of been very like leaning on the success of Kung9 and Haku. But in that series, Siri really stepped up, really took it to the next level.
Oh, absolutely. Siri, Illusion as well. Obviously, FaZe taking a little bit more of a backseat, sort of like shot calling within his own role there.
Kemarin tuh kalau di IKL tuh kalahnya gara-gara kalah draft.
I'm back on KME, you know, like this is the typical kind of ban. But then a little bit more flavor comes through with the Agudo ban here as well.
Lots of jungle-centric focus bans here, just like the highlighted matchup that we keep talking about here. Luna, Agudo, and then you look towards Basaka here. They did their homework on KME champs here. Arti and also Pei first picks coming in from Haku and Siri both walk away here, but Nongshim they do indeed still able to pick up either the Dolia or the Maestro here, but they don't at all. They take away the Dolia here, break it apart, the Yangjian Dolia combo.
Yeah, breaking it apart and giving the wave breaker over to FaZe means that they can really kind of try and formulate one of those solid game-winning formats like obviously we're alluding to there, the Yangjian. They could even make Siri go into the later on, but hey, they've stole away the Yangjian, so that is not going to be the go-to card.
So we both Yangjian and also Yuhuan here, so two of the meta strongest Dolia refreshers has been removed from the poll coming in from the side of Nongshim Red Force here. So Gene, in your case here, Hall, what do you think Nongshin Red Force needs to be doing in the second stage of this draft?
I mean, right now it's all about this, like how to deal with Yangjian. I think that's all. I think it's got like a 100% success rate. It has been very difficult to deal with. The IKL special of the Yuan as well, but it looks like the Niza and then of course the Lu, that's going to be their answer.
Well, BSC showed this in series number 2 in today here, and right now Nongshin Red Force with the exact scenario, just on the different sides here. They pick up the Nutsa on towards either Haku or Kyonai. We've seen it before back in KME. They are capable of playing this.
No, you know that Monto's watching this game. He's having PTSD. Right? You remember that? That Haku was just so on point. He was just constantly bullying Genji's Monto in that one game with this Nutsa. So really, Visaka's got to kind of look towards their marksman and be like, right, we need to kind of package this marksman up and keep him safe.
Yeah, and the biggest thing that I'm hoping that they learn from the KME, and it has been quite some time since that league went out, was that they need to kind of curtail Haku a bit, right? He likes to go a little over-aggressive, gets out of position, and takes way more risk than he really should. If he's willing to play within the team, they're going to have a lot more success.
Exactly here, and we take a look towards the Saka's third pick. It will be Chano, an interesting and strong lane matchup against Series Lone Care, but my concern over this Chano here is there's sufficient peel to peel against Haku's double Skyfall on that Nutsa.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that ban at the end there for Visaka, they kind of like judging that Nutsa is going to go into the jungle, right? Obviously, we saw Homeboys BSC go into the jungle with the Nutsa early on, but maybe just like, hey, maybe if they do flex it into the Clash lane or even go into the jungle, we're looking at the lane here that could go into the back lane of the side of Visaka, because if you're looking at that back lane, you really want to be getting on a dive onto that Chano, right? Like, you want to be shutting him down in these team fights. You don't want to allow that sustain from the likes of Hugh.
Even here, I must remain true to who I am.
A lot of opportunities at this point. I think it's still kind of open. The Dharma is going to be picked up by Visaka here. Nongshim need an answer. I think Chung9, again, going back to the KME, didn't have the greatest of times. He kind of got, like, he was playing the Sun Tzu and the heroes. Been nerfed where it's not as strong as it once was, so his impact was very limited in the series.
Exactly, and then we talk about this, so with this pick up of Dharma here, that's a lot of engagement powers being set up for Saka here, but who are you realistically going to be engaging on? It's only on towards Illusion here.
Itu bikin landing base Dharma jadinya kayak stagnan gitu.
4 targets on towards Bao on this Dharma, it's going to be quite limited.
Very limited indeed, right? But I like the fact that Illusion's picked up this Nua, right? Like, Nua with the Lung is kind of complementing that Lung range that Nua has compared to, obviously, Lung's medium but feisty burst damage as we get into that late game.
Kalau kata aku sih mending
as we know and seen many times, that Illusion can land those ultimates from Nua very well. But they're going to be pairing this one off with
kekebalan nanti kayak tadi.
Again, just another kind of like team fight orientation.
Sama aja tapi
right? Dropping down that destructed Illusion.
It goes back to the question that we are asking just now. Raven on towards the channel here. So what's going to be fueling him? So I am interested in Gen Myth's Lady Zun here. It will be an interesting disengage if they could really lock this Nutsa in place, allowing the channel slowly chip away to the health bar of the Nutsa on towards Haku.
Yeah, a lot of appeal there, obviously, to the late game for Chano as well. But I mean, you've got to look at this as well for Visaka Esports in terms of like team fight potential. Like, you're looking towards Nongshim to have the front line of the Byron and the Nerdser, but in terms of sustainability, they're really got to rely onto Faye. So if Faye gets caught out, which we've seen in the KME, right? Like, whenever he gets Dolia, whenever he gets Diadea, he gets caught and gets victim of first blood, and sometimes his positioning in these team fights on picks like the Dolia and the Diadea isn't his best.
Yeah, it's such a Nongshim Red Force thing whereby they take it slow and steady, they scale very slow into a BO5, but going to Game 3, Game 4, and Game 5, that's where they start to kick in.
Can we talk about the fact that this Nongshim lineup is just so well synergized? Everybody has an amazing ult that can really take advantage of the Dolia Celestial Melody. They have a lot of damage. They have a very balanced lineup, dare I say. This is a good one.
I think the key refresh targets here will definitely be onto these few members here. Nua on the double Annihilation and also Nutsa on the double Skyfall. push the enemy back into the arms of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah.
And if it's a
Yes,
poking
yes,
strategy,
yes.
you will be refreshing the flaming palms on towards the long here. Those are the potential targets for this Dahlia here, but that's just me yapping. I'll pass the stage to you guys so you can break it down to me in game what exactly is going to happen
Mari
between
kita lihat
Nongshim Red
ini,
Force
Cik.
and Vasaka in this game number 1.
Oh man,
Seperti
I was waiting
biasa,
for you to stop.
kepada
Yeah,
Vasaka.
Vasaki, thank you. We got to that point here. But we're going to be in fourth matchup. Game number 1, Vasaka Esports going up against Nongshim Red Force. Everything at stake in this upper bracket.
Everything is at stake. I mean,
shit,
obviously not
shit,
tournament
shit.
live yet, but whoever loses this one is going to be one step closer to being going sent home, right? And neither of these teams, as we get started to day number 1 of this KIC 2025, want to be thinking of their prospects of going home.
Yeah, and I mean, look, losing twice and you're out? I mean, that has got to be the hardest thing going into this one, right? Everything, for me, it's like, if you lose that one, oh my god, everything is at stake.
Exactly. I mean, how many kind of opportunities in life do you get 2 choices, right? Because I mean, if you tell you why you got bad cooking, it's one time.
Oh, they find him, and Raven not able to leap away, and Jun Young is going to take a lot of damage as well, and it looks like First Blood is going to go the way of Nongshim.
Hey, this is another bit. I feel called out. I feel called out because I said that Faye may be the victim of First Blood here on the Dahlia, but he's just proved me wrong.
Yeah, proved him wrong. And Raven committed the flash as well, tried to just get to safety. Not able to get away. Not a great start, but it's only 200 gold at this stage.
Only 200 gold, but you can see here, obviously, Haku just using illusion to kind of just give over a little bit more of an aid to quicken up the pace and the tempo of that movement speed, and obviously the jungle.
Yeah, Nongshim are looking to be aggressive, though. I mean, if you're looking at the fact that, like, hey, Siri's not even in the bottom lane, he's going to make his way there. They were trying to go for a potential ambush to deal with them on the Jiangjiang, which could be a potential issue.
It could be an issue here for the side of
Nongshim Red Force,
right? Obviously, that dive into the back line, obviously, is now level 4, so obviously trying to proc that god mode that he has, and obviously get the resistance, so being able to kind of just take a lot more damage and then heal himself with that ultimate could be a means of destruction here for the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Oh, they're going to go Kung 9, goes with a Storm Strike, and Ball did not really like that one, didn't do too much to return, but now that he sees Haku, he's like, alright, I'll back off now.
I mean, do you not like a mace to the face?
No,
pokoknya seminggu cuma bisa sekali kan.
To be honest, I've never experienced it, so I don't really know if it's great, but I mean, just judging from afar, I'm going to rate it about a 1 out of 5.
A 1 out of 5. That means there's some enjoyment from it. But anyway, we'll get back into the action.
I'll take it. I'll try it at least once.
Yeah, okay. We've got 19 days here. We can do it, okay? But at the same time, let's get back into the game here. And right about a 300, 400 gold lead here for the side of Nongshim Red Force. You're kind of seeing a lot more kind of fluid kind of rotations here that's really putting that pressure known onto the gorge.
Yeah, and again, it's all about Haku still. When those rotations are happening, and he's sticking around with Illusion, who's kind of expediting the farm process.
Yeah, exactly. Just kind of like funneling it over to Haku. I mean, he needs to try and either get a lead against Nev's Yangjian so he can have a little bit of advantage, but XP-wise, Nev is ahead ever so slightly.
Ever so slightly, but you'll take any sort of edge. I mean, it's 3 minutes in, not the end of the world. Of course, you'll have that opportunity later, but it's all eyes right now. Haku, Nev, those are the guys who's going to get more farm.
Yeah, this could be trouble, right? If either of these jungles fall before this 4-minute mark, I mean, especially around about 30 seconds left, that Tyrant could be a free ride for the side of the Vasaka Esports, because you can see the clearly got the domination down the bot side of the map here, the Spirit Walls.
Oh, Siri did not want to use the infinite fastness, playing it to the edge. I mean, he's taking a lot of damage from those wolves as well, but he did not want to hit that trigger, realizing that he would be way more vulnerable later.
Yeah, that's the one thing about Lung, right? Obviously, just taking that damage from the Spirit Wolves, you don't have to be anywhere near him, right? But again, top side of the map here.
Yeah, a little bit more damage. Oh, they push away with the truth. Ball actually counters it, but Kyung9 under the tower. He's going to be chased. Kyung9 chasing him down to the ends of the earth. Got the Storm Strike doing a little bit of work, but he's not going to do enough. Kyung9 just scaring him more than anything else.
Yeah, just letting those minions are 2 damage to the turret, right? But at the same time, Vasaka is able to get that big objective down to the bot side of the map. Is going to be a bit of a saving grace here in terms of
ini biasanya kalau udah dapat first Tyrant langsung
smart there by Vasaka. They saw that Haku was in that top lane trying to go for the game for ball. This opens things up for that Tyrant, which is pretty much essentially open because you know that you have the smite advantage.
Yeah, but looking at that gold graph there we see there, you can see that obviously Haku is definitely had that enhanced farming from the help of Illusion here, because he's about 400 gold, which is probably about like a T1 item.
Kalau misalnya dari Kaya kan kayak gitu dia,
the means of a great team fight here.
Tyrant secure.
And look at this, Visaka can't even get back into the mid lane. Kyung9 is waiting around, and John Young, his spider senses are tingling. He knows something is astray.
He's like, someone is around here. I need some help. Can you give me some hints? But they're just stuck in this bush here. You can see Kyung9 just waiting in the wings here. They're trying to get that next kill onto the side of Nongshim so they can maybe potentially go and prioritize the Overlord here. But we are seeing a big priority down to the bot side of the map for Visaka Esports.
Oh, they're looking to go for this one. Haku fighting there are 3 members. That's quite a bit. But they actually find it. The Annihilation actually does a little bit of work on the ball, who truths him out of that. The Unending Sorrow, Haku still continuing to fight. 1 versus 4. He does get the pick up on the Baal, and Haku on the Nizza has just been a menace.
Absolute menace here. But this is what I mean. Like, if they have the defense, and obviously you saw that the Blazing Cape had been built, so that damage over time from the passive item, he's just going to kind of burn away at Baal, and when he's low health, he's already under a lot of stress.
Yeah, definitely a lot of stress on this one, but Siri taking the stress, all of that out on the top T1, taking that one down, and Visaka, the map is getting a little bit smaller, not the end of the world, but still not in a great spot.
Yeah, I mean, they've committed so much down to the bot side of the map, but they haven't got any result yet, right? Like, obviously, they haven't got that T1 down there. There's a potential, obviously, defending this Azure Golem, because they know that Faye and Kyung9's nearby, able to claim that up themselves, but a bit of a dive here onto Junyoung.
Yeah, Kyung9 just waiting for anybody to walk around, and he does again. He's doing the mace to the face thing to everyone who just walks nearby. And Visaka eating this one up. And yeah, you have a little bit of sustain with this Yuan, Junyoung, but still, you got to be careful. Somebody has to be face checking.
Yeah, Kyung9's like one of those annoying bullies at school, right? They think everyone likes to be bullied, but they don't.
Yeah, nobody likes to be bullied, okay? And if you are getting bullied, you should get some help out there, seriously, in that sense. Don't let them do it to you. But Nongshim, on the other hand, they are doing a good job of protecting their jungle, though.
They're doing what they failed to do in the early games of Season 3 Invitational, right? That was the biggest criticism that we had at Nongshim Red Force all the way back then, was the fact that their macro game wasn't great. But you can already see here that they're not taking huge team fights, and just making sure that their presence is known across the gorge, putting pressure into these side lanes before Visaka's even got that T1 down to the bot side.
It looks like they've cleaned things up. Their gameplay has definitely been a little bit different in that sense. The early game has not been their forte at times, and Nongshim have definitely done a much better job against Visaka here.
I mean, if you look at the tracks as well, I mean, late game definitely favors them as well. Obviously, with the Lung and the Nuwa, they're going to get online, they're going to do a lot more damage.
Yeah, definitely a lot, but Kyung9 eating quite a bit with damage on that one. With that Ocean of Tears, though, but Paul, he's going to be chased away. Siri is starting to do some work.
Yeah, I feel like Siri's spider senses was tinkling there, right? You saw that Gen Myth was trying to rotate into the mid lane, down to the bot side of the map there, so that could have been the catch out and maybe the bait.
Sewer Golem, this is going to be the big contest here in terms of how they want to go for this. Everybody from Nongshim, it doesn't look like they want to commit because they see 5 members of Visaka and they're like, all right, it's really not worth it.
5 members and one's taller than a tower. It's crazy. Like, I would walk away of that fight any day, but it's obviously playing to the strength of Visaka Esports as well. Like, they are actually commendably not that far behind in terms of gold.
Yeah, they're sticking around, which is all you want to be. I mean, yeah, you're losing some of those T1s have gone down, but the bottom T1 is very low. You can equalize it very easily.
I mean, Raven's doing a good job at obviously maintaining that lead.
Itu meskipun si Dharma kena shutdown sekali nggak beda duit
He's ahead of Siri. If they maintain that for Raven on this channel,
saya trigger waktu kan.
Yeah,
itu triggernya kalau misalnya kena musuh.
When you have a Yangjian on your team, I think that you're always kind of in it, right? You always have that potential to be able to just turn it up with that damage. And now Visaka taking the fight to Nongshim, they're looking to take this bottom T1 down.
Yes, and they do. They get the T1 top side of the map.
Makanya kalau misalnya jadi Klasen agak susah.
Esports and maybe even over the Overlord, right? I mean, they've got the pressure, the minion waves is in their favor.
Soalnya biasanya kan pasifnya dia ke-trigger nggak sengaja.
Helping themselves to that Crimson
Kalau
goal.
misalnya udah ke-trigger nyari stacknya lagi susah.
Damage is coming online a little bit quicker.
Yeah, Visaka looking very clean themselves. Take the top T1 and then just using all of those people into that Overlord, taking things away. Objective of objective. Everything is very efficient with their movements.
Yeah, playing very well to these timers onto the side of Visaka Esports. Definitely showing that even if you are an open series team, you can still play this game to the same level as the pros like Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah. Actually, just the quality of play has been quite high. Visaka really taking it to them. They're still within arm's reach of Nongshim. This is anyone's game at this point.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, both got late game insurance. It's not like kind of Visaka Esports drafts falls off within the late game, right?
Yeah, a lot of opportunities in that sense. But Kyung9 and Paul both of these two
Kalah
guys
turut
have been
tapi
just dueling
masih
in the top lane, but here come friends from both sides. It looks like Visaka have joined with all 5 members. Kung9 will take his, Phoenix or the Pheasant, and he will make his way on out.
That's it. He's taking his leave. He's like, you know what, guys? I got what I came for here. It's probably not the biggest objective, but it's still going to try and get us that ever so slight lead that we have in terms of the gold. But we're getting slowly to that 10-minute market. If anything's been proven today to those watching at home and here in Manila, is that 10 minutes is feisty.
Yeah, it's going to be feisty for sure. And look at the bottom T1 just went down. Net worth neck and neck. This is a perfect situation for Visaka. Understanding the situation of the game, it's about the objectives and being able to come back and do it.
Yeah, obviously using
Terus kena lagi cara.
But there's a Skyfall, he goes to the back
Anjir,
line, he's going to actually use his passive to stay alive. Gen Myth is there. Haku is still diving in, he does get the pick up, finds Raven, chases him down to the ends of the earth, but Haku's still skirmishing with 3, and now Kung9 is going to be there, and I think Big Brother is going to be enough to deter them from continuing on, but Kung9 says, not just yet, let's continue on. No, Visaka backing off.
Yeah,
Emang hero baru ini langsung boleh
use of the nerds are there, right? Obviously, we saw that Raven had a glimmer of hope. He was like, I've got Flash, guys, don't worry. And this was like, oh yeah, they got Celestial Melody. He gets to go back in on me and claim the kill. And then that only became a toppling effect, a bit of a domino effect here for the side of Nongshim Red Force. They got Raven, they got Val, they got the Tyrant, they got the mid lane T1.
Yeah, what's better than 1 Skyfall, 2 Skyfalls, right? Let's get on top of you. And Raven understanding that, hey, he is their win condition as well. He's being focused. That's got to be a little frustrating.
Oh, very frustrating. Considering they were kind of like neck and neck literally moments ago, but it just goes back to the point where he was literally covering. 10 minutes, something happens.
Yeah, definitely something happens. Jun Young eating a flaming palm for his troubles. They're just walking in. He needs to be a bit careful. Doesn't want to pop the unending sorrow, but the top T2 is going to be taken away.
I mean, those flaming palms must be a masarab, right? I mean, they're going to be tasty to take so many of those to the face. And he's getting to the point of the game. We saw the star break He's going to be doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's going to be doing a lot of damage. And that's the scary part. I mean, Raven has died twice, so he's been off the map. He's not been able to farm as efficiently as Siri, who's literally just been farming almost this entire game.
He's literally had a free game. Like, don't worry about me. I'm getting the bank. We just need to get online. I mean, you can see there, he's still only 300 gold ahead of Raven, but it's clearly showing that the burst damage from this Lung is a little bit too much. Heat to handle for the side of Visaka Esports.
Yeah, there's just so many mouths to feed. Haku has been taking a lot of the farm as well. He's going to be all the way in the heart of the enemy team. Skyfall right onto Raven. It is a focused attack, but it looks like Siri's already been killed, but he finds Raven. Haku fighting 1 versus 3 at this point. He is not scared. He needs to be a bit careful. He's taking a lot of damage. He has the shields. He goes right back in. Kung9 tries to go for Gen Myth. He wants to go for this one, and Haku continuing on. Paul has to flash away. Jun Young flashes as well, and Nongshim finding it, and they take down Paul, but Nev is looking to be killed as well, and they do end up finding it. Nongshim sticking around.
I mean, Nev held on for a little bit there, right? He was just making sure those squishier heroes onto the side of Visaka Esports were able to get back to base and maybe get a bit of a good defense here, but it's going to be the aggression of Kung9. Keep through these minions.
Yeah. Is there a better hero for Haku on the Nizza? I think it's like his perfect playstyle. Like, he's just always aggressive, fighting in the backline 1 versus 4 for eventually the team to kind of go in, but Haku getting shut down. Raven gets the revenge kill.
He gets the revenge kill. I mean, what's good about a kill is getting the revenge for your team here. I mean, Nev getting up in around about 5 seconds as well. Needs the jungler back online. Potentially here. There's kind of just get rid of this bleeding, right? The bleeding onto the side of Visaka Esports into that top side of the map is a bit of an issue here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit of an issue. But the Overlord being picked up by Faye. This is without Haku. That was very risky. That could have been stolen away, but they want to flirt with danger, and they will take that.
Just like we say in the UK, you got to risk it for a chocolate biscuit. And Faye did that, right? He got the treat, he got the wave breaker last hit, and was able to claim the rewards, which is now kind of furthered Nongshim's efforts here in that gold lead to around about 2k, and they're able to kind of apply more pressure to even one of these side lanes, because obviously top side of the map, it's just completely a mountain.
Yeah, but I don't want to risk everything for a biscuit. I mean,
it depends on what situation you're in, right?
Fine, it makes sense. Maybe you're hungry, I get it, but they're going to take that one. I mean, they're going to walk away, so I guess more power to them for taking that risk and coming out successful.
I mean, you clearly not like, you've not had a McVitie's chocolate biscuit, right? Because I mean, anybody would just risk it for a McVitie's chocolate biscuit.
Okay. Well, let me know when you can pass me one, and I will take it and see if it is worth the risk at that point.
Can we get some biscuits around here?
Let's try that one out. But Nongshim on the other hand, look, they're sticking around. The Tyrant is going to be the next big piece here.
Yeah, Tyrant, I mean, if
Dapetin poin
Visaka
daripada
can
Kalah
kind of
telak.
try and contest this one and steal
5
this one
1
away,
poin dulu lah.
it could definitely bring them back into this game. Obviously, they have still got to put a lot of avoidance and attention to that top side of the map, but getting this Shadow Tyrant really could put a spin back into that wave.
But look at how Nev is actually going to the top lane. The Shadow Vanguards are there. They need to deal with that. But, you know, again, Nongshim don't know that as of yet. They just see that Nev is off the map and they don't want to risk anything at the moment.
Udah ketahuan.
Yeah, there's no one kind of like diving
Udah sih,
on there,
commit
obviously,
Tyrant.
plug a wall thanks to the producers. They're kind of trying to create some ambience here. But you see that Nongshim Red Force are going to go for this Tyrant. They don't want to allow Visaka to get that one.
Yeah, taking that one out, growing the lead to 2K, but Kyung9 finding ball. He storm strikes onto this one. He does the damage, but they don't have really too much catch. The rest of Visaka are there. Everyone is going to just chill out, brothers.
That's it. A lot of the teams you've been noticing within KIC for today as well is like, we used to see them overcommit and then they would blunder all their opportunities and hope for that game. Kyung9 able to steal away that Azure Golem was beautiful there. Obviously having to use the ultimate, but hey, stealing that away from Nev is huge.
Yeah, actually that's the biggest thing. The biggest takeaway over the time of the global release of Honor of Kings is that the teams have leveled up. The disparity between them is actually getting quite small.
Very small, especially like between regions as well, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, there used to be a clear winner, but now it's sort of what we've seen today. Yes, obviously, Homeboys, Black Shrew Esports, they were very dominant, but the rest of the teams, that's kind of like they're neck and neck.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of what you expect. I mean, Sagi, even from the MKL, he's a bully too, right?
Yeah, he is a bully. He's a biased bully, unfortunately. But we still love him, bless him. But no, it's all about this game right now. I mean, 16 minutes coming into this one. It's getting around about the average game time we've been seeing for today.
It's getting close. I mean, we might even hit a Tempest Dragon at this point. It doesn't seem like they might get there because like Nongshim are not really putting the pressure on. They're giving a lot of space to Visaka, which opens up a lot of doors. This net worth lead is really not so sizable that they can't come back from.
Exactly. They're not upping the ante enough, right? Like they're just kind of like, hey, the pressure we're applying is working all this time. Let's why put it on even further? Because this means that there's a higher risk of them falling down. And if you look at obviously the kills, it's a very low kill game. 9 kills overall. Majority of them going over to Haku. So to me, it seems like Nongshim are only going into these team fights when
Tapi
Haku
from
is ready
kayak
to take them.
Visaka tuh.
And it's smart. I mean, Haku is still your win condition. Look at that lead that he's got, about 3K. He's just doing a great job of just ensuring that he's got the farm. Once he hits that critical mass, he's going to be even more on point. So Visaka understanding that timer, yes, the Tempest Dragon is around the corner, but are they even going to be able to see it?
Exactly. I mean, they might be able to, right? I mean, it's around about, what, 2 minutes and 40 seconds? Can Visaka Esports able to keep the Nongshim Red Force, the greatest red, away from their crystal within those 2 minutes? Is pretty much up to themselves, right? Obviously, there is a big minion wave down to the bot side of the map that's actually chunking away a little bit of that health of that higher ground turret, but it's the fact that it's only a 2K gold lead at this point for Nongshim means that it can still be flipped on its head.
Yeah, and look at how Ball is making the entire rotation. He's looking for the flank. He's going to go for a rear attack. They need to be careful. Nongshim do not expect this whatsoever. Ball has just been spun out. Now Kyung9 finding him, realizing that something is astray. And Ball, Formless is back to safety. Visaka, but Siri getting a little bit aggressive. Almost gets the pick up on it, Gen Mid. He pops on his dragon to get back to safety, but now Visaka limping away, and they're going to continue to just defend against these Vanguards.
Yeah, Ball went from playing hide and seek to playing catch me if you can, getting back into that base, but Kyung9.
Oh, they find the... But Jun Young with that unending sorrow shaking most of it off. Ball still up in front though, and now they find him. They actually get the catch. Kyung9 needs to be a bit careful. He got a little bit caught out. But now with the Heaven and Earth bow, Nev is trying to go in on this one, but he's not going to find much.
Not going to find much, but it's enough to push Nongshim away for now, right? Obviously, minion waves are neutrally going to be crashing in. Obviously, they have the super minions top side of the map here, so Nongshim are always going to have to kind of have help with that one. But for now, they might be able to go and get that Crimson Golem, or even contest this Tyrant.
Jun Young with that vision though, they spot this one. Nev is there, the Hound is potentially about to go if they want to go for this. But the Tyrant, Haku gets the smite, the Annihilation right on top just in case. Raven is a little bit low. Haku's going to go for this one, but Genmith has already been killed. This Age of Sanctuary onto Raven. He actually leaves away. Jun Young might not be able to get away. And Siri does get the pick off, and Illusion, look at how he's continuing on. Haku is not scared. He's going to continue to chase all the way down. He trades his life away, but it looks like no Nongshim with a 4-for-1 trade.
Bully was Haku in that whole fight. Yes, he died, but 4-for-1 trade as the crystal is laid bare in game number 1.
Yeah, it looks like Nongshim have this if they just go for the crystal, but Ball just trying to stay alive with this one, trying to go for this one, and it looks like game 1 will be going the way of Nongshim.
Nongshim with a... it wasn't like run away with the fairies, right? Like it wasn't as if like Nongshim was absolutely demonstrable. They were playing a very safe game, but it was a clear
Yeah, very clean game. That was the thing. It was very disciplined, and it seemed like, oh, why are they not closing it out? Why are they not kind of pushing it their advantage? It's because they know, right? We have such a good lead. All we need to do is just continue to just take them out, choke out, and take as much of the farm as possible, and we'll eventually just get over that.
Exactly right. Exactly right. But Nongshim there taking game number 1 from the side of Saka Esports. Like we said, clean game, not the most destructive.
Yeah, not at all.
Not the most destructive at all in that game number 1 here, but it was the Nongshim playstyle. That's why when we talk about Nongshim Red Force, their average game time usually looks around about 60 to 20 minutes. That's their usual comfort zone. We came from
sesuai sama
we
dengan
casted the game before.
Tapi pas menit 5 yang pas gerakan pas connect ke Farblade
You can't tell them that. They'll think we've got a bias against Nongshim Red Force. I mean, we're all faces very familiar to the KME. Wipe that from your memory. We are not biased. We want Vasaka to do well.
Now, I do think that Vasaka held on pretty strong, even though that Nongshim Red Force, in terms of the map movement and the jungle resource control, was always in their favor, but in terms of the goal, it was always down to almost like 2,000 equal for both teams. 2,000 at about 50,000 economy for both teams.
Hari ini aku nggak
It's not the big as I would say.
Yeah, and actually that's how Vasaka could have come
Pertama
back.
tadi siang aja si Kagendra kalah aja aku nggak expect. Tiba-tiba mereka pas late game
They had their
langsung
moments, but it's just like Nongshim just in the end with some of those team fights.
Tadi juga
Haku was
BTR
just too
nggak
big in the
expect.
end.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like you said, the 2K gold
sangat-sangat
lead is
oke.
not enough to kind of try and basically keep
Yang
a
tadi
lead for
ekspektasi si
yourself. Like I
tim
said,
Malai
you could have just
si
flicked it ahead of
BSE tadi batai-batai sesuai
tail there,
ekspektasi.
right? Like, but Raven, when he started getting taken out by Haku, that was the real problem here for the side of Asaka.
Now, this goes back to the pick and bans that we talk about, right? Who realistically is going to keep Raven away from Haku? One Skyfall, yeah, maybe you can do it with the Destructive Deluge coming in from the ladies and on Gender. But Skyfall coming in with the Dolia refresh though. You saw how well they played it. First Skyfall in that final fight was to take away Raven's Sage Sanctuary. The second one is to decimate him across the map.
And it wasn't
si
that
Chanoya mau mukulin Nejaya nggak mati-mati.
Okay, look, Haku, every time he would go in, Vasaka has like an understanding that Raven was going to get jumped. They all grouped.
Yes.
But Haku was like still fighting 1 versus 4.
Yeah.
He was not scared, right? He was constantly putting the pressure on.
But yeah, Tanky Boy is going to be Haku here for the side of Nongshim Red Force. And you can kind of see here, with the damage taken, 103k damage taken. That's a lot of damage in a 19-minute game.
And you have to put the perspective as well. This is not a fight-heavy game. It was always just Nongshim Red Force picking a few kills, backing off, rinse and repeat, and taking on that final fight to put the nail in towards the coffin here. So those are
tadi juga kena itu kan, kena combo yang tua sama
Nejaya. We talk about here. It's a slow mountain towards a not so high of a peak.
Nuanya tiba-tiba kan buka map kan,
I mean,
pakai skill
Nongshim Red Force were playing kind of the lead, we're just kind of backing up a little bit, just understanding that we just need to control the game, take over the map more than anything else.
I think this is decent performance coming in from Nongshim Red Force, but if you put this performance against the top tier teams in the tournament, that might fight Nongshim Red Force back in towards that playstyle, because this playstyle, it's good on paper because slow and steady wins the race. No risk means no worries for the game-ending push.
Hard game bro, hard game.
Stronger teams though, it gives them a leeway for that comeback. But show me who's the MVP.
MVP's got to be Haku, right? It's definitely got to be Haku onto this nerd set, and it's such a good performance here, and just reminds me of that time back in the KME where we saw Monzo constantly get focused here. And that seemed to be the point, right? Like, if you've got a late-game marksman, you need to be putting that pressure on no matter the weather.
Yeah, very smart. Understanding that if they take out Raven, there's really not a whole lot of damage dealers to deal with the Neza, right? So Haku understanding, again, the objectives here.
And it really boils down to the pick and bans that they have set for the side of Vasaka here. Immediately locking the Dolia on first pick, baiting out Vasaka to pick up that Yuhuan and also Yang Jian. So
Tapi
if
kalau
they
di
can
ranked juga
formulate the
mulai
same
lumayan.
draft that PSE did against their opponents,
Sehabis dia di
elevate
buff kan,
during that
sehabis dia di
series number
buff.
2, which is
Jadi
this
banyak yang pakai.
Haku's Nerza pick. It works so well in this game.
Oh, absolutely. Access into the back line, putting the
Buat
pressure
TB
onto
buat
Raven
pick off
on, as you can
dua
see
ini.
in these highlights, right? He was not having a fun time.
Jadi
He was like,
jungle
hey,
ninja,
I had enough time to
jungle
gather
ninja tapi
resources,
item
but
build
there
dia
was
kan
nobody
pakai
to
item
protect
build
him,
tank
right?
kan.
Yeah, I mean, but how do you protect him,
Mesti
right?
langsung
That
ngejar
was the
ke arah
biggest
farm
question.
lane.
They didn't, like, it's one thing to be like, okay, we have to protect him, but like,
Ngapain cok
how?
farm lane-nya?
Yeah.
Di
I
pepet
mean,
sama DJ.
It's a hard one, but it's dropping the Destructive Deluge down, kind of having a buddying system here with Gen Mid. Could have really tried to slow down the Nerza, but it was the fact that they had the Dolia. So even if they use the Destructive Deluge, just get another one to wisp the way out.
Yeah, yeah, just really well played there. But again, just
Witchy.
Haku diving the
Kaichi
tower.
nggak sih?
It was like he was like trying to send a
Kalau
message
Witchy kan
on
udah
Raven
lama,
more than
guys.
anything else.
It's a stressful game coming in for Masaka's farm laner here. Getting double ulted by the Skyfall, coming in by the Nerza. Definitely, if I was me, I don't think I could do anything else as well. That is exactly what would happen.
Yeah, yeah. It's more about the team trying to protect you more than anything else, right? And
Hard, bro.
if he's diving
Karena
in, maybe you look to pull him away from the enemy team even further, but Haku
Farm
was just
lane-nya
so
nggak bisa main,
tanky
guys.
that it was very difficult to deal
Ditabrakin terus
with.
sama DJ.
Exactly the case here. So, okay, from casting the game
Cara
just
ya dari
now,
tadi dikejar sama
we
Ninja
saw,
ya, Cok.
okay, Noxian Red for a slow, steady pacing for the
Si
game.
si Chano-nya sudah berusaha sebaik mungkin
come
Jir.
back into this game number 2.
I think it's just obviously
Diketok pakai skill 1,
Do you think that
dikasih
Nongshin
trap,
would have
pakai
had
ulti,
a
masih
half
dong.
decent game if they didn't have the Nerza and Dolia combo? Like
Si
that
Ninja-nya kan
combo
juga udah
was
fed kan,
enough to put
dipukulin
pressure
darahnya
onto
nggak
Raven,
turun-turun.
and I think here for the side of Osaka Esports is if you keep Raven like just keep him safe. He will do the farm, he will get the resources that the team needs to get like a late game hero like the Chano.
Tapi ini Raven nih kelihatannya
No, I
farm
agree
lane
with that
lebih
because
bagus
of the fact
daripada
that like,
farm
there's
lane
really no
Noxian.
answer when you're trying to out-execute a disadvantaged draft.
Tapi VSA ini
right?
meskipun
It
dia
seemed
kalah,
like they
tapi
had a
dia
lot of
secara good
answers.
masih
Yes, they've
oke
expended
lah.
some picks,
Nggak sampai
but in the
kebantai
end,
banget.
the Neza hasn't been the most
Tapi
expensive
rasanya
of
emang
picks
susah sih,
in the
ya, kalah
PIC
draft ya.
thus far.
That's why we talk about this, whereby you take away the Dolia, you
draft
bait
tuh.
out so many of these strong picks coming in from the side of Osaka
Bukan
Esports.
yang
It's
Jan
probably going to hurt them if this goes into game 4 or
tadi
potentially game
niat
5. But
awalnya
the first
buat
things
deny.
first is, how do they break
Tapi ternyata
through
kelihatannya
the
tidak
slow
works
and
ya.
steady gameplay coming
Terbantai
in from
sama
Noxian Red
Ninja.
Force as a Versa fan?
They build
Global
the
ban, yo,
breakthrough road.
pasti guys, pasti.
So you can break it through.
Yeah, exactly.
Kalau
Exactly.
misalnya
Let me call Jet right now. Jemif. Build
kalau misalnya
breakthrough.
Hawkeye ini kan pasti global ban.
Easy. But I mean,
Pasti global
like
ban.
going into this one, I think that the biggest thing is that it's about tempo.
Okay.
Noxian set it up. They went early. They forced them back. They made them play their style, right? Where they were playing very defensive. You saw they were very uncomfortable throughout the game. The Sakuris.
Okay, now you bring in a very good point whereby since the game always delays to a 60 to 20 minute mark due to the normal Noxian Red Force MO or like the gameplay.
Yeah.
So if you are Visaka, maybe potentially think about going into the draft with a late game team composition with sufficient wave clear like the Princess Frost. So you wait for the enemy to
game ya.
blunder at the high ground.
Rekomendasi
That's how you come back
casternya
towards the game.
Vesakanya
That
coba
could be
disuruh main
a
Karolin
potential input that
Cuman
could
kalau
they
aku
can really go
pribadi
for
sih,
in their drafting phase.
Yeah, I think
Atau
it's.
menarik sih kalau misal dari
to
kalian,
comment on the
kalau
fact that
misalnya
it takes
kasih
about
late
16
game,
to 20 minutes for them to actually like close out the game.
Yeah.
That's how long it takes to cook the ramen
Agak susah
here,
ya.
okay? I think just give them a little bit of time
soalnya
for
kan
Noxian
Vesaka
Red Force.
biasanya kalau menang kan
to
itu
answer
guys,
your
udah
question,
template-nya dia kan
it's
harus
not the
menang Tyrant
greatest of
pertama
strategies,
bisa.
right? There are definitely holes in this one. Other high-tier
First Tyrant
teams
yang
will
menang.
make them pay on this.
Yeah, do you reckon
Menit
they're like they can hear the kettle click and
kelas
that's
lane-nya
like,
connect ke farm lane.
let's go.
Now's the time, right?
Let's the time. Let's
turret
get the
satu,
victory.
dari
Let's
situ
get the
udah
dub.
di
And then the
snowball
Tempest Strike
pelan-pelan,
comes around like, oh,
dikikis
you know what?
pelan-pelan.
It's gonna get too brothy.
Terus sampai dia
But no, Noxian Red Force here. I feel like I'm going to be on the
Tapi kayak
opposite side of this
template pertama
debate
dia
here.
harus
I
works.
feel like Visaka Esports need to draft an early game.
Template
combo.
pertamanya harus
works,
Because Dongshim have a little bit of a stumble in those early games. They're not the
Dapat Iron.
cleanest.
Yeah. And
Menit
I mean,
5
if you
kelas
take
lane
the fight
connect.
to them, I mean,
Farm
like maybe
lane
like a
terus
pay, you
berhasil,
go early
dapetin
game, you set the
awal.
tone. You know, take the fight to them. You invade the enemy jungle. Make
Kalau itu
Haku
gagal, biasanya
uncomfortable.
kalah.
Because if you're looking at this game, he was never uncomfortable.
Never uncomfortable. He was literally always into the backline. Even towards the end of the game, 4v1, he was having the time of his life.
And to make him uncomfortable, you first have to target him towards the pick and ban stage here. So in game 1, a pretty decent outdraft coming in from Noxian Red Force, taking the Dolia, immediately punishing Visaka for committing on both the Yangjin and also the Yuhuan here. So due to global ban pick here, even if they get the Dolia, they don't really have a good Dolia pairing here for side of Visaka Esports.
I mean, they can still go for, obviously, put Raven on the lung here and obviously go for that same kind of combo that Nongshim played in game number 1, or even pair it with the Dune, right? But at the same time, you are making a good point. We are into the second ban here for them. They're going to take off the Ching here for the side of the Soccer Esports onto the Gem Myth.
Exactly here. So lesser mid lane pull for both sides here. That's a Monsieur Nui, and that is a Yixing being locked out simultaneously for both sides here. Nongshim Red Force do indeed take off Luna ban here, and Arli being a focus on towards Siri and that farm lane.
Yeah, respect here. I mean, the Siri Arli and of course the Mai Illusion, both heroes that they go high flying on Nongshim. Very scary lineup. So, but we're gonna have to see exactly how this draft wants to go out. I thought the last time with the Dolio was absolutely brilliant. Now they're gonna go the Agudo.
Agudo here, I mean, it's a good first pick, right? Obviously, they can flex this either into the jungle or into the farm lane. We've seen farm lane today as well. So it's already keeping Visaka a little bit up there on their toes. Do they ban some more jungles in the second ban phase, or do they try and go for something that's gonna be like, you're okay, we don't know where that's going. We're gonna kind of lock in something else here for ourselves, maybe that bot side of the map.
But it's all about the sieging, right? Yeah. Like Nongshim win a team fight, now you have the Agudo, you're able to push, and you're able to just, take over the game, right? You suffocate. That's the whole point of this Agudo here. Now Visaka need to figure out a way to deal with this one.
I like the approach here. We were talking about like, hey, don't play late. That's where Nongshim Red Force gets comfortable. So bring it early, amp up the tempo, Nev and Bao. The Byron pay composition has been locked in for that early game tempo.
And I feel like the pickup of the pay here kind of forces the Agudo into the jungle as well. So rather than being a lane maestro, he's going to have to be put into the lane here. But I mean, another good pickup here for Kyung9. Great performance onto the party in the KME. And it's, again, just complimentary to the Agudo. Like, if you get Agudo and Vati in one lane, your turrets are going down like melted butter.
Both as well being locked in by Faye and towards a Roman roll here. So this is a very aggressive setup from the side of Nongshim Red Force. They want to fight firepower with firepower. However, the Nongshim Red Force firepower doesn't really get online until those two items start to kick in here. So it is all towards side of Visaka to amp tempo and punish whatever they can in this early to mid game tempos.
Yeah, but now they've picked up the Loon, letting Raven get a chance. He has that get out of jail free card, which will be huge. Because again, the Agudo is going to have a much harder time trying to jump on him.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, you're going to have obviously Motsu here, maybe trying to go use the flash, the think inside the box combo as he lands with even a bash here to try and get the catch out onto Raven. But late game insurance is going to be good. Banning out the console U is also going to be good because this is a very good lane matchup against the Loon.
It's a decent matchup, especially when you have the protecting winds on the Woodland Ranger. You can really play against Nev on that physical assassin and also Raven on that loan of a high burst on the physical damage as well. So banning that away removes some of the worry coming in from Visaka against Nongshim choices in the marksman pool.
I mean, if we're looking at this draft though from Visaka, it's like this is a lot of dare I say expensive picks here. Right? They're going all in. They are looking to. They're loaded for bear. They want to win this one, of course, but Nongshim, if they were able to outdraft this one and somehow counterpick and steal this one away, that would be incredibly discouraging for Visaka.
I think they would potentially go for a UGA pick going on towards the hands of Siri to really sustain that laning phase, beat up Raven in that laning phase, and allow Haku to have an extra strong lane to play around with to at least elevate that pressure coming in from the paid Byron.
Yeah, I think even the D-Ranger, or maybe even go and lock in something like the Hou-Yi, right? Like if they if they're putting this Agudo into the jungle, I think like a Hou-Yi, pairing that up with the Cannon Blaster, the Motsu, it's really going to lock one of the members of Visaka Esports in place. But complementing that mid-range, it's not quite the newer, but it's going to be the Ganon Mo here for Gem Myth.
Actually, I was thinking the Ganon Mo for Nongshim, but it makes sense here from Visaka, taking it away, and just, again, the damage that they have, kind of unreal. This is going to be a very scary lineup. Plus, you have the Byron to kind of just counter-initiate, but now Nongshim with the Chano to counter that Loon.
This is a decent pick as well. Like, you really want to match laning for laning, exactly what Siri is hoping in towards that farm lane here. So it's a very strong dual lane matchup for both Siri and also Faye with the Motsu and Chano composition here, and with the Garuda locked in. I gotta say, Nongshim Red Force, their range and reach is pretty darn scary in this game too.
Yep, second Garuda competition, right? I mean, we saw Kagendra play earlier, didn't quite get the dub on it because of the fantastic Futsu plays by Miji. But now it's maybe time for Nongshim to
Comfort
okay,
hero,
we have the
hero
long-range
power.
poke of the Cannon Blast. We have
Testing the
ultimate
water,
here from the
ajay.
Garuda as well. It's already going to kind of be lemising, obviously, a lot of damage onto Vasaka Esports before the team fight happens.
And looking at the Vasaka draft as well, it reminds me of the last season Exodia. You have the Pei Byron, you have the Zhang Fei, and you already have like such a strong early to mid game tempo, invades, control over the objectives like the River Sprite and the Fireball.
Apa yang kira-kira akan
Everything is
terjadi
falling
game
in
ini,
line
ha?
for this early tempo of the
Apakah
game.
Vasaka
in
bisa langsung
favor
ngejar
of
atau
side
akan
Vasaka.
kena
Yeah, 'cause I mean,
kucing-kucingan?
if you look at obviously Vasaka Esports draft, like the one thing they were lacking was either a solid
Combo
frontline tank.
kucing-kucingan
Yes,
nih.
Byron can pick up that piece if he really needs to.
Bisa dikatakan
or
Garuda
they need
rival
some
buat
healing. But obviously,
make sense.
the
Adu
Q1
range.
cannot be used here, and obviously the Dolia as well.
Sama
not being
combonya juga
used
kelihatan
well.
ngeri.
So they needed the Zhangfei. We've seen
siapa?
some really
Nongshim
great
ya kan?
performances on that Umbrella burst,
Si
right?
Garwe
Really
tembak
setting it
biji,
like a disengage.
Mojinya tembak
To your point
biji,
as well, like if you talk about the Zhang Fei, which is on the hands of Junyoung, he will play a pivotal factor for the success of Vasaka Esports because down to
Ngeri, jir.
final few moments, there isn't really solid
Jing hero-nya dia kuat
being
nih, si
formulated
Nongshim
around the
kan.
draft of
Buat
Vasaka
nge-push
Esports. So
turret-nya dia
it
kuat.
really relies on to Junyoung with that stun Zhang Fei to look for those big moments for the side of the IK Ultra C.
I think he's just going to look to just jump in when he can. But Nongshim, I really like this
Ada
Garuda pick because the
kemungkinan
biggest
Nongshimnya
problem is
bakal
that
langsung nge-stick
if they
5.
were to siege a tower,
Terus langsung
you have
bakal langsung
Garuda
nyoba
with the,
Carapace turret
just
kan.
kind of the wave clear, right? And like that's going to be on point, and it slows the game
Ya, saya
down.
sih lewat
Vasaka
tengah.
might stumble at
Menit
times.
5 lah
They
depan.
might stumble at
Menit
times,
5,
exactly. I mean, if
menit.
Vasaka Esports don't kind of have
turret,
that pressure in the early
dapat
game,
turret,
especially
balik.
getting Nev online, we
cycle
really
ya
see the
selesai.
greatest performance of Nev in that game go on.
Ratain
Trying to
kiri
keep up
kanan,
with
terus
Haku.
maju lagi
Haku
tengah.
always had that gold advantage, but now it's a
Ada
time
kemungkinan
for Vasaka's Nev to prove his name against Nongshim Red Force.
All right, and as we go
Dan
into this
sabar,
one, it's going to be,
menit 5
of
terus baru
course,
langsung gas.
game number 2, the 4th match, the last match of the day. Can Vasaka Esports somehow bounce back?
They gotta hope so, right? I mean, Vasaka doesn't want to be the next team that takes a 3-0 loss like we saw earlier for Elevate here. But wave clear is definitely going to be the name of the game here in this mid lane, and rotations to go and help their body down bot side of the map is then going to be their next point.
Yeah.
Connecting
It's
bottom.
all about this rotation. The wave clear is going to be key. But
Yeah,
Raven,
of course.
he needs to stay alive. Easier said than done sometimes, especially when you got focused like he did in game
Nice
1
man.
against Haku there. But again, this is the game where he needs to shine.
Yeah, I mean, really, he's going to be having a bit of an easier time, right? Obviously, he's on the lung here. He has the infinite vastness, but
Man.
there is ways for Nongshim Red Force to get onto the back line. They have, obviously, Kyung9 onto the party. They have Haku onto the Gudo, dropping Furball, gets that knockup.
Yeah. But
Kataku
Nongshim
udah
right now,
pengalaman,
it's
Garuda
about
dan
the
Ganu
poking and prodding.
bikin
They have the
tower
range
nya
advantage.
banyak,
You have Wild
bos.
Growth, you got
Siapa?
the Wings of
Charlie.
Judgment, you have Chano from afar. You have options, right? So you need to, like, they can play very defensively,
Tapi
which
si
kind of
Nongshimnya kan
counters
bosi
the
itu,
play of this
bosi
Pei
aku.
lineup.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, though, like, options can be a bit of a deadly one, right?
True.
Like, do they decide to go for one
Ada
team fight?
kemungkinan sih itu yang akan
The
terjadi.
approach is different to everybody. They don't quite get the
Menit
combo
5
there
nih.
or execute it the right way, but
Nongshimnya stick
that
tengah
could be the
terus
problem here
push
for Nongshim
tengah.
Red Force.
Yeah, and the Cannon Blast, that's going to be tanked. He did not mean to do that, but the timing was fortuitous in that sense. But John Young, about half-life, they're not able to get anything else.
Yeah, that's the one time you can run down the Zhang Fei pretty
Menit
easily,
5
right?
nih.
Pre-4 minutes, pre-level 4, sorry.
Ini ya tebakan gue ya,
Right
coba ya. Kita lihat nanti.
kind of
Ini menit
a
5, menit
second
5. Coba
burst
nanti kita
of energy and health bars. He's going to be a lot
Kita
harder
cek
to run
menit
down when he
5.
gets to level 4.
Actually, pre-level 4, it's a really sad moment for Jung Fei, right? You're not able to play the game that you want to play, so they're just going to wait for them to get that level 4 and then turn things up a bit. I mean, it does become a bit scarier for Nongshim in that sense.
Yeah, turn up the heat here. But I mean, Vasaka Esports are doing pretty well, right? They do have obviously the goal lead, but if you do want
kanan,
to
gak ada
get some
kejadian
arcane
apa-apa.
fragments or even some precious dragon crystals, you top play CDQ.
Oh, the Wings of Judgment doing some work, and Jun Young is going to give up First Blood. Siri, with just the final shot, gets that pick off.
But yeah, I mean, First Blood going up to Siri is a good situation, or
Masih
at least a
level
good
3 soalnya.
allocation of your resources here for the side of Nongshim Red Force. Really kind of almost blundering that lead that Vasaka have been building over this last 2 minutes.
Yeah, and Jun Young wasn't even level 4, which is another reason why he was able to get picked off, because without that Umbrella Outburst, no extra tank ability.
No tank ability indeed, right? Obviously, that's going to be scary for the side of Nongshim Red Force here with this one. But now, obviously, we get it into a close proximity of those objectives, right?
Yeah, and Ball and Kyung9 still in that top lane. Just, I mean, obviously I give the Byron an advantage here, but Kyung9 seems to be doing pretty well.
he does seem to be doing pretty well. Obviously, you just got to keep himself alive, right? Just don't give him the advantage to Bal into the top side of the map. But this is Kyung9. This is a guy that's been revered so much in that Clash lane.
Yeah, and look at, again, Illusion with that rotation, seeing where Net was. Like, they were looking to put that pressure on that bottom T1. If they take those early towers early, it's going to really just open up the door. And Illusion with that Wings of Judgment, just taking out all the creep.
Yeah, I mean, they do say love is an open door, but in this case, I think it's like kind of let the stranger into your base and lose game number 2.
Yeah, I don't know if that's an actual saying. We're going to have to find out. It should be now, that's for sure, right? But Noshim here, on the other hand, just kind of dealing with the mid lane. The longer this game goes and they're keeping the towers alive, it's going to be more advantageous for Noshim.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. If they've got the kind of like a safety net of those turrets, it's definitely going to aid them in this one, but all eyes are going to be on these neutral objectives now going forward. Obviously, the Tyrant and the Overlord have spawned here. We are seeing Saka Esports kind of formulate around this one, but at the same time, Nongshim are just buying time for Haku to get that Crimson Gold.
Yeah, it's all about time. Ball, though, is running a little bit low on that top lane. With the Tyrant being picked up, that's going to be huge for Vasaka. Now it looks like they want to kind of at least defend the mid T1. I think they'll be fine, but that Wings of Judgment doing a little bit of work.
Wings of Judgment, more like Winds of Suppression, you know what I mean? Like, they were really forced into that T1's corner, like quite quivering for their lives. But at the same time, Siri's been given a free get out of Jal card here by just using and getting that T1 down.
Yeah, and it looks like I'm just going to read this one verbatim. I started playing Oz because my friend asked me to try it. I didn't expect to go this far. The more I played, the more I fell in love with the competitive side. What keeps me motivated is seeing how far I've come, knowing there's still more I can achieve. And I think that Jun Young right there, just, you know, the props to him, because again, being able to play from the open qualifiers to here, this is a huge step up.
Yeah, I mean, he's not only just done it twice, right? Like, he's done it with, obviously within the MKL region, but now obviously within the IKL as well. So he's definitely a player that you can see that loves Honor of Kings esports, and this is what the great part of the ecosystem is able to kind of build, and this is the product of that as well.
Yeah, it definitely played, well played. I mean, this is the moment when Ball going for the backside, finding Illusion with that furball, trying to just go with the flash away, the thing inside the box, they do have him locked in, and Ball is going to be killed instead, and it looks like Noshim have made them pay.
It's such a... I felt like us giving that motivational speech there, reading his words verbatim, gave him a little bit of an in that one, but it just wasn't enough. It was that think inside the box from Faye was just like, hang on, we're not letting you get ahead of yourself here, buddy.
And they've turned that around. I mean, Ball is going to be right back up at that mid T1 at about half-life, but Kyung9 on the top line, he's been doing some pressure there too. Oh, but Siri gets picked off by Jedmit with those blades.
Yeah, that's the long distance there that really, I love to see Viganamo. When you see those couple blades come through, I mean, I hate to be on the opposite side of it, but when you see it in these competitive plays, it's just beautiful.
Yeah, and these players are so good at it, right? Just getting completely caught off, and the damage burst just really catches players off guard.
Oh, absolutely. You think you survived, then all of a sudden you're just like, hang on, is that legal? Is that magic damage legal? But I mean, at this point in the game, you can see that the magic resistance isn't going to be kind of like top-notch onto the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, but I like the fact that Vasaka, understanding that, hey, we got, you know, we did get the pick off. I mean, we didn't turn it into any sort of towers, but we put the pressure on, consistently making Nongshim react to your movement.
Which is what they failed to do with last game, right? Is get the reactive side of Nongshim Red Force, and arguably, Nongshim isn't the greatest reactive team, right?
Yeah, they're the greatest red, but not the greatest reactive team. I get it, okay. But Raven here taking advantage of this one, taking the bottom T1 for free. Now Ball taking a lot of damage, the leaping savior keeping him shielded up, so that's great for him. But the mid T1 has already been taken out.
Oh, catching two there, Faye with a cannon blast. I mean, we have to give props over to Faye on this Motsu, right? Like, this is one of his picks where you know he picks it, he's landing like 95% of those kind of blasts.
Yeah, he's been on point with that and just setting it up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Wings of Judgment, the biggest thing is just hitting him on point. If you're able to move around, it's not going to be the easiest, but the Azure Golem being picked up by Nev, he does get that smite.
He does get the smite using the Unbridled Airburst here as well, trying to force away the side of Nongshim Red Force. They don't want to take a fight around that Azure Golem, but at the same time, Bal is committed to the bit, right? He's looking to get that pressure into the top side of the map, looking to get that T2 takedown, but I mean, this is going to be Siri responded.
Yeah, it looks like Nongshim right now, this is back to what we saw in game one, the slow and steady, right? They've taken some towers, the outer ones. They have the mid T1 to kind of, you know, you have a bounce off point in terms of the siege, so that you have a lot of pressure now that you can put on Visaka in their jungle.
Yeah, obviously having access into that jungle is going to be a
Coba
wild
kita
path
lihat
for the side of Nongshim Red Force. I mean, they are ahead only, well, they're behind by 200 gold, believe it or not, considering they've got all 3 T1s as well.
Visaka secara uang sih nggak beda jauh.
More zoning more than anything else with Furball. He does have the Leaping Savior. He's going to be fine shaking most of this off, but you do not want to be pushed back. It's all about space being created for Nongshim on this Overlord.
Yeah, and this is what King going to do beautiful here, using that space bar, right? Just teleport down to the bottom side of the map, creating the space by wiping out those minions. Any kind of like advantage that Visaka had moments ago, it's just been neutralized here.
Yeah, neutralized there, but Nev picking up the Tyrant, you got to trade, and that's a great trade. Understanding the state of the game, you're not committing for anything, but at the same time, you're getting something to get yourself into this one. You actually have a lead as Visaka Esports.
It's the law of equivalent exchange, right? Obviously, you gotta take something to receive something within this one, and obviously, Visaka Esports getting that Tyrant, Nev playing a bit of a saving race here, but that T2 down to the bottom side of the map. This is the pressure.
Oh, the Umbrella Outburst. It only catches out one, though. They do a decent amount, and Siri's going to be the one that falls. And now Kyung9 is on the run. It looks like they find Haku in a bad spot, who's trying to just get away, but he's going to be chased. Trying to duel it. He gets on his bike, so to speak, and he's on out of there.
He gets out. He went 0 to 60 in the matter of 2 seconds, I feel like. That saved his life, but flashing over the wall is going to be Kyung9. Expanding that combat skill, but now T1 into the mid lane is looking to get opened up here from the side of Visaka Esports.
Yeah, great play by Visaka. Just putting them that pressure on, taking that mid T1, that's going to be huge for them. They find the fur ball onto a ball, but with that force field suppression, now he's looking to potentially turn this around. Finding Kyung9 with a sword strike onto him, and Kyung9 wants to go for Gen Miss, who actually flashes, and he does get picked off. The slashes are real, and Kyung9 with a double kill. He's soloing almost everybody, but he eventually falls.
Kyung9 going for solo leveling, but then get obviously diminished there after that double kill, but almost again. Nongshim trying to find some more here. The Cannon Blaster's being suppressive enough to keep Nev away.
Yeah, Faye actually tried to go for the flash, think inside the box. He did miss because Raven got on his dragon. He does get the safety, but I think through it all, it's only going to be a 2-for-1.
2-for-1, I mean, I'd take that one any day, right? Obviously, if you are Nongshim Red Force, it looks scary for you. Haku looked pretty low. I would be scared for my jungle in that point, but he was able to get escape, and Kyung9 got the results.
Oh, ball has been a problem. Finding Faye, who Peacebringer's back onto safety, but the Wings of Judgment is going to be real. He's going to use the human shield of the ball, and he does keep Raven alive, but Illusion gets picked off. Gen Myth with the blades, finding him out, and now the Shadow Tyrant under siege by Visaka.
Ganna and Mo with Gen Myth, he's just landing him. He's like, you know what, guys, 360 no scope. Let's get the kill onto Illusion. Let's get that damage off the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Oh, look at Ball with another human shield protecting the Tyrants from Faye's Cannon Blast, ensuring that they get it, and Visaka now in the driver's seat.
They are in the driver's seat. They have the Eagle's wings carrying them potentially here in game number 2. Try and get a victory over the side of Nongshim Red Force, able to get that Shadow Tyrant. Really is going to be the equalizer here.
Yeah, definitely going to be an equalizer. Huge for them. But Nongshim right now, this is a little bit of an awkward situation. They're behind, and Visaka, I mean, the way that they were able to find this, Kyung9, he tries to go in, makes that play, gets 2 on this one. Kyung9, the fatigue, man.
Visaka ini 2 game meskipun kayak kondisi kelihatannya kalah, tapi secara game masih menang.
But again, speaking of beauty, it's sharp, it's the couple blades.
Yeah, very good one. And Siri get picked off on that one. That's going to be huge. Visaka are doing it in that sense where Nongshim, I mean, they're getting caught out left, right, and center.
They are getting caught out here. Maybe they may be trying to get a contest here for that Overlord, but Nev is just running it down.
Oh, the Stampede. They find the Illusion. They get yet another pickoff. This is a big opening. Haku over the wall. He does get there, but the mid T2 looking to be under siege. The minions are slowly making their way there, but Nongshim, just again, this is so difficult for them to defend.
It's very difficult to defend, but it also pays dividends to that Zhang Fei stun, right? Obviously, Stampede stun, boom, you're locked into place. Illusion or Siri going down. That's a lot of damage being taken off the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, Shadow Vanguard in the top lane, but they want to just take the mid T3 because they've got the minions here with those blades from Gen Myth, who's been a sniper, taking that one down. The mid T3 easily taken by Raven.
Big improvement here for the side of Visaka Esports, getting the first high
Teori tadi kalau misalnya aku berteori, semua teoriku salah semua. Padahal aku pikir game kali ini si Nongshimnya bakal kuat banget si high ground ya kan.
Huge. It's only 12 minutes in, but 5K, that's going to be quite difficult for Nongshim to kind of weather. But now now Ball is taking most of Kyung9's shots, and Kyung9 looking to just pull away the Vanguard to buy a little bit of space.
Right, that space is what Nongshim need, right? Obviously, they don't want to be pushed all the way to the Crystal. They've been able to do it to Visaka Esports. They don't want to lose this game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, they cannot lose this game. I mean, this is a situation where Visaka are in such firm control of the game. It would be an absolute disaster if Visaka were to lose this one.
I mean, you look at Raven and Siri, right? Obviously, Siri's been taken off the Gorge 3 times, which means that Raven has had more time onto the Gorge to amass that 1k goal lead.
Yeah. And that's the biggest thing. I mean, this KDA is 202, and that's where you have that space. Siri needs to get going. He needs to really pick up this team. But if we're looking at the jungle lineup, Haku versus Nev, Nev has got that 2.3k net worth lead.
Even more impressive. But I mean, if we go up again, I mean, we go downstairs here, it seems a bit of a competition. But if you see Nev going up against Haku, he's again 10.5k to around about, I think it's 7 onto the side of Nongshim Red Force's Haku.
Yeah, and I want to be like, hey, at a certain minute mark, like 15, 16 minutes, Nongshim will be able to stabilize. They'll be fine. I mean, they've only lost 1 mid T3, but that's very Pollyanna of the situation. The thing is that Visaka have a lot of late game heroes. Like, you have the Loom, you have, Byron as well as the Ganon Mo. You can end this game.
Exactly. Scaling's going to be a great thing here for them. Obviously, we'll start to see Nev fall off into the late game as well, and Ball as well, unless he gets, obviously, some great initiations with the support of Junyoung on this Jongfei.
Yeah, and the Cannon Blast is going to be a little off the mark. Junyoung doesn't want to, pull the trigger on that Umbrella Outburst. They're going to take the Shadow Tyrant essentially just for free. No contest there.
Absolute domination in the jungle, though, for the Visaka Esports. You have to give it to them in this game number 2. They are really putting Nongshim to the test.
And this is something that we talked about in the pre-game. The fact that, like, Nongshim, they're great late game, right? And it seems like if they're able to hold it out, how can Visaka close out the game? Do they have enough experience dealing with a team that has, like, thrives in that late game?
Yeah, I think it's all going to be based around that new objective, right? Like, if they go for the side of the Shadow Overlord, if they don't create enough pressure here on the side of Nongshim Red Force, I feel like that could be the turning point here.
Yeah, it could definitely be the turning point, which could be, a bit of a thorn, right, in Visaka. How demoralizing would that be? Because Visaka, again, just full control, growing this lead to 6k at this point. They've been slow and steady, not getting out of position.
Yeah, I mean, they got to keep Siri in position as well, right? Obviously, just built the Doomsday. That's really going to be helping here. Straight down the Byron as well as that Jongfei.
Yeah, with the Winds of Judgment, he's trying to get it onto the minions, but it doesn't look like they're going to get too much out of it. They're going to take the top T3, and yet another big pillar in their defense down for the count from Nongshim.
Oh, Nongshim with the last stand in T3 into the bottom side of the map here. Means that Visaka has created that space we was talking about moments ago, right? Get the enemies Azure Golem, look to take the Shadow Overlord, look to get the final push down to the bot side.
Yeah, but the top lane is something that they need to be careful about. Nongshim have just a split second. They have the box. Ball, but he gets on the Dragon with the Umbrella Outburst. Junyoung keeping him alive. Faye has already been killed. It looks like they got Siri as well. And Visaka are looking to run it down. They've taken Illusion. They've gotten 3 members. And it looks like Nongshim, none of them are there. The Crystal is going to be wide open. And Visaka are taking down the Crystal. And we have an even series 1-1.
Kyung9 really trying to go back to base and clear out that last minion. But Junyoung was like, you know what? I'm not going to give it yet. I want this game number 2 victory.
Yeah, he's going to just easily take that one down. It's not about the kills. Visaka playing that one a very high-level game. For an overqualifier team, you're seeing how much they've leveled up through the IKL and just how much better that they got, because that was very systematic.
Yes, very systematic. Great draft as well. Obviously, we started to see everybody starts to come online, right? Obviously, Raven on the look. We talked about this within the draft that Raven was going to have a bit more of an easier time, right? Like, he was going to be able to use that infinite fastness, stay alive, but also Junyoung with this Jongfei stun was being phenomenal.
Tapi rasanya dari tadi 2 game terjadi tuh, aku masih bingung
ini caranya gimana ya? Bisa mereka meskipun posisi kayak kalah, tapi dia masih kayak lebih kencang. They didn't luck their way out to this tournament. They paid their dividends, they did their due diligence, and they made it this far. And I've got to say, Visaka, you were mentioning, they are looking so hot in this game too.
Very strong, very strong. The way that they were able to kind of dismantle the assault from Nongshim Red Force and being able to just take whatever they were giving, but taking it away in the sense that, like, they were doing it in full control, not getting out of position, not panicking.
Exactly, and to your point as well,
Friends.
Nongshim Red Forest, at the first few moments of the game, they were ahead by a bit. In terms of kills, map control, yes, they were ahead. But when they were on the over-aggression side, that's where we saw Gen Myths, Gan and Mo catching illusions over-aggression, turning it into their favor. And every play from there on out, it was Raven always finding Siri and Illusion towards the backline.
Yeah, I mean, that was a stipulation of the victory, right? Is the fact you have to take out Illusion, take out Siri, and then really the only damage is going to come from, or at least be a pressure with Young9 on that party, which it seems like Visaka Esports knew how to overcome that obstacle.
Yeah, and it's definitely helped by Gen Myth's plays, right? Once you have that man advantage, you cut somebody down, it makes it much easier, right? And he did it at left, right, like all the time. So he did a lot of damage. Just a really well-played game by Gen Myth.
It was really well played. I'm very interested to see what the itemization was in that game number 2 as well. Especially when we talk about itemization, I want to see what pathing of item that Raven went for. He went for the damage squishy one, whereby you go for the axe performance instead of the Starbreaker build.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to Starbreaker. I mean, overall, I mean, the defense onto the side of Nongshim Red Force would really be looking, obviously, the party here. But you saw it towards the end here on Haku, on Judo, not dying a single time as well. So obviously, not being able to get caught, but not being able to kind of tank enough to stop Raven's rundown.
But now, you take a look at the opposite again, the supposed consistent player that we keep prizing, Siri. Not the best game for the farm leaner off the side of Nongshim Red Force. He was 1 and 4 in terms of KDA, consistently
hal lain yang mengenai Visaka ini kayak
side of Visaka.
Yeah, it's just too much burst, right? He got caught out many times by Gen Myth as well. So he had some of the most damage. Kung9 had a decent amount as well, but this is a team that really did not have any answers. And going back to the draft, Visaka expending quite a bit in terms of the hero pool.
But I do think that although yes, in game 1 and game 2 they expended a lot of those hero pools, but what's important, they found their momentum on how they exactly need to play to fight against Nongshim Red Force. You can see, even though when Nongshim won, the goalie was like this. It was about like 2,000 at best. This was a landslide in favor of Visaka.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Nongshim Red Force are the greatest red, but the red is going in the favor of Visaka Esports the entire time. They just completely control this one.
They've deceived their own red title, right? They went on to the blue, and then that's how they lost. But at the same time, not only did they get a bigger fraction of the gold, Visaka did it quicker.
They did it quicker, they did it cleaner, and it was all due to the fact that Raven was their MVP player here. He had a lot of fantastic moments here, consistently catching Siri off guard, being the assassinator on this lone pick. He was everywhere on towards the gorge, especially when there are squishies in his sights.
Yeah, and this is why Haku in Game 1 was focused on Raven every time. Because Raven was like, this is what can happen, right? When you let the guy go, he's on one of his favorite heroes in the loom. This is exactly what you wanted in terms of a bounce-back game.
Yep, they bounced back beautifully on that Aoi in here. Let's check out the highlights here when it exactly made it for Visaka to come back into this game here. I gotta say, all these plays, really, Gen Myth on that God and Mo, finding all these backline plays is essentially what to be doing in escalating that lead.
Exactly. I mean, you've got the long range here, obviously all set up and assassinated by Judul as well, right? Obviously using Unbridled Embers just to create even more space for Gen Myth on this Ganon Mo, but at the same time, it was just the fact that Val was able to always just be in the face of Kyung9. Obviously phase check, but yes, here he gets the double kill, gets taken down, however. But that was the really kind of the only Hail Mary play that Kyung9 did on this party.
Yeah, to me, it kind of seemed like Haku on the Agudo, it just didn't really have as much impact.
No.
You saw Kyung9 and Siri like doing some damage. Siri got caught out too many times, but like the Agudo really didn't synergize well with the rest of them, which it seemed like they want to just go and do that damage, but the Agudo doesn't really fit into this.
I think it's a matter of gameplay, right, whereby the Agudo was finding a lot of these pushes, but Siri on that channel was consistently being caught up by all the members for the side of Visaka Esports. One moment we see Javelins jabbing the channel to death. Another moment we see Channel getting shot towards the wall by the Unbridled Outburst here. So he didn't really have a best of the game here, especially Siri or the Channel in the series at all.
Yeah, again, obviously Chano going against Lung. It's obviously seems to be a little bit of a Lung pick, right? Obviously, game number 1, we saw that Nongshim Red Force had the Lung, they won. Game number 2, they had the Lung. they win. So clearly the favored matchup here, even though Chana was able to put that kind of aggression in the early game with the Spirit Wolves, didn't seem to be an issue here for Raven, but that's because I feel like Raven is able to just amass so much gold.
Yeah, just too much gold. And the Chano has just really not been able to be, like, it's looked at as a counter to the Loom. The Wolves, the leader pack, oh, it makes sense. But the Raven, I mean, the Loom just has so much versatility. It has that toolkit. It's very difficult to deal with.
Especially when the Loom is like 3 or 4 items in towards the itemization.
Yeah.
You flash in with the 3-1 basic attack combo, immediately deleting any squishy onto the enemy team, using the ultimate and bail out towards to safety here. That is exactly what Vasaka's Raven did in that game number 2 that punished heavily against Chano on the hands of Siri.
Yeah, Siri did not have the funnest game in that game number 2, but I mean, this is a best of 5. Both teams are now 1-1. Whoever gets this one is obviously going to be a little bit better of a mental state here for either of these two teams, but Nongshim once again are falling towards these open series teams.
Yeah, and just struggling on that one. It's just one game. It hasn't been the series yet, so it's not a full planning. We knew it was going to go a little bit longer. Vasaka were going to be able to strike back. You saw that in game 1. They had that resolved. They were close, right? But game 2, that's when the execute happened, and they understand that, hey, Nongshim are vulnerable. We can take them down.
It's taking them down through the early game that Blam mentioned just now during the game 2 pick and bans, whereby you can't really compete against them in the slow and steady race here. So you flip the script. You challenge them in places that they are not so familiar with. So this gives Vasaka at least some sort of thinking room to say, hey, game 2, fantastic. How do we formulate a similar draft to game 2 to amp up the tempo and put pressure against Nongshim, to put pressure against especially Siri?
It was all about the early game, right? All about the early game. It was the Lung Nev actually being able to get and secure those neutral objectives pretty much every moment. I feel like they got the Nongshim got one or two of them in that game number 2. But BP, obviously, is global ban pick. Neither of those teams can now pick that Lung once anymore. So it's now going to start to kind of all come undone. It's like, is Vasaka going to start to shine going further into the series? Or is it going to be Nongshim Red Force?
I mean, the pay by Rain, that's a lot of expensive, you know, heroes that you just expended here. I mean, you had to have used it. I get it. It makes a lot of sense. But now, how do they react? Because Vasaka, you've gotten a great game out of this one. Now you need to dig deeper, and then your drafts might not be as well synergized moving forward, which is a problem.
Which is a problem because game 1 was really what Nongshim Red Force to set up the trap for Vasaka here, burning majority of their heroes. It was like what, Chano gone, and then you don't have the Yuhuan. There's no Yangjian. There's no like all these pictures. So it's very painful if you are on the Vasaka side here. But coming to the blue side here, you do force out bans like the Arti on from the side of Nongshim Red Force. That does allow Vasaka to visit things like the Luna, like the Maestro Nui, for example, if they want to go aggressive. Because look at the Liang ban. I am thinking they might go for an assassin pick for Nev.
They might go for an assassin pick here for Nev. I mean, it depends on what comes through after this one, right? Obviously, Nongshim, I think, did they ban out the Maestro Nui? Did they ban out something else? The Gudo here is going to be the ban for the side of Nongshim, really opening up some more of those expensive picks.
I'm not a huge fan of the ban. I mean, the Agudo, it's one maybe that they're looking as more of like a counter. Maybe they look for an Ogren themselves or something like that, kind of putting themselves in that situation. But, you know, again, they're going to open up the door for the Mai here, which is a little bit worrying. Genmyth could potentially fly on this one as well.
So now, this goes back to the same game plan in game number 2. You want to play fast, you want to play aggressive, and what better way of doing that than to lock into Maestro Nui and trusting in Genmyth. Genmyth was finding all those big targets in game 2 on that Ganem mode. It was Siri, it was Illusion, death under all those javelins. So right now, putting him on in Maestro Nui makes a ton of sense for the side of Saka.
Makes a ton of sense, but obviously the Huan here getting picked up, obviously can be flexed into the support role, but into the mid lane, obviously having that long range kind of CC is really going to kind of stop the area effect of the Maestro Nui as well, right? But Vasaka, they completely call out here. Obviously Haku normally goes for the Ogren as it's one of his trump picks here, but Vasaka's like, you know what? We want this one.
We want this one. We want to amp up the tempo, make sure that early game is super duper strong. Coming in for the first 3 picks of Vasaka, Maestro Nui, Ogren, and DRJ, they do one thing, and it is to win the lane roam, and then apply pressure on towards the map. That tree is exactly what we're looking at. But Haku though, going on flip side, locking in that Luna pick.
Going for the Luna here is definitely an aggressive pick for the side of Nongshim Red Force, but we have to obviously point out, obviously DRNG, the man is straight. He's able to get that legal immunity, right? So if Luna gets that mark onto him, if Haku tries to dive in onto the DRNG here, he can use that second skill to cleanse that mark off him, and it's completely going to kind of blunder the tempo here of Haku on the Luna.
Yeah, but it's also a way to get to the Mai. I mean, you kind of circumvent the Ogren, you have options to get there. And now Visaka need to be a little bit, do we go like a tankier style like Zhang Fei Lian Po style to kind of, you know, help with the counter initiation? Because once Haku jumps on top of you, you're going to have a bad time.
It's going to be difficult, especially when Haku jumps on towards you for the side, especially for Nev. You don't win the Luna in the mid-game team fights. You win the Luna by targeting her jungle. Make sure that she doesn't have a smooth early game. Remove the Azure Golem, remove the Crimson Golem. Make sure that this Luna is not well farmed.
I mean, it's a good way of contesting it as well. Like, if we see Nev play this Ogren very aggressive here, he's going to have the execute, which is going to make it a lot easier to take away that Azure Golem.
And so far, coming into the first 3 picks and first 4 picks for both these teams, I'm starting to look at Visaka in a much more advantageous way, especially in their early to mid-game department that they excel so well on.
I feel like they're going to drag the Lian Po into this. Like, if they can get another bit of front line here into the support role with some kind of sustain, then the Sakia may be the call out here. I mean, Sakia, we know that Faye loves to play that pick. When the DRNG comes out, this is a KME combo.
This is a KME combo. Visaka's been doing their homework here, so this is a lot of aggression coming in for Visaka here. With Bao on that, Charlotte has to make an insurance here, but Nongshim Red Force playing towards their comfort picks here. Lady Zen with the likes of Luna here, so lots of funneling will be happening from the pockets of Illusion going into the bank account of Haku's Luna.
Yeah, if you're looking at Nongshim, I mean, this lineup here, it's got a decent amount of sustain. They have the potential to jump in the back line. You have Mayin and Luna, of course, but then you have Visaka on the other hand. They have the Ogren and Secure. They have a decent amount of sustain themselves. This is going to be an interesting one.
Very interesting game indeed, right? Obviously the Lady Gen there being able to drop the Destructor Deluge, maybe trying to counter that Conductor's Souls, but you got to really hope here for the side of Osaka Esports that they're able to kind of just outscale in pace of Nongshim Red Force, get Ogren online a lot quicker.
Exactly. You funnel the resources in towards the pockets of Nev. Make sure that Nev is this unstoppable raid boss so that he can formulate those fights against Luna in that jungle department. Steal away the buffs, steal away the small camps. Make sure that this Luna on the hands of Haku does not have a smooth early to mid-game transition for those big team fights.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of big team fights as well, obviously Nev's going to play a big part in terms of getting that anti-heal as well, because obviously they're going to have the E1 here for the side of Nongshim Red Force. So team fights with Nev, with the Blazing Capes, got to be kind of like it has to happen.
We know the draft. Who are you giving the edge to, though?
Well, for me, at the very least, if we were to look at the early game, though, tempo goes over to Visaka here if they can find those early game markers here. But if it goes to the late game, though, I think it's much more of a 50-50 lineup here, especially Siri is on that floorboard marksman here. But that's all just theory here. We'll leave it to the pros to decide how it exactly goes out. Blam and Holler, you take the stage and you show me how it's done.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Sagi, we will get these crowd going through to game number 3 between Visaka Esports and Nongshim Red Force. Back to your question, Holler. I'm going to go with Visaka Esports.
Okay. Just the Ogren is just a little too much, but it looks at the Mulberry power onto Haku. He's going to be chased down. He actually out-sustains it, but now they're in a bad spot. And Nev is going to be looking to go down. Siri's doing his own work, but Siri gets a little low, but Nev has already been killed. He's going to give up first blood, just being very invasive.
Gets first blood, but takes away the Azure Golem here. I mean, did they get what they came for? Absolutely, but obviously, Visaka Esports were at the behest of that Guardian Spirit, obviously having to do damage reduction and reduce damage to the enemy team.
Yeah, that was very close, but Kyung-Nai looking to trade the flash away. Kyung-Nai dodges the Conchusive, but Illusion on the prowl. Faye is going to be there as well. Are they able to commit, do any sort of damage? No, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, no other pickups here for the side
Kalah
of Red Force, and obviously losing that Azure Golem and not being able to contest the enemy's Azure Golem as well. It's going to be an issue for Haku, right? Obviously, that cooldown reduction, getting to level 4 is not going to hit the same as it would if you had Azure Golem.
Yeah, it's going to be very different. Haku's been definitely slowed down. This is a huge thing from Visaka if they're able to continue, but now he gets a little bit serious. Oh, but the turnaround and they
enggak sih?
find them.
Ini
They get two
perebutan
members of Gnome and it looks like they're
perebutan
going to
top
be
2
very
tuh.
happy with that
Perebutan
trade.
top
That
2
was
di
beautiful. Obviously, we saw Hyung-Nine go in, trying to get the knock up there,
Masih cari
but
poin
then
mereka.
we
Cari
saw
poin, cari
Jun Young. He was just like, you know what? I know where you're going to go.
Cari poin,
Boom,
khusus.
gets the Mulberry Power, knocks him up, enables his team just to get that clear 2 kills onto the
cari
top side
poin,
of the
bro.
map.
Oh, that's such a disaster. Trying to force the issue, and then Jun Young, that counter play, making him pay for any sort of assault on that one.
Yeah, any kind of assault, any kind of aggression here, but at the same time, we are seeing Haku trying to get the dive onto the back line here. Not still quite having that Azure Golem. He's not quite
Memaksimalkan
optimal
potensi
within
di
this one,
early
so
game. Karena
maybe
kalau
just
misalnya sampai
focus
masuk
getting
late
the
game,
farm up, but once again,
tanpa adanya
Vasaka putting the
advantage.
pressure on.
Oh, putting the pressure on, but the Mulberry Power is going to be a little off the mark on this one, but Haku can't even get to the Azure Golem. He's got to be frustrated. This is a huge issue for
Sekarang juga
Luna.
ngelawan
Very
Luna kan.
huge issue for Luna. But at the same time,
Maksimalkan
Vasaka playing very
sebaik-baiknya.
well here. Looking to use that path of passing just to push away Siri.
Yeah, pushing them away.
Memaksimalkan
Gnome right now
advantage,
on the defensive, down about 1.2. It's only not even 3 minutes into this game. It looks like Visaka have gotten Gnomeship's number thus far.
They've got the number, and they are literally plundering the team of the KNE, right? This is the champions of the King's Major East Lane.
Oh, they get the pickoff on a Kyung9. Jun Young with his Mulberry Powers has been on point. Faye is solo as well. And now here come the rest of them. And if he loses the Crimson as well, this could be an absolute disaster of a start. Visaka forcing it down. Haku is on out of there, and it looks like Visaka will take away another buff.
This is the problem though, right? Obviously, they are playing very well. They're putting a lot of pressure onto Nongship, into the enemy jungle here. But to be honest, Gen Myth, he's not quite hitting the same as Jun Young, right? Obviously, the Mulberry Power, beautiful. Whereas those Katusans, they are going a country mile, not hitting the target.
All right, okay, you're a little harsh on this one. He's doing his best. He's trying to get there, but I mean, he's gotten some kills. He set things up for the rest of them.
Yeah.
But Jun Young, yeah, to your point, he's been on fire.
Absolutely on fire here, but obviously looking at the gold lead, it's still pretty much neck and neck here into the jungle of both of these two teams, but where the disparity starts to show is in that mid and into the farm lane as well as the clash lane.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, Haku so far behind, 2.4. Yeah. I mean, only 100k, it doesn't, or 100 gold, it doesn't seem like a lot, but you're a Luna. You want to be outclassing the Ogre. The Ogre definitely takes a little bit more time. He's a little bit slower, and now they're contesting the Azure Golem yet again. It looks like it's been taken away by Nev with another Smite steal.
Yeah, that's 3 Azure Golems, Hall. They're taken away from Haku onto the Luna here. And looking to take some more. The Tyrant, that could have been the neutralizer to that 2.2k gold lead right now.
I mean, they had all those buffs and they're just being aggressive. They're like, your jungle is mine. We're gonna take everything from you, and it's gotta be so uncomfortable. And Gnome this lineup, I mean, they need space to get that farm for Haku.
I've already said,
now they finding Nev, the conductor of Souls looking to turn this. Haku gets knocked around, and Nev gets the pickoff, making him pay. Visaka's doing some serious work right now.
Hello, Visaka Esports. What's going on here? Like, what kind of boot camp have they attended? Because clearly
gerakan kali ini berbeda ya guys ya dari gerakan pas bicara.
Yeah, they've been very clean throughout, and this is going to be a tough one for them. I mean, an Ogren who's getting the farm, he's getting the kills, and being up front with all of these towers. This is looking very dire for Gnome.
Very dire indeed. I mean, they've not even had like a macro play here as well either. Like, the pressure is just been put on by Raven. Raven hasn't had to be checked at all because the side of Nongshim, members always falling down. Yes, it's only a low kill game for around about a 5-minute mark, a kill per minute, but now we get another kill onto the board. Illusion gets taken out there.
Yeah, Illusion dying yet again, but now Haku, he hasn't been able to find his space. He's a level behind, doing a little bit of work on a Raven, but now Nev over the wall, putting a little bit of pressure on Nev, but Haku just pushing him away to 4 members. They're going to find Haku, they get the pickup, and they make him pay. How dare you touch Raven?
Yeah, how dare you touch the golden boy. He's there, just get that farm up, leave him alone. As you can see here, a 4.7k gold lead going over to Visaka Esports at the territory of the T2s into the mid lane of outside.
They found him. It looks like Paul, oh my god, barely surviving.
Katanya kan mau masuk MPL kan dulu, tapi kayak udah dimulai.
And he literally just dashes away, and all that space is given to Raven, takes the bottom T2.
I think it's very clear that Nongshim didn't throw the kitchen sink because they didn't get the kill, right? They threw everything but the kitchen sink, but now going into the back line here is just trying to scare away Raven.
Oh, but look at, I mean, they don't have a bottom team too. This is so early in the game. They put
Suatu
so
hal yang
much
baru,
pressure
Cok.
on
Ini
No
kelihatannya
Chip on the
rotasi baru
defensive.
nggak sih?
All 5
Kalau
members,
bisa
and they're
dibandingin
going to
sama
walk
yang zaman
into
sekarang.
Jen Myth, who throws out the Kachusin, gets on out of there.
Gets on out of there.
Ini dia rotasinya
This
baru,
Crimson
guys.
Golem right now
Oke, yang
between these
pasti
two
kalah,
teams.
bro.
Obviously, it's a huge contention here for the side
Dia
of
belajar
Nongshim Red Force
teknik-teknik
because
baru,
these
bro.
minor objectives have just been slowly bleeding away.
Yeah, slowly bleeding away, but it's because Visaka, their movements have been great.
Yes.
They've been able to make them pay.
Kirain
They've taken
tanpa
away
coach.
almost
Ada,
all of
dia
the
ada
buffs.
coach ya.
Maku, he has been starving for any sort of
Yang
farming.
season pertamanya kan dia juga ikut kan, tapi dia di
Nev is going to be pulled around. That might have been a little too deep, and it looks like he will fall, so they do make a
player
fake.
semua,
But they take the top
kecuali
T2.
jungle.
Jen Myth is going to be killed as well. Now they're looking to go for this one, but they're not able to
Terus
get any
nge-throw,
more. They've gotten 3 members thus far. A
Ternyata
huge
rata.
win for Nongshim.
Yeah, one good team fight was all it took there for the side of Nongshim Red Force. You can see
Oh,
here.
Kang9, he flashes forward, finding Raven with the legal immunity, and then they're going to bounce him around. They're going to do the damage. They get the revenge. The moment power is going to be on point, but that's going to be pretty much it. Nongshim striking
langsung
back.
disapu bersih aja,
Beautiful
balikin
play there by
semua
Kalah.
efek
He
itu
used the
hilang.
spike tail as a rebound, used the flash, got the
Langsung
distance,
saja dibalikin di
claimed
atas.
Raven.
Oh man, that was a huge one for Nongshim. I mean, they're still far behind, but they're giving themselves a chance off of that nice team fight there.
Absolutely, there's definitely going to be a bit of an open door here for the side of Nongshim Red Force. Be able to get that team fight, be able to get that T1 down to the bot side of the map, and just know that
Langsung balik
they
dong
can
Luna.
lock this bird
Luna
back
is
in its cage.
online.
Yeah, it's not going to be
Langsung
easy.
saja,
I mean,
Cok. Luna
Visaka do
is
not want to be
online.
caged off. You're seeing just how well they're playing. They've been very on point. A lot of it has been set up
Langsung
by
nggak
John
beda
Young.
jauh,
I mean, he's
Cok,
3-0 and 3.
Langsung
I
kejar,
mean,
guys.
it'd be great if those kills were on, you know, some of the other
Ini
cores.
M-botnya
but
Hawkeye,
I think they're
ya,
going to be happy with his
M-botnya
performance.
Hawkeye. Kecuali
Oh,
nggak ada
absolutely.
tim
It's
Cina
definitely
deh.
been a little
Soalnya
bit
kalau ada tim
greedy
Cina pasti yang menang
with
tim
those
Cina,
kills.
Cok.
Yeah, it would be
Beda-
nice
beda
going up to
jauh
the likes of either the Ozword or
Jadinya
even
semua negara
Black
kecuali
Shroud
Cina di
here,
sini.
but
Semua
the
negara
Saga
kecuali
are
Cina di
looking
sini.
to go for this next objective here, go for the tyrant,
Semua
put
negara
the
kecuali
pressure
Cina.
on.
Yeah, putting that pressure on Nongshim. All they can do is watch, and they're not able to get anything. Faye is taking a lot of damage. Oh, that Arrow Storm does some work on Nev, though. He needs to be careful.
Absolutely need to be careful. They need to kind of protect the Zakia here as well. Obviously, it is their real need of healing here.
Ya, gitu.
Definitely need some sort of sustain to continue on if they want to
Tim
continue with
komunitas yang
this
satu
push
lagi
here.
yang
But
nggak lulus
Visaka
nggak
doing a
ada
good
coach.
job of just
Ada
shifting
kalau
gears a
nggak. Itu
bit,
ada-
right?
ada
Let's get
coach,
our
Bro.
farm. We
Si
have a
RPM
huge
itu kan,
lead.
RPM.
Maybe we can catch somebody out, just
Ada,
making a
ada.
rotation.
Make the rotation, make it
Setahu
happen
sih
here,
ada.
but Kalah waiting in the wings, right? Like, this is the Stalker. This is what Mayin is meant to do, is just wait for that lonely target.
Oh, Faye is a bad spot. The unending sorrow. He's going to be chased. It looks like they want to go for Jen Myth going around, but Jen Myth gets caught out. The Ocean of Tears is on point, but it looks like they want to go for Siri, who's dancing around. Balu's been killed, and now it looks like Haku is looking to fight against Seer stated, but he does trade his life away. It looks like they've got John Young. Raven is going to be picked off, and now Nev. How does he fight against 3 members? He's gotten a double kill thus far. Nobody wants any action from Nev.
Kalah, you little minx. You saw him backflipping into the back line of the enemy team there. Like, he really applied the pressure on. Obviously, the damage coming from Illusion onto the Lady Jen. But he dies for the Azure Golem.
Oh, man. He was trying to be a little cheeky on that one to take the Azure and get himself on out of this. But Siri is starting to do some serious damage.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the Flowbolt marksman, right? This is something we haven't really covered within this one, but let's look at this instant replay for the side of Nongshim Red Force. Jen Myth committed a little bit too over-aggressive there. Obviously, getting caught out, getting CC'd, getting locked into place. Not really getting the results here, but again, Kalah masterfully coming in as they're all low health. Gets the kill onto Young, and then straight onto the back line of Raven.
Yeah, on Raven there. I mean, it looked good for Nev, but then this is the moment where Siri was like actually not hitting his Golem at all. He was going all in on Nev and made him pay. Nev tried to be a little cheeky on that one.
Nev just didn't want to live without his teammates. He was like, how can I be the sole survivor? I have to die.
Probably not great in the long term. I mean, yeah, you want to just stay alive. But I get it. He was a little depressed, and now he had joined them and now he's reincarnated. He's back with his friends.
Exactly. It's now actually no. Jen Myth is still waiting to come up, so they must have fallen down within that instant replay there, which is a little bit of a shame for the side of Osaka Esports, but. The Maestro annoying, as we've seen already with the KDA, you're looking at more assists than kills.
Yeah, more assists in that one. But look at the top T2, the net worth is completely shifted in favor of Nongshim, and Visaka are left wanting at this point, just watching that tower go down.
Yes.
Yeah, T2 goes down to the top side of the map here. Visaka Esports definitely been pushed back to maybe put themselves down a bit,
Angin yang ada di
trying to
Nick oleh
humble them.
Vesaka
It's
pun
going to be non-Red
dikembalikan.
Force to get them to take a seat.
Yeah, do something at this point because right now Visaka on the defensive. This is not where they wanted to be. They had a lead, they had an opportunity to really take it to Nongshim, but Nongshim just finding the gaps, good team fights to get themselves back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, Siri here, obviously, 9.6k to Ravens 8.1k. He's definitely going to start to show a bit of a blunder here for the side of the Visaka Esports. Obviously, using an Arrow Storm, he's going to be able to create the access into the back line and already do a lot of damage into the enemy team before the team fight even happens.
Yeah, that would be huge,
Yang
especially
sering
on
aku
the
lupa
net,
dari
who's been like
Global
the
Marksman
main
tuh
guy
dia
on
bisa langsung
Visaka,
diganti
right?
area gitu.
If he's able to just get whittled
Tinggal
down like
nge-cash
he's
skill
wearing
satu
paper
lagi.
armor, I mean,
Habis
he's going to have a
terbang,
tough
geser
time
lagi.
and they don't really have many opportunities to find a way to get onto Siri as well.
Advantage-nya hilang bro.
Yeah, unfortunately not for the side of Visaka Esports. I mean, they had the clear lead early on, but now it's slowly but surely going into the favor of Nongshim Red Force in terms of the gold lead, in terms of the pressure and dominance they have into the enemy jungle net.
Yeah, and it looks like, look at this moment in the mid lane here. Siri doing just a little bit of work in terms of the zoning, just pushing them out. The Shadow Vanguard is in the bottom lane, so you want to be pushing the mid-top as much as possible.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, just creating that pressure, creating the illusion into the bot side of the map here, whereas you go for the top side here. Nev looking pretty low, has to get out of that team.
Besok ada lawan siapa?
Taken down here
Lawan
by the side of Nongshim Red Force.
And this is a sad moment for
Nah,
Nev,
coba
because
saja.
in the front,
Pokoknya dia paling malam
he was taking
sama kayak
everything, and he's like,
Vesaka.
I can take everything. But Siri's got that point where he does some serious damage, and Nev has to respect it. He has to play a much safer.
Oh, absolutely. If he wants to maintain his life, then yep, play safer is going to be the name of the game here for the side of Visaka Esports. But now, Nongshim are taking no prisoners. They're going for the T3s. They're going for the jugular.
Yeah, they're wrapping around. They find him, and they do a decent amount. They find Raven. That's a huge win for them. Ball flashes away, but he actually walks into the arms of Haku. They're taking the bottom T3. Nev is trying to fight this one out. The Conductor of Souls, but how much damage can he sustain? He's going to go down. The crystal is wide open, and Nongshim will take game number 3.
Game number 3 going over to Nongshim Red Force after being battered in the early game.
Reset.
The instant replays that we're going to be seeing there, the highlight.
Sabar, RRQ besok tuh lawan EPQ, APG. Di mana ini? APG.
Yes.
Really putting the pressure.
Yes.
Really putting the pressure on to
Lawan
Nongshim.
APG,
Yeah,
lawan
man,
APG.
the pressure cannot be stopped. If you stop for that one
Nakambik,
moment, give
Cok.
breathing space for Haku. You saw, at the start of the first few minutes, he had no buffs and they were just
Anginnya
slowly
pun
bleeding
kena
out the
comeback.
game. But the moment you see Nev die twice, immediately the game flipped back into an
Kejadian
even
di
state,
atas
and
lagi.
then
Itu kayak ini nggak sih
Nongshim
deja vu
punished
game
the side of Visaka
game
so
lawan
hard.
RRQ pasti KL,
He
Cok.
forced a
Nah,
comeback
comeback
with such
gara-gara pas di top lane.
at the latest of the game.
Yeah, and that was because Siri had actually gotten that farm,
Yeah.
right? Once he hit that moment, you're like, okay, Nev has no answers.
Sad.
The rest of Visaka were like, oh wait, we don't have a tank, we don't have
Exactly.
anybody, we cannot outrange this guy who's just hitting us from afar.
It was only that, it's the fact that Kyung9 was actually just diving onto the back line as well, right? Like that one play that I want to see in this highlight is where he uses the rebound of that spike tail to cover the distance onto Raven, onto the back line was just beautiful.
It was beautiful indeed here, but talking about beautiful, I gotta give props towards Nongshim Red Force. They really survived that early game and formed the potential comeback here. The first one was the 3 kills going in favor for the side of Nongshim after Nev overdove towards enemy team. And the second one was Nev dying at the 10-minute mark, being overly greedy on that Azure Golem, which resulted
Udah
in losing
B100 sih,
in terms of
ngehalu,
gold,
Cok.
getting
Bro udah
that
gak
shadow
sehat
tyrant.
nih,
This is
matanya
not
udah
what
ngehalu
you want to
terus.
be expecting if you want a clean game coming in from Visaka.
Yeah, I think going back to this draft, if you saw the fact that the Luna was picked early, you're
Ada
thinking,
yang
this is
voting
going to be an
apa?
all
Ada
game.
habis ya?
Actually, it wasn't. It was all of, a bit of a bait.
Yeah,
Biasa. Nih bisa grand prize dapat skin edging. Nih grand prize bisa redeem semua skin, semua hero dan skin
ada lebih dulu dari cahaya.
sebelum yang rilis sebelum bulan 10 tanggal 30. Grand prize-nya tapi hoki-hokian, Cok.
Bayanganku terpantul di cermin.
Hoki-hokian doang, Ying. Ini bisa skin, honor pass, ini stiker, PP, wallpaper, ini efek in game, ini border, stiker, recall. Udah itu dong. Biasa, standar bro, standar.
Any coach is just like, losing for quite a bit, but at the 10-minute mark, we'll be able to turn it around. That's the only moment we're able to do it. But the MVP of this one, it's got to be Kyung9 on that Mayin. He was making some serious impact plays as he was getting to that back line. 6-3 and 5. That's what you want from a Clash laner.
Great KDA, great damage dealt, but also the damage taken as well, right? Like, he was in the thick of it, and everybody knows. But let's look at these highlights, as you can see here. When the game wasn't going too well for the side of Nongshim Red Force, we saw beautiful plays here by Illusion on the Lady Jen, using that Destructive Deluge very well to counter the Ozword.
And this was the MVP play here coming in for the side of Nongshim, Kyung9 here. He got the first kill onto his Gen Myth here, and immediately collecting the kill onto his Val. Look how he paths himself towards the backline here, using Nev as a bouncing tool, getting into the backline on towards Raven here. And at this point, right, the monstrous lead generated by the side of Osaka in towards the early game already neutralized due to that dive that Nev did towards top side.
Just completely neutralized here. And then once Haku gets a little bit of space, the rest of the team really supported him, so he got to that moment where he was able to turn it around. That's exactly what you wanted to do. And you're talking about this Nongshim lineup as being a 5-man squad. Everybody is stepping up.
Exactly. What you need to step up when one of your members are getting pummeled down. And in that case with Nongshim Red Force, in game number 3, it was Haku's jungle being repeatedly entered and invaded here. But who came out on top? It was the other 4 members here, playing slow and concise, finding that key moment in punishing Nev in those overly aggressive
Pokoknya yang
attempts.
rasanya ikoniknya dari si Lapu-Lapu
right.
itu kayak
Very aggressive attempts here from the side of Nongshim Red Force here. Osaka, obviously, they did have potential lead coming through as well. Obviously, the Nev on the Ogryn was a fantastic performance. But before we go into the next game, we're going to take a short break, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We want to see the conclusion of this series.
Warrior. Season prediction. Nah ini loh yang predik ini. Total game, number of hero pick. Ini kalau misalnya best of 5 ya. Ini deh. Berharap kalau misalnya semuanya jadi hard game, cok. Make prediction. Number of hero picks. Ini pasti ada lah. Animal pakai hero nggak jelas. Number of hero ban. Maksimalin aja udah. Ping gak sih? Rasanya kecil, cok. Number of heroes banned. Kecil sih rasanya. Number of kill. Ini berdarah-berdarah anjing kalau ini berarti 54. 54 tuh berarti sekitar satu tim ngekill 27 anjing. Bantai-bantai, cok. Tapi rasanya nggak mungkin. Longest game duration pasti ada yang lebih dari 25 menit. Pasti, cok. Pasti nanti ada yang hard game. Shortest game duration pasti sekitar 9 sampai 10 menit. Highest skill by single hero. Bantai-bantai banget ya berarti ya. 10 lebih harusnya. Most dead by single hero lebih dari 10. Most assist bisa 25 lebih. Highest GPM 1000 atau lebih. Highest number of a hero being picked 40 dan lebih. Most win with a single hero ini rasanya hero Hero dengan win rate paling rendah apa, Cok? Hero dengan win rate paling rendah. Apa ya paling rendah ya? Susah sih. Hero dengan highest average number of kill. Susah, Cok, prediknya.
Break, and right now, game number 4 between Nongshim
Game
Red
number
Force
4
against Visaka Esports here. And if you're wondering
berarti
what's the first score right now, it is 2-1 in
Nongshimnya dia sudah
favor
ini
of the boys in red.
Match point.
This is the moment. This is the opportunity. I mean, yeah, they had to fight for it. Visaka gave them everything in game 3.
It was a challenge.
That was not an easy one. It was looking very bad for Nongshim.
It was indeed. I mean, for a moment there, I thought you was basically saying, "Here's to the moment." I was like, yes, let's get a karaoke going. We are in the Philippines. It is part of the culture. We need that karaoke.
Yeah, those lyrics are
Voting
copyrighted.
gitu,
I don't want to take that. I don't want to get in trouble.
Viewernya lebih condong ke arah
We're
mana?
associated with this now, okay?
Okay.
It's like stealing from a family member. It's okay.
Biar interaktif aja kan.
But moving on towards the global ban picture, we start to see the
Buat ngitung interaction
burnout picks
harusnya dia.
from all the teams here in the
Interaksi
past 3
seberapa
games. And I
banyak
gotta say,
interaksi.
if we were to look towards the Visaka side, all 3 games, they're committing really hard over the draft here, which makes me to wonder, game 4, what are you going to whip out for a favorable lineup, especially in towards the early game-centric draft?
I mean, looking into this one, I'll answer that one in a second, but it's continuing on with the alternating teams winning, right? We've seen this throughout. I don't know if Nongshim can do enough on this one, but now is the moment. If they want to close out the series, probably like a pay. Just go fast pace, take the fight to them. Like, this is your advantage. This is your moment to really close this team out. Now's the time to whip that one out.
Potentially, right?
Yeah.
If you want to play towards the fast tempo that Visaka is doing so good at, because last game we saw what exactly happened. It was Visaka dominating early towards the mid game, up until the 8-minute point, whereby Nev suffered a bit of an issue with that dive and caused a landslide of a lead to tumble in favor back into the pockets of Nongshim Red Force here. So, coming into game number 4, you need to match that early game to allow yourself to have a comfortable environment, especially if you are Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, Nongshim Red Force obviously onto the red side once again, and then Visaka Esports going onto the blue. It's been a deliverable good here for the side of Nongshim being onto the red side and getting that victory, but it's going to be Visaka banning out that Dharma. They do not want Young9 to get another playmaker pick into the clash.
Exactly.
Dharma,
Last game on that Mayin, even though they were behind, it was Young9 using the enemy Nev as a bouncing tool to get close towards Raven and executing Raven. It was like, what? A 5,000 goalie, but it was strong due to the fact that Young9 came out clutch in those situations.
Huge, absolutely huge. And him being able to find him. It's been a, like, Nongshim win if they're able to shut down Raven. If they're able to find ways to find, again, just be able to take him out. And that has been their MO. Visaka need to do a better job of keeping it alive. Then they'll have a chance.
They'll have a chance indeed, but what they won't have a chance is playing that Diadea or the Ali once again for the side of Visaka Esports. So going over to the blue side, obviously we've seen picks like the Lung already been picked up, the Org had already been picked up here for the side of Visaka Esports. So did they go for another one of Raven's pick like they did last time that was on blue side? Or do they go and take away that Guan Yu?
The Guan Yu pick is smart here because this allows your opponent to go for picks like the Liang, to go for those Princess Liang cross combo that you will be looking to anticipate here. So pretty smart pickup here for the side of Visaka here. And to your point, Nongshim Red Force, they're done playing the late game environment. They want to control the pace through their superior map control. They pick up the pay here to really look for dominance in this game number 4.
It's all about pace. It's all about tempo. It's all about that momentum. They felt it after that game 3. And if they have an early game lead, it's much easier to play from that position. So they're looking to, again, close out the series here.
Close out the series here. I'm going to be faking that pick up onto the junk phase. Pretty stonks here for the side of Nongshim Red Force with those cool kids at home. But for some esports, they go for the second pick here for Raven, going for that late game insurance. It's going to be that lead soon here. But in terms of obviously the pickup, obviously they're trying to use that junk phase to open the bridle outburst and catch the loot late into the backline.
And to see the first 3 picks coming from Visaka, it's actually very team fight centric, whereby you want to use Genniv, his Yixing, to lock in all the members for the side of Nongshim Red Force, and then force a fight with Balls, Razor Cavalry on that Guan Yu. Force it into a pit. Like, you get pitted down by more, you fight to your death.
by TTF indeed. Obviously fighting on their own terms here of Osaka Esports.
Charut udah nggak bisa di-pick.
Using that Yixing, but
Nongshim
now we're
udah
getting
nggak
to the
bisa
second ban
pick
phase.
Charut.
Obviously for the side of Osaka Esports,
Mulan?
we're looking at the jungle, we're looking
Mulan nggak
at
sih?
the
Ben
support
Mulan?
pick here, and then over to Nongshim. We're looking for
Mulan
the
kah?
mid, we're looking for that clash lane.
A lot of opportunities, but the
Mulan.
Yixing is my biggest worry, right? Because if you get caught in, I mean, Haku, on that pay, you're going to be in a bad spot. You are
Mulan nggak sih?
squishy. You don't want to be in that situation. Plus, you have the
Tuh,
Guan Yu
bukannya tadi
that can
Charut udah ya?
further shuffle them in with that Razor Cavalry. This is a great combination. They want a team fight, so Nongshim need to figure out
Bukannya
ways
tadi udah
again.
pakai Charut ya?
Keep everyone from afar, but space out.
And also remove all the potential counters that will limit this Guan Yu in towards that clash lane here. Picks like the Charlotte here exceptionally well in that 1v1, potentially consider the Fuzi as well as a potential ban.
Oh,
Really
betul
allow
tadi
Ball
masih
to
boleh.
find those late game or even
Enam.
mid game flanks on this Guan Yu.
It would be key. They can just literally, if they were able to
Mulan.
Razor Cavalry into a board,
Nongshim,
that's
Mulan.
a game
That's
ender right there,
dream
right?
situation. Mulan.
Nongshim does that. That's usually
Nongshim,
they've done that in
Mulan.
KME. This is a combination that they're very familiar
Nongshim,
with,
Mulan.
but execution gonna be key. They still have some picks.
I'm not just a
Good.
person.
Rosa,
But a
Shadow
bad
Blue
one.
has been picked up by Kyung9 here. So,
Umbrosa
I like this pick. This
itu
has
kah?
been,
Ya sih, bisa,
I
bisa.
think, like, it's showing
Works,
up
works,
more,
works.
especially
Bisa,
in the MKO regions. The MKO teams love to pick this, especially when they want to put the carry focus on towards the clash nature. So, this one going on towards Kyung9, who just recently got MVP after their game 2 performances. So, it makes a lot of sense.
The monkey here being drafted onto the side of Osaka Esports is a bit of a funny one, right? 'Cause I mean, the Nongshim have the Marco Polo
Tuh
already.
monkey-nya kenapa
Marco
mukanya
Polo
gede
being
banget,
a
anjing?
very good counter to the monkey here with the true damage.
Monkey-nya
Maybe
paling
it's
gede
not
banget, anjing.
to soak up damage. It's to really
Kebaik
provide that
amat dia
bounce
lagi
house,
tap-tap sama
play
orang.
with
Iya, iya.
Gen Miv's
Ditap-tap terus sama
board
orang.
on that Yixing, and
Sure.
then
Pesaka tuh
play a
juga
team
ada,
fight
guys.
with
Cuman ketutupan
three
sama kepala
sides.
aku kan.
Board first, then Dream Roll, Razor
kalau bisa
Cavalry
ditap
coming
tuh
in
nanti.
from both sides to
Muncul
really
tuh.
sandwich the enemy team,
Bisa ditap-tap,
especially the likes of the pay onto the hands of
Gitu,
Marco.
Cok. Bisa
While it
ditap-tap.
sounds amazing to get all those wombo combos and stacking everything, who's going to be doing the damage?
Audience
You have the lady
prediction.
soon, Raven. If Raven gets picked off in this team fight, yeah, they can stun for days, but they don't have any
Ben.
cleanup.
Exactly, that's
Yeah.
a big hit right there. And it's Leah being locked in for that illusion as well. So you best believe that they are trying to funnel every single thing into
Yes,
three
yes,
members
yeah.
here. Kyung9 on that night blue.
Dapat
Siri
apaan tuh
on
kalau
the
misalnya
Marco
mereka
Polo.
tetap
And
nggak ada sih,
finally,
nggak dapat
Haku
apa-apa.
will be the main benefactor of illusion
dapat
sabotation
apa-apa.
when he hits level 16.
Exactly, it just
Cuman
kind of
buat
gives
ngasih lihat interaksi aja
Pay
harusnya.
a little bit more of a
Harusnya.
longer lifeline, right? Obviously, normally falling off into the mid game, but then if you get that santification, it kind of carries him and scales him into that late game here for the side of Nongshim Red Force. But like you were saying, Holder, in terms of the damage,
Red
you're relying on the
Force.
stacks of the Yixing. If Yixing gets picked up and you're not into the late game, then Raven on the Lady Sun here needs to make sure that he's getting like. I feel like the key marker would be if he builds the Eternity
Bang,
Blade
bang,
like 3-4
bang.
minutes, right?
Yeah, it's I mean, they need more than one damage dealer to really help support with this one. But going into the Nongshim lineup, for me, it's about this illusion pickup. The Jia in the last one, he hasn't had too much success in the KME, but bringing it out here, I'm assuming that he's actually spent a lot of time to really just kind of help support the team because it was, dare I say, a little lackluster at times.
I have to agree with you, but if you were to look towards the draft of Nongshim Red Force, yes, it looks super good on paper here, but that's if Siri on the Marco Polo and also Faye on that Zhang is able to sustain the laning phase that's being generated. Pressure super duper high that's being set on by Lady Sun and also the monster that's being paired up by the Osaka dual lane.
Agreed, agreed. I mean, going into this one, it's all about that pace, though. I mean, the problem with like a Marco Polo, the Jia, sometimes you don't really have a great early game, so you're playing from behind. But with this tempo that's being provided by Haku on that pay, you're looking to kind of ensure that you have a good early game.
It makes sense, whereby you want to be playing everything in that early game between two things, Haku and also Faye here. But that's for them to find out, that's for them to execute it in towards this game. Will Osaka bring it into a game
Feelingku
fight
sih mengatakan Nongshim,
or
guys.
will Nongshim Red Force end this one and
Feelingku
bring
sih
it into
mengatakan
3-1
Nongshim.
finish, sending them to the upper brackets?
Saya sih
Captures,
Nongshim.
take it away.
Thank you so much, Saki. As we get into this one, of
Tapi
course,
karena aku
get
voting
match point
Nongshim,
for
mungkin
Nongshim Red Force. They
kenyataannya
have
akan
an
Pesaka yang menang.
opportunity to
Ya,
close out
aneh,
Visaka.
Cok.
It has
Prediksi
not
gagal
been
semua.
easy in this series, though.
It hasn't been easy either. I mean, Bal here getting a
Prediksi
bit of trouble
gagal
with the
semua.
2v1. Yeah, but it's the top side of that Guan Yu trying to force him
Kacau,
away,
kan?
but at the same time, he may fall and gets
Tuh kan?
taken down. right? Faye.
Yeah, but Ball on this one, this is a weird one because he was on the blue side and he was actually on the wrong end. He was on like the more, dare I say, the red one, because he was trying to push them back, but it's only bringing them back to where he wants to retreat to. Not a great spot for Ball, giving up first blood.
Yeah, Satnav became a little bit dysfunctional there onto the side of Visaka Esports as Ball there. He took the wrong turn. He was going down the M1. He had to turn all the way back and then got took down there by Faye on the Jong Faye. But this is going to be a great setup here for the side of Nongshim Red Force, right? Like, this early game is definitely going in their favor into the top side of the map.
It was going to be in favor regardless, but now with that first blood, definitely going to help them on out. Not what you want to see if you're a Visaka fan, because, again, it's all about just ensuring that you survive that early game. Don't give up early towers and just, you know, just wave clear more than anything else.
Yeah, wave clear more than anything else here for the side of Visaka Esports right now, because their team fight potential here, obviously damage, not going to quite come through just yet on the side of Nongshim. Siri here, we're going to be looking at obviously going for the likes of the Sparkforge Dagger and the Doomsday before the Marco Polo here on Siri starts to really pack a punch.
Will be definitely packing a punch, and that's going to be a problem here. I think if we're looking at this one, though, Siri, though, can obviously cut, close out games, right? Especially on this Marco Polo, he's going to be able to do that. But Haku right now, it's about getting that farm, getting going, right? And ensuring that you have that space. Nev looking to invade, probably a great idea by him.
Very great idea by the side of Nev, obviously just trying to push away Illusion here, joining his buddies down to the bottom side of the map. John Young, sorry, is just kind of being checked out here.
And Haku, just most of the farm is going to be given to him. Illusion is still there. Nice little play, Universal Law on Nev, but he's just throwing that off.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good thing, obviously, about the side of Visaka Esports, right? Obviously, Gem Myth, he's got a great wave clear. Obviously, that's taking liberties is a great skill just to kind of chunk away the lifelines of your minions.
Yeah, it will definitely help, and they're going to need a lot of that wave clear. I mean, Nev, if he's able to just kind of be tanky enough to kind of attract a lot of the attention, the initiations, if you will, they're going to have a much better time, because again, everything kind of revolves around him. Then you're looking at, like, you know, perfect stuns, because they have stuns for days on Visaka.
Yeah, it's like Sagi was saying, right? Obviously, they have the perfect execution with the likes of the Razor Cavalry, the board, as well as the Green Roam, but that's three big key components that you may not have in every team fight, right? Like, Nongshim Red Force are more than likely going to have that detail and know that they can't take a team fight on that front.
I think Nongshim, if they do a good job of understanding when skills are on cooldown and kind of avoid certain timings, they're going to have a much better time. So it's going to be very key, because all cooldowns that are available to Visaka, and nobody really wants to fight into that.
Oh, absolutely. No, especially with Nev onto the monkey, right? Obviously, if they manage to get series to sort of like level up a little bit faster here, obviously, he is blundering here on the gold lead against Raven. So
nice Razor Cavalry, they fight out through the road, charges on point as well. They're doing the damage, and with that board, this is that moment. It was Ball able to find it, and he done some serious work, and now Kyung9 is getting a little bit low. Oh, but nice little punishment onto him, but he goes in for that. Nev with the Dream Roam gets that pick off.
Very beautiful pick off there. I mean, it is a sign of the times here for the side of Visaka Esports, playing very well in that mid lane. But at the same time, Raven has not been checked just yet. He's just kind of having the time of his life.
Still a bit early, right? I mean, it's only 4 minutes in. They're going to pick up the Tyrant, but this is looking great for Visaka, right? That's the perfect start that you're looking for. Visaka even looking to potentially steal on this one. I think it would be very, you know, miraculous if they were able to do it. Not able to do it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Nongshim, yeah, they did their fall this way.
Oh, the Leaping Savior for the Dream Roam. He's not able to get away, and Nev is starting to do some serious work on this one.
Visaka's fall as well means that he's kind of engages onto this backline just to get him stunned, locked into place. It's going to be something that Nongshim have to consider when they don't know where Ball is.
They got to be like a little bit aware, right? They just can't be grouped up until you know where Ball is, because he can catch you out, turn the team fight on its head, and this is what happens, and you're down 3-1 now.
3-1 in terms of the kills, and the gold lead is quite exponential at this point of the game, right? 1.6k gold lead is definitely going to kind of bring the flavor that you need, especially onto picks like Monkey here with the Blazing Cape, kind of mitigate any kind of healing that comes through. But we haven't really been seeing that devastating combo of the Isuya as well as the Marco Polo with the damage reduction from Isuya.
Yeah. Not yet. I mean, Haku right now still farming in his own jungle, looking to just you know, taking from the different lanes, right? They're trying to be greedy, let them get going a little bit faster to kind of catch back up. Because Visaka right now, they've got a sizable lead.
A big sizable lead here from side of esports right now. But I mean, Haku is just trying to get a little bit of that pressure back into his own ball game here, taking away that the 5B.
Yeah, they'll take that one out. And now if we're looking in the mid lane here, Visaka, again, just changing gears. They want to understand that the Azure Golem is going to be the next target here. Nev is still up in front. It's going to come back to Smite. It looks like Haku will commit it. Does get it.
Haku, actually...
Oh, no, sorry, Nev.
Yeah, Nev gets that one. So taking away the Azure Golem here is definitely a little bit of the same story from last game, right? Like, yes, it's not as straightforward going off from a pay, but still... That's resources, your enemy's stealing away from you.
Yeah, taking away everything at this point. Young 9 on this one. The Umbrosa, it's going to be an interesting one. I don't know if we've seen him on the Umbrosa.
I don't think so either.
I don't remember seeing him.
No. Not at all, but I mean, he's definitely... Nothing really shining out just yet, right? Obviously, we can potentially see as we get into more sort of like team fights orientated for the side of Soccer Esports and Nongshim that then we see Young 9 just looking for those split pushes, right?
Yeah. And I mean, it looks like they're going to decide to go. The board has been set up. They've got locked into 3. The Fatal Frenzy just keeping them up, but the box is slowing them down. And here comes the Dream Roam. The Unbridled Outburst. Faye looking to turn this around. John Young is a little bit low, but here comes the Razor Cavalry. He's under tower, pushing them around. Siri has to Fever Barrage just to safety, but Faye's getting even low, but Fall has already been killed. Haku now being focused in. It looks like he's going to go down. Nev is doing some serious work, but 4 members down from Visaka. Nongshim now, it looks like they want to trade. They have 2 members of Nongshim, and they're not able to get Nev at this point.
At this point, and they don't have the mid pushing through into the turret just yet, so they might just go and trade this T1 for the life of Nev. But a 4-3 trade overall here from the side of Nongshim Red Force is definitely what they wanted after that early game.
If you wanted to see 2 teams really want this game, this is it, right? And just break that one down, DJ Blam.
Well, I mean, it's rightfully so, though, right? This is like not tournament life on the line, but it is the potential that you get taken down into the lower brackets, which is then when your tournament life gets threatened. Yeah. I mean, like Ball doing some serious work on that one. I mean, he just his ability to just move people around the map does some serious work, and they turn this around. But Nev is taking enough to deal with these squishies at this stage. So again, Visaka not the worst, but again, they're just looking to fight at this stage. Looking to fight, just looking to kind of just get by, which in Honor Kings isn't always going to be the means of a victory in the game. I mean, yes, getting by might be able to kind of just limit the amount of times you die and limit the amount of gold you give over to the enemy team, but it's all about the enemy team brewing up for that moment.
Look at how Nev actually has a like a 2K lead over Haku. Just been completely turned it around. He's 4-0-2, picking up the Tyrants. If there's ever a player that's like, hey, I want this game, Nev is the moment. And they find Graven. They get the pick, but Dream Roll from Nev gets the return kill. Haku's going to be killed as well. They have the box, and Siri needs to be a little bit careful. He's going to get gone on. Nev gets the kill. Faye leaping Sabers back to safety. Illusion is there, but he gets pushed under the tower. Ball making moves.
Beautiful. Putting the ball into the back of the net there. It was going to be Ball just pushing Illusion into that T1, getting that kill over here.
Young 9 has to use a Fatal Frenzy just to stay alive. Nev has been such a nuisance. Ball is as well. These guys are balling.
They are balling indeed, right? You have to add another L and an I and an N onto the side of Ball, but he is definitely putting his name on the stage.
What a great game thus far, but can they close it out? Again, this is all space for Raven, who has been focused quite a bit. He's died twice already, which is not great, but the rest of Visaka really picking up the slack.
They are picking up the slack. Neb's on like, what, 604 KDA right now onto the Monkey. Really being the carry and the front line his team needs in this game number 4.
Yeah, what a great game by Nev. I mean, if there's ever a player that's like, hey, I got this game, we're going to go to a game 5, this is the one, because he's created so much havoc for Nongshim. They really don't have any answers.
No answers at all at this moment in time, but I mean, it looked like that for the last game, right, where Nongshim looked like they were pretty much back towards the ropes, but we can't count them out. They have got some kind of level 10-minute mark activation.
Yeah, and it's really come back to Siri, who's been quiet, right? He's stayed alive. He hasn't really done too much on that one. But now the Fatal Frenzy, the heroic charge. Oh, it's pushed around. Young 9. Doesn't matter how many lives you have. You're going to be killed on that one. The Unbridled Outburst, but they've got the Overlord, and that's going to be huge for them. But now Visaka with that kill, they did trade away the Overlord, though.
trade away the Overlord,
Dari
trade
tadi aku
away the
sudah berharap
Bright Light
dengan
Burst,
Vesaka,
but that was a
mungkin
nice
kali
play
ini
though
kita
by the
rendahkan
side
sedikit
of
harapan.
Nongshim's Faye, right? Obviously just using your Bright Light
Dari
Burst,
tadi si
cancelling that
Vesakanya udah
throw,
menang,
and
terus tiba-tiba
enabling
terjadi
no
musibah.
steal there, but into the top
Jadi
side of the map,
musibah,
Haku doing a
terus
lot of damage
langsung
onto
kena
Balls,
comeback.
making him force away.
Rata
Where's he going to
4,
drop
rata
this
5,
Vanguard?
selesai joget.
Obviously into one of these lanes that currently being pushed, or maybe they put it in his top side and just allow Siri just keep farming up.
Yeah, I think you're going to see exactly how the enemy team is moving before you really want to commit it. You can be a little strategic with this as you can place it where you want. But like, let's talk a little bit about Siri. He's actually 500 gold behind Raven, and he's died a single time. But this is a thing where, you know, in the last game, they won because Siri was, again, off the map. He was farming, and he was able to like overcome. But now he's actually behind. Not the same situation.
Not the same situation. You can kind of see this going for a little bit more of a playmaking potential, right? Obviously, you get the Frigid Charge being that fourth item onto the automation. Look at the build, that Daybreaker as well. He's looking for damage.
We'll definitely look for damage. It looks like the Shadow Vanguard is going to be in the top lane, so that's going to be the push. But this Kyung9 033, a little underwhelming in that sense, hasn't really been able to kind of pop off because Visaka is just so tanky, and they're like pushing him in a bad spot, which is like not been great for him just overall.
Exactly. I mean, there's a lot of CC onto the enemy team, right? Like, if you try and dive in with that second skill of the Rosé, you're just going to get stuffed into your place, locked down, and she doesn't have the biggest health bar at this moment in time.
Yeah, but it's not about the size, it's about the motion of the ocean. I don't know what that means. But it looks like Nongshim here are going to look to kind of push with the Shadow Vanguard. They're going to put a little bit of pressure on, but more than anything else, they want the buffs if they're able to take them out. And it looks like the cooldowns are not on time.
Yeah, I mean, with nothing else onto the Gorge right now, obviously taking away those little camps is definitely going to make Visaka Esports be like, right, okay, this definitely going for our gold lead here.
Yeah, it's all about that gold lead. I mean, there's a 2K ball looking around, finds the Razor Cavalry. Here's that board, that 1-2 combination, and the old man Illusion is going to be killed. Haku getting thrown around. He's just trying to dash away if he's going to be pounced, but Ball is on the horse. He's looking to cut off the angle of retreat. Haku's looking to go down. No chance to get away from Raven.
No chance in heck for the side of Nongshim Esports. Nongshim Esports as they get the takedown to the top side of the map, but it's also going to be Illusion that gets taken down as well. But this is the beauty of Kyung9 onto the Umbrosa, right? If your team's fighting, split push.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of it. I mean, that's the only way you can get behind a little bit of space. Yeah, you take the bottom T2, that's going to be great, but I mean, this is the moment where the T3s are now under siege. This is not great. The top T3 going down so quickly. The Umbrella Offer is now going to be used, but at what cost? And now Kyung9 on the back. The Fatal Frenzy trying to go for Raven, but he's in a bad spot. Kyung9 is killed. Ball hunting, praying for it, wants to go for Faye. Not able to find the right angle.
Not able to find the right angle, but the boys are back in red as well. Obviously clearing out that top side of the map, making sure they don't lose another high ground trip, but they do lose that T2 into the mid lane here.
Yeah, this mid T3 is now going to be under siege. Visaka has been in full control with these minions just taking it down. The amount of damage they have, Raven just whittling it down so quickly.
Very quickly here onto the side of Visaka Esports. Raven's now online, right? And the good thing about that lead, that rolling raid, you don't have to be anywhere near the turret, and you can just chip away at that health. And you know for a fact, that health's not going to recover.
Yeah, it's not going to recover whatsoever. And so now they're going to take the Overlord. Nongshim all hands on deck in terms of the defense. No space, no time. And now with Vanguards looking to come in, it's going to be even tougher.
Even tougher for the side of Nongshim.
Kalau misalnya Nongshim menang 3-1.
But to be honest, Visaka, they've definitely put the pressure on.
Baru pulang dari klinik literasi rendah.
They put the pressure on the
Saat mah mengenai otak kali.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing they learned was like let Nev cook. They've got the board, they've gotten him in a bad spot. Kyung9 is still up in front of the Fatal Frenzy, not able to find Gen mid. He gets picked off yet again. The Stampede is going to be there, but it looks like Haku and Kyung9. I mean, Siri's already been killed on this one. All the damage has been taken out. Visaka making quick work of the entire team. Faye is the last man standing, and it looks like Visaka off the triple off of Raven will march down mid lane, and Visaka will even the series, and we're going to yet another game number 5.
Yeah, so the dream road there, a bit of a flex from Nev. He's just like, you know what, I can take all the damage, they're not going to come back, we're going to get the crystal, we're going to get game 4. We're going to game 5, ladies and gentlemen.
If we're looking at that game, I mean, it just seemed like Visaka had all of the answers to this test. Nev was on point with that Menki. If there was ever a player that was like, I am not losing this game, that was that moment.
That's a scary prospect though. Like the fact that Vasaka has taken once again
whoever wins,
Red Force. This is an open series team.
Whoever
Vasaka
wins,
almost to the full format of this game. This first best of 5 within KIC is just showing that Nongshim definitely have their faults, and these open series teams have the right flavor they need to be top contenders.
And the interesting part coming into the last 3 games that we saw, it was always Vasaka in the lead in the early game. Yes, they did lose the game before this, but it was a 5,000 goal lead amended by the side of Vasaka.
Tapi satu hal yang dari tadi terjadi itu pas ngelawan si Nongshim itu ya, meskipun si Vasaka kalah secara objektif, kalah secara momentum, tapi nggak tahu kenapa duitnya dia masih lebih banyak. Kalau nggak banyak biasanya seri. Tapi nggak tahu tuh kayak gimana caranya.
Right? The Guan Yu first pick, and to be like, hey, you pick whatever you want. I'm just gonna put you out of position. I'm gonna play my game. Ball was just really next level on that one. I mean, Nev was as well, but those two right there were like, we're going to a game 5 when the draft had finished.
He's in the pod. He's in the pod with what they wanted to do with their team draft, but also with the execution as well, right? Obviously, just pushing, pulling, CCing. There's too much damage there, obviously, coming from Raven once he entered the team fight as well. And obviously, Yixing into the mid lane for Gen Myth with that 2-1-13 as well, setting up those boards perfectly.
At 8-0-8 on Nev on this monkey here. So don't be alarmed, that is the standard monkey build. Yes, you have the Pure Sky and also the likes of the Frozen Breath. Tadi emang perlu diakui tadi padukanya cukup on point panahnya. Gotta give props as well. Bao and Nev play super well, but Gen Myth and Junjo, these are the playmakers as well to really formulate that stage for both Nev and Bao to come in for those team fights. And it goes back to once again our discussion during the pre-game draft. How did they form this wombo combo? They pull it up in front of their faces.
Yeah, they do. Just do whatever they want. I mean, let Nev go. Find somebody who's out of position. Let Kyung9 make some mistakes. It doesn't seem like it was ready to be revealed on the KIC. It didn't seem like he had a great game at all. And once they were down a member, it was pretty much very easy to take the rest of the other 4 members.
Exactly. It was pretty much all she wrote at that point, right? But I mean, look at that damage dealt. You look at Monkey as a hero, you think, they're a tank, you know?
Yeah.
Like, they are just going to tank up some damage. But look at that figure. 90k damage, only behind or ahead of Gen Myth onto the Yixing by around about 7k damage as well. So definitely really the driving force of this side of Vasaka Esports in game number 4.
And this goal chart has been the name of the story for the side of Vasaka Esports. Every single game that they were ahead, it always looked like this. It's always Vasaka winning out the early game, pushing that early game tempo into a landslide of the lead that allows them to win on team fights and then get the crystal. But in game 1, when Nongshim Red Force won that game, it wasn't like this. But MVP, Nev deserves it. That monkey performance, absolutely flawless.
Yeah, 808 right there. I mean, literally spelling out Bob in calculator speak. No? Okay, nobody got that one. But 81,000 damage. He was just really on point, just doing 81,000 damage taken. He was doing everything up front. He was the front liner, always catching people out of guard. If anyone attacked them, he would always dream roam at the perfect moments, and we'll see plenty of them in the highlights here.
Yeah, the highlights here did feature Ball setting up the play coming in as the sacrificial lamb, but it does send multiple members towards the mouse and Nev's off the side of Vasaka here. Even Haku getting the kill onto his Raven. It doesn't matter because Nev is always there.
Nev's always there to make it fair, right? Obviously, to these team fights, doing a lot of damage, not dying once, is definitely the reason why Vasaka Esports got the overball onto the side of Nongshim Red Force. But that serving into the court there, that T1 takedown onto the side of Nongshim Red Force's illusion was fantastic by Bao.
And this final fight itself, Bao finding the push here, and also props to Junyo. Every single Fever Barrage coming in from Seri has been successfully dismantled by the Monzi here on the hands of this Vasaka roller here. But ladies and gentlemen, that's game 4. We were talking about it. Could Vasaka push a veteran like Nongshim Red Force to game 5 or even multiple games? And you have your answers here. This is exactly what we want to see. We are going to game 5.
How many series have we seen go to a game 5 today?
This is the third one,
right?
Yes.
I mean,
Third one.
that's absolutely insane. You're seeing that, you know, just how close these teams are. Everyone. I mean, open qualifiers are not. Like, the teams are ready.
Yeah.
They're at the KIC for a reason. They are, like, everything, you know, they deserve the spot because it's so close. Being able to take them to the distance that is Nongshim Red Force, who had that on their bingo card?
But the same thing though, right? Like if you look at this, all teams that went to the full best of 5, IKL.
Last game.
Oh, BTR,
Yeah.
Kagendra, and now Vasaka
Yeah.
Esports. And then
Kagendra.
IKL full BO5, Dave. You made a good point.
Yeah, they're all looking to go into that higher brackets. Obviously, other than Kagendra, they did dip down to the lower brackets. So 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
And now, to
Masih ada
Paulin's
Kiko
point just now, he pointed out, will it be the same thing that happened the previous year? Because game 1 goes over to Nongshim, then game 2 Vasaka, then it repeats, right? So does this game go over to Nongshim based on historical performance? Or it comes down to the one thing, the momentum shift for Vasaka, the boys, the IKL 3rd seed here, they are looking to make that miracle run in Group A.
It all comes down to this draft.
Yes.
Are they able to just kind of outdraft them like they did in the last one? Were they able to do enough? I mean, they were really, like, Nongshim, it didn't really seem like they were able to play their game. They had such a great counter draft to the pay. It seemed like they were completely ready. Vasaka are looking again to look very strong and to take the fight to Nongshim and close this series out.
But Nongshim on towards the blue side here, so they still do have some of the potential pickups that they could look for. Potentially something like a Maestro for Illusion, or Pay for Haku, or finally the Arli going in favor for the side of series. These are still potential picks here that Nongshim could really look to focus on if they are on the blue side.
Exactly right. Like blue side really opens up a lot of opportunities here for the side of Nongshim. But like we go back to that point where it's like,
Tapi katanya kalau patch ini kan lebih kuat sisi merah.
who is going to be winning these games? Do Nongshim continue the pattern, or
Daripada
do
sisi
Vasaka Esports break the code?
biru kuat
You
sisi
can
merah.
see the players are just casually talking about
Katanya
this
sisi
draft.
merah
They
lebih
need to
strong,
find
bro.
the equilibrium after the 24 bans implemented in towards the global ban pick, and also the banning system with the default 4 bans here. So without further ado, let's go into game number 5's pick and bans here with Nongshim Red Force towards the blue side and Vasaka Esports towards the red side.
This is the moment, right? I mean, which of these two teams really want it? We were talking about how Nongshim are great in late game series, long series, if you will. This is as late as it's going to get, at least for today, with this best of 5, 5th game. I mean, Vasaka, we haven't seen them too many times. I mean, playing in longer series, best of 5s and beyond. But this is a time where they, like, do they have the heroes?
Do they have the heroes? I mean, this is what the game will really start to show here now, right? Obviously, going into the ban phase, we do ban out the Maestro for the side of Nongshim Red Force. Obviously, don't want to give that over to Illusion, but the Luna being taken off here for Neb as well. But still, we've not yet to see a Jin come through. Is that going to be one of the calls here for the side of Vasaka Esports, potentially?
That may potentially be the case here, as Nev is one of the known assassin players here towards the IKL region. So that will be an interesting pickup here if they do go for Nev on that carrier pick here. But coming into the second phase, and the first 2 bans here, we do see more of these expected bans here. Like we mentioned, Arli and also Maestro will be removed from the fold from the hands of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, respect and respect. Both of those bans right there. They don't want to let Siri get going. I mean, he was the finals MVP of KME. With the Arli, just being able to just kind of top deck everything, right? He was able to just kill everything. So this is something that is going to pull it out. And it looks like Nongshim are taking a play out of the playbook of Vasaka. They're going to go to the Guan Yu themselves.
Oh, Kyung9 getting the Guan Yu, the good old GY coming through here for the side of Nongshim Red Force. But what is Vasaka's answer going to be here? Do they look to go and maybe try and get that 1v1 matchup locked into place? Or do they go for the Dolia here? Maybe, just maybe the Young Jian. Maybe we could get the doing.
Well, no Yang Jian, no Yu Huan due to game number 1 here. So they are going for the floorboard tank. I love this floorboard tank because it is such a strong counter against Guan Yu. Once Guan Yu wants to come with the Razor Cavalry, this floorboard tank immediately breaks your ankles with those multiple knockups with his kids.
Oh, Nongshim going for a bit of fanfare, right? Like they've got the monkey, they've got the Guan Yu. I mean, they're like, hey, you did very well on that pick. Now it's my time to show you how you can do even better.
This is like one of those moments where don't copy my homework, just look at it. But this is exactly what Nongshim Red Force is planning for their game number 5 here. Strong engage in the form of the Guan Yu, and also the Monkey, and the consistent DPS coming in from series D and J. But Masaka, they come in prepared. They lock in Genmith on another strong artillery mage. It won't be Mua.
Yeah, it's also
in
that
for
range.
Masaka's mid lane.
The long range, the long arm of the law, if you will. Genmith is going to be a sniper on this one. They need to be careful because, you know, Nongshim right now, they're still kind of up in the air in terms of how they want to go in terms of, you know, like the mid laner and as well as the roam. So this Nua could be some serious issues, especially if the Menki Dream roams in. You can kind of creation block him around a bit.
Yep. There's many times I've played Monkey and then the other team's picked up that newer, and it has been a bit of a nightmare as well.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's in that same kind of respect to the D-Ranger as well, right? Like obviously if you're using that push to kind of like push him away, try and get that cleanse off of him, then they kind of allow the Flowborn tank to come through and have a bit more of an easier time for the catch. That could be the kind of MO we'd be seeing here for the side of Nongshim Red Force.
It could be. So for the side of Nongshim Red Force, they are lacking a mage and also a roamer here. For the side of Masaka, we're looking at a clash and farm with the double cycling in question here for Masaka here as we go in towards game number 5. Hero pool will be a big potential here coming in for both of these two teams.
Yeah, so it was what, like almost 20
just
heroes
how it's
being
done.
banned for both of them, right?
Mulan!
No, the Mulan first one for the KIC. We get a little bit of flavor here going up for Bal. I mean, Bal's had a interesting performance within this series.
Indeed, he has been having high highs and low lows here, but ending up with a Mulan here, he definitely needs to make this pick work if he wants to generate a proper seeding, a good seeding towards the
Our
potential
paths
playoff spot
intertwined
that
by
they
fate.
are looking for in their first KIC run.
Rightio. Oh, Princess Frost here. Okay, looking to slow down those big kind of engages here. I mean, this is the thing we were talking about earlier, right? When we saw the Flowborn tank come through, yes, it's already, once he commits into a team fight, he's slow to get out as well. So getting that Princess Frost, that winter is here, is really going to encapsulate him into one spot.
So it is a question whether Nongshim Red Force is able to access the backline or Masaka Esports. Are they ready to play peel duty to protect Raven and Genmith, these two late game carries here? Because if these two get caught out, Masaka is done for.
No chance at that point. I mean, if we're looking at this draft here, the whole year is kind of rounding it out. I think that that's going to be somewhat balanced, right? Especially going into this game 5. The Flowborn take is going to be one to watch. The Mulan is going to be very interesting. The first pick of the KIC. This could be a crazy game number 5.
Absolutely crazy game number 5 here. I mean, what way to finish the day off? Get day number 1, right? Like we finished, we started the day. Boom against Kagendra. We have seen, we even hyped these matches up, these two matches in particular. First, that match of the day, and then this one, not just because where they're situated chronologically, it's just because this is two new teams facing each other, and Boom and Kagendra have been on the same paths, but different paths, but same fates, and it's all coming down to game number 5.
Exactly the case here, Blam.
Yep.
And we will be seeing for the last time this screen on today. Nongshim Red Force takes towards the blue side. This is their 5 hero picks, and Masaka takes over to the red side. As without further ado, let's get into the gorge for game number 5, the final game of KIC 2025, day number 1. Boys, take the cast.
This is going to be it. This is for all the marbles in this series. I mean, yes, you can lose twice before you're out of the KIC, but it comes down to this one game. One team is going to be ecstatic that they move on to the upper bracket, continue on, undefeated, quote-unquote, but the other one is going to go down, and it is going to be a very difficult journey for them.
A very difficult journey, but I mean, the prospect that makes me more excited here as well is like, whoever goes through to this one goes up against a potentially blacklist in the upper brackets.
Yeah, nobody really wants to get there. I mean, we haven't gone that far. We don't know if that's going to happen, but it's looking that way, kind of in a sense, but we'll have to see. I mean, the games have still yet to be played, but this is a situation where you want to be in the upper brackets. You do not want to be there. Everything needs to be on the line on this one.
Yeah, you'll be having cold sweats tonight.
Yeah, for sure. I think I'm going to have some cold sweats tonight, if you know what I mean. But we're going to be here on this one. This is going to be close, right? Because I feel like Nongshim have not done a great job early. Masaka has gotten the better of them, you know, in almost all of the games in the early game.
Yeah, they've definitely played the early game a lot better onto the side of Masaka, but then into the late game, if it all falls down to one bad team fight, Masaka try and struggle to get back on the horse again.
Yeah, they need to find some way. It seems like Nev has been this major thorn in their side, has been kind of dictating the pace of the game. It's been so difficult. I mean, didn't even die a single time in game 4.
No, exactly. Yeah, Nev was on an absolute streak here. I mean, definitely setting the bar high for Haku. Maybe trying not to die here again, but at the same time, Siri, Faye.
Oh, Faye is so low. Needs to be careful, but Raven has got that range doing some work. And this bottom T1 is taking some damage as well. So, again, it hasn't been great.
Not been great here, but obviously just being saved by Illusion's rotation there has done very well. I think if Illusion was level 4 at that moment in time, I think they probably would have got the kill onto Raven there.
Aduh, ini mah gerakan-gerakan masih lama.
But just, you know, it's still so early. Not everyone is there for level 4. Nev just wants these minions. And it looks like the Dream Roam is going to be committed. He just jumps over the wall. He should be fine.
This is what I mean. You saw that, the Frigid Prison, the slow from this first skill of Princess Frost, really keeping Nev in space because he is literally a moving brick house.
Yeah. And, I mean, he can get caught out. It's going to be slow rolling for him, so that could be a potential counter. They have a lot of stuns. I mean, almost everyone on the side of Nongshim, if they're able to find him, catch him out in a bad spot.
Catch him out indeed. It's like, if they take Nev, who's going to be the front line here? Really going to be a risky for Bal here, but the emergence does come through as well.
Oh, they're looking to go, but Kyung9 has shown up. They get the Razor Cavalry on it too. But are they able to do the damage? They're not able to find them. And it looks like everybody's limping away. Nongshim not able to convert on that ambush.
Just not enough damage, right? Like, if we had the likes of Sparkboard Dagger poking away, doing the magical damage onto the side of the Saka Esports, that could have been a completely different story down to the bot T1. I mean, we've seen it already. Double kill, first blood. A triple kill, that would really put a stop to Saka.
Oh, that would have been huge if they were able to do this one. But it's space created, because they were very low on life. They actually had to recall back to safety, but now the bottom T1 taking some damage here. Raven has now showed up, just again, needs to defend.
Yeah, has to defend because they got about, what, 27 seconds onto the Tyrant and also the turret plating falling here as well. So that T1 could fall even quicker after 4 minutes.
Definitely even quicker here. I mean, Nev, Dream Roam, it's going to look to go. He jumps over the wall. The no catch on this one with the Burning Arrow. Sun Arrow from downtown actually hitting Haku, but he's the tankiest of the bunch.
He's the tankiest of the bunch, but it just means it stopped in place for a little moment, right? Gave Saka Esports a little bit of breathing room into that mid lane there, trying to formulate a potential team fight around these neutral objectives.
Yeah, and it looks like Nev right there, still very tanky. This has been the matchup to watch. Nev versus Haku. Haku has knocked out the better of him in certain times. And Haku, just overall, I mean, I think he's been outclassed by Nev more games than not.
Yeah, Nev's actually really surprising me as well, right? Some new blood jungle coming through here on the Honor Kings Esports. A new talent being arised here, but maybe getting the hit, not quite. But just getting that intel, knowing where the side of Nongshim is going to be hitting.
Yeah, it's all about that vision. But it's, you know, opening things up for the Tyrant, because it's in that area where people would potentially look to, you know, ambush that Tyrant if they go. But Visaka taking another big objective here to start this game.
Yeah, giving over that chain lightning effect as well as obviously extra damage and movement speed here for the side of the Saka Esports. As they try and use that to neutralize that goal lead that they have currently between both of these two teams. But Sparkforge Dagger being built here onto Siri, we're starting to see that kind of like early game power spike for the D-Ranger.
Yeah, this is a pretty big commitment. It looks like they really want this bottom T1, and they will take it. But in the top lane, a little bit of pressure there. Bal was thinking about teleporting, but instead he's just going to continue the split push.
Continue the split push, and at the same time, in the same breath, Kyung9 looking to try to keep that T1 alive into the mid lane as well.
And that, look, the winner is here. Nev going over the wall, finding them out, but he's not able to commit. Kyung9 is wrapping around, potentially looking to go in for this. If this fight were to continue, Haku taking a decent amount of damage, and it looks like Visaka are going to hold.
Visaka holding on just for a little moment there. Obviously, Nev was behind the Winterist here, so really not getting encapsulated here.
Oh, nice little Dream Roam onto 2. Raven is getting a little bit low as well as Jun Young. He's going to get back, but Illusion gets the pick off, gets first blood, and now Nev is joined up and finding Haku. They're trading blow for blow, but they're both very tanky, and they need the rest of them to do the damage, but it looks like they're going to disengage yet again.
That's like the official version of a stalemate, right? Honor of Kings is stalemate, is when two tanks are just bashing each other. Like, it's not the funniest thing to see, but at the same time, you kind of need that kind of immovable object meets the immovable force as well.
And I think that both of these players, Haku and Nev, are going to be fine with that, right? Yeah. They just want to brawl, they want to be tanky in that sense. It seemed like last time where one had the Menki and, you know, Haku was on the pay, it was in a bad spot. He really couldn't fight 1 versus 1.
No, exactly. 1 versus 1 at this current time, it's going to be a bit of an issue for both of these tanks. I mean, they're probably both built the Blazing Sun Cape as well. Yes, I mean, Haku building it a little bit faster than Nev.
building it faster. It's all about speed at this point, right? I mean, net worth is the same, but it's the slight item advantages that you might get to give yourself an even bigger one into this team fight here. But look at how Nongshim are rotating. They're looking to take, towers, and they're sticking together. But now Ball on the side, looking to go for this one. They get the pushback onto Raven. He's already been killed, and Kyung9 trying to find him, push him back. They've got 2 on this one, but Siri is getting a little bit low. Nev makes it pay. Faye looks to be the next target. Needs to be careful. Nev doesn't want to commit for this one. But Jedmith has been killed on the other end of this one, and now it looks like Nev is all by himself trying to go for Faye. He does trade his life away, but he will die.
He will die. It will be a takedown here. It's a what? A 4-3-4 trade here for the side of Nongshim. Red Force looking to approach his T2 into the top side of the map here. Haku once again playing this monkey very well.
Very well indeed, and that's the biggest thing, right? He's got the level advantage. Nev dying on that one. I mean, Raven dying first in that team fight was like the ultimatum in that sense. They should not have probably gone in for this one.
Yeah, exactly right. Obviously, you see here on this instant replay, you can see that Haku knows where the team's going to come from. He's just cutting off, buying a lifeline, buying some time for Kyung9 just to push them out of safety of that T1. So very nice play here by Haku, giving the space to the top side of the map to get that tyrannical reign.
Yeah, I mean, Faye wanted to go in that one last time to get that stun, a little cheeky in that sense, but he does die for his sins. But Nev making him pay. I think that they might have gotten away with it had Faye not gone in.
Yeah, like I said, Haku, Kyung9, they're little minxes, Like, they are very cheeky.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing when it comes to these team fights. They know how to just stop the enemy team, get in that crucial angle, and turn in the tide.
Yeah. I mean, it's all about that point, right? Yeah. I mean, Kyung9 and Haku, these are the guys. Like, these are the same 2 heroes that really excelled in the last game. So it's continuing on with that momentum. But here, Basaka looking to go for this one, trying to find at least Haku not able to get any sort of catch.
No catch, not at all at this moment in time, but right now, obviously, Haku just trying to use that bubble just to push and poke and prod the side of Basaka Esports for now.
Yeah, and look at this Tyrant. It's going to be started. Nongshim looking to push at least Nev away. You got to scare him. You don't want that 50-50. Haku's still there, finding Raven, taking a decent amount of shots with those arrow volleys, but it looks like the Tyrant is going to be their main target here.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't get the kill, but they exhausted the flash from Raven, which means he's not going to be able to get out of a sticky situation if we see Haku or Kyung9.
Oh, the Burning Sun arrow. They find him, and they do the doff, and they find Faye. That's the nice pickup that they were looking for. Siri needs to be a little bit careful. He's a little bit low. He gets picked off as well. Haku dream roams. He tries to get back under the tower. He will be fine. He is
Jangan terlalu positif
looking to wrap
dulu.
around. He finds Jun Young. He's going to be chased. He wanted to go for Raven, knocks him off. He gets caught on the curb. He's not going to be fine. But Nev is looking to dive on this one, but he's diving in between the 1 and the 2 in terms of the towers. And Visaka, I've taken the Min T1 off of this 3 for nothing.
Yeah, they came back with a big boom pow there for the side of Osaka Esports, getting the takedown onto Haku. I mean, Faye was the catalyst there, right? If you take Faye away, your healing potential gets dwindled.
I mean, but those Burning Sun arrows, like one of those things where you can't really see all the time. You do get caught out. And I mean, that turned into a disaster in that sense with 3 members down and you're losing the T1.
Yeah, I feel like a bit of road safety needs to be played here on the side of Earth Kings, right? Like, you need to make sure you know where all those kind of potential problems could come through here. There it is.
Arrow connecting again. The Tyrant picked up by Nev. They've done such a great job. The Shadow Tyrant, Visaka on another level this game.
They are definitely proving themselves to be contenders into this competition. Once again.
Oh, they find Faye, who's a little bit low, but now he's looking to turn this, and Haku is actually going to be under tower. He's going to be killed, but Ball is going to be killed in turn. Raven is as well. They've got 2 members down, and now Nongshim with a bit of an opening. They don't really have the minions to continue with this push.
No, they had the newer, right? They had Gem the Annihilation. If that was just a little bit more to the left there, Faye would have been meeting his maker.
Oh man, I mean, it was like a matrix dodge by the entire Nongshim team. That was so close. And I don't know if they were going to see that one coming, but Jedmith almost with another pickoff.
Exactly. Sometimes you just got to take those shots. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Yeah, and I mean, he missed on that one, so I guess. Yeah, but I mean, he's going to be on point with the other ones. I think Jedmith has been pretty good with this one. Nev has really set things up, and they've kind of funneled everybody. You have that Annihilation with the Burning Sun arrow, so the combos are real.
They're very real. There's a lot of damage going through, as well as that spectacular stun compared to the distance that happens here. So if Raven situates himself from a very far distance, just like that, but it hits the cleanse for the heroic charge.
Yeah, dodging that one, which is going to be huge. Burning Sun Arrow used yet again. They find him in a bad spot. It's Haku though, and Nev bouncing him around. Illusion is getting a little bit low as this ball, and here's the Razor Cavalry, and they do get the pick off. Kyungnan with a play with a heroic charge, knocking back Raven. They get the pick off. 2 members down from Visaka.
Visaka has taken a big L here with a 2-0 trade going over to the side of Nongshim Red Force, but this is back down to Kyungnan. He is making the difference in this game number 5.
It's huge, right? That space, that pushback, that control, finding them. You got to be in the perfect spot. Raven wants to be all the way in the back, but if Kyungnan is able to wrap around and get you there, I mean, it's pretty much what you see there. 2 kills for free.
Yeah, what you see is what you get if you're able to get the back line of the side of Visaka Esports, but even more importantly, that Shadow Overlord coming through for the side of Nongshim Red Force is really going to put a bit of a stop here onto Visaka, maybe even opening his T1, maybe potentially the T2.
Yeah, back to that slow siege, and looks like the Annihilation will connect. The Burning Sun Arrow just barely missing on that one. This mid T1 taking a decent amount of damage, but they're not able to take it down even at the 12-minute mark.
Yeah, 12-minute mark between these two teams, but we have the Vanguard marching through very slowly, but is Nev going to be able to push it away with the ultimate, or will Nongshim Red Force get the bit of a flank here? As you can see, Kyungnan trying to get a flank on.
They find Nev, they Dream Realm, they're going to dive under the tower, but Faye is actually going to be the first to fall. Nev is somehow still alive, he's just so tanky. Jedmith is on the backside as well, finding Illusion, who's looking to be just chasing him out. He has to use his passive just to stay up alive, but John Young is going to be there. Haku's low, he gets picked up.
Goblok belalang.
The Vanguards are still there, and it looks like the recall is going to happen from Illusion.
Oh, the pressure being put on here with these Vanguards to take down in the T3 into the bottom side of the map. Really going to put pressure onto the side of Visaka Esports, right? I mean, there was a bit of a bloodbath going on there in the mid lane, but it was all about creating space for that bottom T3.
If there was ever a moment where 2 teams really wanted it, this is it. I mean, 9-9, the net worth is a bit of a wash. It's 1K, it's nothing at this point. Both of these teams in a must-win situation to continue on in the upper bracket. This is where they want to be. But Visaka right now, it seems like they have a small edge off of the play again, off of Nev.
Yeah, I feel like belalang really trying to find
apa itu kok belalang? Nggak tahu itu
but yet to find success on this pick.
Yeah, yet to find any sort of success here. I mean, it seems like they've gotten their number thus far. Nongshim have been playing a very reactive game. It hasn't been the easiest for them. But, you know, they've been picked off. Nev has done such a great job of disrupting this lineup.
Huge job.
Dulu guys suara pokoknya enggak coba biarin aja.
Fork in the road for the team. Obviously using that ultimate to just kind of split apart the side of Nongshim. But now, maybe you can try and contest this Crimson Gold and just go over the side of Raven.
Wow, that off the red buff is going to be huge. I mean, the damage real. Bottom T2 taken down already. Visaka in the driver's seat. Put the pressure on.
Yeah, I mean, not only does he have the red buff, he has the Tyrant as well, right? He's sitting in the win. Looking for potential access onto the backline. Maybe just try and push these minion waves through to T2.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, Visaka still in the enemy jungle. Nongshim right now, again, playing defensive. The top lane is a bit of a, you know, a mixed bag in that sense. Not able to continue on with that push. But Nongshim, you can feel it. This lead is starting to grow even more and slightly in favor of Visaka.
Yes, it is slowly but surely formulating into Visaka, but I feel like one strong team fight from Nongshim Red Force turns that all around, because it's not like they got like an 8K goal lead, right?
Yeah, that is very true. But at the same time, Nongshim, who can they find? They need Raven, but Raven is done, like, everybody's been huddling around him, keeping him alive. Everybody's just so tanky. Nev has been that frontliner providing that vision. It's so hard to find the right targets.
It is. I mean, they're definitely going to try and dismantle Nev out of the equation first, and then that opens up Raven, opens up Jedmith, which then really
Burning Sun Arrow
gets the damage.
Oh, they find Haku, but they are not able to continue on. Kyungnan is taking a little bit of damage from Ball on the side. Haku's still up in front. Nev has just been this crazy monster. The Annihilation with the damage, but not really too much more.
Yeah, not too much more. With the minion waves crashing through here, we can see that Haku's maybe trying to get the freeze on there, using that football just to push, poke, and prod. Get rid of any means of these minion waves.
Yeah, the bill farewell on to Jun Young. A little turn for blow, but they find Young9, who gets under the tower. He's gonna be fine. That was close.
Very close. I mean, it does slow the pace, right? The tempo that Young9 was going for definitely got hindered there from that Burning Sun Arrow.
Afterglow on Haku. This blue buff has been waiting and queued up for him. They were going to look to just keep it and make sure that he has it, but the Overlord is going to be the big target. Haku might be going to go in. He's not able to get in. The stuns were on point, and now Nongshim on the run. Visaka, are they able to get some sort of catch? They're not able to really find anything, and it looks like Nongshim get away, but they did lose out on the Overlord.
They lose out on the Overlord, but Visaka, for all their graces and blows, they get the Overlord here. They haven't quite put... Oh, they're putting down the far side of the map as well, creating the pressure, enable him to get this T2 into the mid lane, just really put Nongshim on a bit of a back foot here. I feel like the wind is slowly being knocked out of Nongshim's sails.
Yeah, this is going to be that time, right? How to Visaka here, putting the pressure on. The minions, not too much, but they're going to wait for the Vanguard. The Shadow Vanguard is in the bottom lane, so that's going to be the key one. Visaka have played this one to the T. The winner is here, is going to be on point. They're doing some damage onto Nev, but they're not going to do enough to kill him.
Not enough to kill him, using that Annihilation just to drive him away into that team fight. Obviously, Haku taking a big blow, a big chunk of health away here.
Yeah, a lot of the damage. I mean, just being in there. The Shadow Vanguard is going to be the next big target. Visaka, on the other hand, look at this one. They're doing some just raw damage on that mid T3.
Yes, exactly. They just need to try and just whittle it away, just get that damage down, really open it up. Get those super minions coming through as well. Make Nongshim's life a little bit harder.
The breaks on Arrow, that's going to connect. That's going to start things off. But Raven not able to find any more. Nev was still up in front, but they look like they're doing some damage to Haku. He's just being whittled away. They need to be careful. Visaka have some serious damage at the 17-minute mark.
Serious damage, but also some serious work to do because Nongshim are offering a really good defense here at these T3 territories, which they do ultimately lose that bot side of the map, but it was a bit of an inevitable with all those Vanguards.
And look at how Kyung9 made his way all the way around the river. He needs that perfect flank. He's trying to set himself up, but the rest of Nongshim are slowly going in. Now they're going to find Kyung9, who's in a bad spot. He's going to be focused in. He's going to try to drive away. He does wheelie to safety.
Wills to safety, but that blazes on Arrow.
Oh, the Haku, though. Now he's going to be the next big target on this one. It looks like he found Jun Young. The Annihilation is going to be there. They have the stuns, but they don't really have any sort of control on the rest of them. And it looks like Visaka, again, poking and prodding, not really being able to find that target.
No, this is where it's going to be kind of like a game of 4D chess, right? Like, if you leave one piece out of place here and you are Nongshim Red Force, I feel like that's game number 5 done for you.
Yeah, it could be just as simple as that, right? One team fight either way. Yes, you have a 5k lead from Visaka, but this Tyrant here, it's not the end of the world. The biggest one is going to be the Tempest Dragon, but they don't want to give up anything at this point. And Haku will get that steal. The Annihilation is going to be there. Jun Young is a little bit low. Needs to be careful. The Bitter Farewell on, but Faye's in a bad spot. He's getting bounced around as well, and now they're going to go. They find Faye. They get the pickoff. Haku has the Dream Roam just to safety. The rest of Visaka are going to be in the mid lane. They're going to set themselves up for that Tempest Dragon.
I mean, forcing Nongshim back to the base at this point in the game is probably a good call, right? They got like, what, 35 seconds on that Tempest Dragon. They get healthy, they try and come back, but at the same time, T3 into the mid lane gets taken down.
Yeah, taken down for this one. Visaka, I mean, they had the minions, that's the perfect play. Now it's setting it up, now they can back off, take that blue buff on the way to the Tempest Dragon here.
Tempest Dragon is spawning in roughly around about 15 seconds time, right? The Nongshim do have the Tyrant, obviously the buff going in their favor, but they also lack 2 T3s as well, which is going to be troublesome.
It could not have been any better, right? In terms of this script.
Yes.
Game number 5.
Yes.
For the series, we're going to a Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, first Tempest Dragon of the day as well is going to be a scare for these two teams, but the ultimate game-ending mechanic.
Yeah, this is going to be that moment if they're able to take this. Haku is starting this one out, and it looks like the rest of Visaka looking to just kind of deal with the minions. All the lanes will be pushing, so this is going to be a tough one if they want to go for this. But now Visaka turning this around, they want to start the Tempest.
It's going to be a tough cookie, but Raven building that Sage's Sanctuary, he knows he's going to be the prime target here.
He's going to be the prime target, which, you know, he needs to be in that perfect spot, ensuring that he stays alive. They have a lot of CC if they're able to find him, though.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, right now, we are seeing production playing a little bit of a devil's advocate, right? They are building the tension here, as they should, because the Tempest Dragon is onto the gorge here, being baited currently by Nongshim Red
Shoot.
Force.
Burning Sun Arrow, that's going to be the start. They find Faye. Nev is looking to do that damage with the Annihilation, but Faye is somehow still alive. Nev is taking a lot of damage. Kyung9 looking for the flank, but he's not able to find anything. Sage of Sanctuary onto Siri. Haku is a little bit low. John Young is at about half life. They find Illusion. They get the pick, and here we go. It looks like Haku's still being bounced around. Nev, it's going to be personal. He wants to go for Haku. He's going to continue on the chase, but Haku has that speed. They're going to look to just end the game. The top T3's been taken out. It's going to be a matter of time as they have the Sage of Sanctuary. Ball is going to be there. Kyung9 trying to fight this 1 versus 3, and he's getting whittled down, arrowed if you will. Raven gets the pick, and Visaka will win game 5!
Visaka Esports, the Open Series team from the IKL, take Nongshim down a notch, the KME champions back-to-back.
Mati kan dia habis terakhir pakai tajam. Enggak, Cok.
Right, if we're going to see any sort of series go the distance, it's going to be the open qualifier for Visaka Esports, taking it down to Nongshim Red Force in a game 5.
Beautiful. I mean, that's really kind of disrupted everything we thought was going to happen within KIC in day number 1. It's just day number 1.
Zaman-zaman pertama.
After upsets,
Wah, nobar ya deh kali. Guys, selesai. Oh, kalau yang itu iya, nggak tahu. Aku nggak nonton yang itu. Pokoknya serinya kan nggak mati tuh. Pokoknya serinya nggak mati. Gelok W.
Yes. Like you said, obviously you can't write it any better than that, right? Yeah. Like, yeah.
W, Cok, Visaka.
The day, Tempest Dragon 10.
W, Cok. Menang, jir. Sesuai prediksi ya. Ya, gigi lah. Ya udah, bro. Sekian rasanya dari saya. Gigi untuk Visaka. Sesuai ekspektasi, Cok. Kali. Tapi enggak sih, tadi berapa kali tuh kayak udah menang tapi kena blunder ya. Tapi ya sih, Visaka tetaplah Visaka, masih strong. TT, bro. Sang burung masihlah sang burung. TT, bro. Thank you guys.